This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Dragongirl by Todd McCaffrey, performed by Emily Durante. This one is just for Ladybug. For readers new to Pern. Thousands of years after man first developed interstellar travel, colonists from Earth, Ta Ceti III, and many other worlds settled upon Pern, the third planet of the star Rookbat in the Sagittarius sector. They found Pern idyllic for their purposes, a pastoral world far off the standard trade routes and perfect for those recovering from the horrors of the Nathi Wars. Led by the hero Admiral Paul Bendon and Governor Emily Bowl of war-torn Ta Ceti, the colonists quickly abandoned their star-traveling technology in favor of a simpler life. For 8 years, turns, as they called them on Pern, the settlers spread and multiplied on Pern's lush southern continent, unaware that a menace was fast approaching, the Red Star. The Red Star, as the colonists came to call it, was actually a wandering planetoid that had been captured by Rookbat millennia before. It had a highly elliptical cometary orbit, passing through the fringes of the system's Oort cloud before hurtling back inward toward the warmth of the sun, a cycle that took 250 turns. For 50 of those turns, the Red Star was visible in the night sky of Pern. Visible and deadly, for when the Red Star was close enough, as it was for those 50 long turns, a space-traveling spore could cross the void from it to Pern. Once it entered the tenuous upper atmosphere, the spore would thin out into a long, narrow streamer shape and float down to the ground below as seemingly harmless threads. Like all living things, however, thread needed sustenance. It was highly evolved. It ate anything organic, wood or flesh. It was all the same to thread. The first deadly fall of thread caught the colonists completely unawares. They barely survived. In the aftermath, they came up with a desperate plan. Having abandoned their high technology, they turned to their remaining ability in genetic engineering to create a shield against the recurrent threat. They used life forms indigenous to Pern, 6-limbed winged fire lizards that were genetically modified and enhanced to produce huge, rideable, fire-breathing dragons. These dragons, telepathically linked at birth to their riders, formed the mainstay of the protection of Pern. In their haste to provide protection to their new homeworld, the colonists devised many other solutions. Some were forgotten or dismissed as ineffective. The approach of the Red Star brought not only the mindless thread, but produced tremendous additional stresses on Pern itself. The tectonically active southern continent heaved with volcanoes and earthquakes, providing an additional menace that proved too much for the colonists. Hastily, they abandoned their original settlements and moved to the smaller, stabler northern continent. In their haste, much was lost and much was forgotten. Huddled in one settlement, called Fort Hold, the colonists soon discovered themselves overcrowded, particularly with the growing dragon population. So the dragons moved into their own high mountain space, which they called Fort Weyr. As time progressed and the population spread across Pern, more holds were formed, and more Weyrs were created by the Dragonriders. Given their great losses, particularly in able-bodied older folk, the people of Fort and the other holds soon found themselves resorting to authoritarian systems under which one Lord Holder became the ultimate authority of the hold. The Weyrs, with their different needs, developed differently. Unable to both provide for themselves and protect the planet, the Dragonriders relied upon a tithe from the holds for their maintenance. Instead of a Lord Holder, they had a Weyr leader, the rider of whichever dragon flew the Weyr's senior queen. And so the two populations grew separate, distant, and somewhat intolerant of each other. The Red Star grew fainter. Thread stopped falling. Then, after a 200-turn interval, it returned again to rain death and destruction from the skies for another 50-turn pass. Again, Pern relied on fragile dragon wings and their staunch riders to keep it thread-free. And again the pass ended, and a second interval began. Just at the beginning of the third pass, a new disaster struck. Dragons started dying of a strange, unknown disease. With his Weyr's ranks decimated not just by injuries and losses from fighting Thread, but also from the deaths caused by this new plague, Weyr leader Cleor of Fort Weyr decided upon a desperate course of action and sent his injured dragons and riders 10 turns back in time to abandoned Eigenweir, where they might heal and return in time to fight the next Threadfall. That same night, Fiona, Fort Weyr's newest and youngest queen rider, was wondering how the convalescent riders would fare when a strange queen rider arrived and offered to bring her and her weirling back in time to Eigenweir. Fiona and the other weirlings accepted. Their desperate jump between time proved fabulously successful, and, after spending 3 turns living and growing in the past, they returned to Fort Weyr with the recovered dragons and riders, a mere 3 days' time after they'd left. But the plague is still killing dragons. The Weyrs are still fighting short-handed, and no one knows whether Pern will survive. 1. Heart, give voice to sing of life on dragon wings. Fort Weyr, AL 508.2.2. It was still snowing and cold. Fiona shivered, wishing she hadn't outgrown her warm, fur-lined leathers. Back in hot Eigen, heavy clothing had been out of place, but here, at Fort Weyr, it was invaluable. Her nose and lungs froze as she took another breath. Frantically, she pulled a portion of her thin scarf up to cover her nose. The air was easier to breathe that way, but her breath fogged her vision. It had been an age for her since that time, only days ago here, when the strange gold rider had come. "Get dressed," the rider had said. "We must be quick. We can't wake the others." Fiona had had only an instant to decide, a rash plunge into the unknown. Why had she taken it? But she had, and for 3 turns she'd been weyrwoman of Eigenweir, which had been abandoned until she and the other Fort Dragonriders had gone back 10 turns in time to use it as a place to grow and heal. She'd learned to trade, learned to fly, and learned what it meant to be a weyrwoman. She had nearly 17 turns now, but here, back in her own time, they still thought her not yet 14. A part of her longed for that, longed to give the responsibility for decisions to others, to rest and relax and just focus on raising her queen. Her queen, beautiful to length, had grown, had become a queen in all her glory, ready for her first mating flight, ready to add her hatchlings to the dragons of Pern. When Fiona had realized that, had really understood, she had turned to Tamar. The bronze rider had been her mentor, her trainer, and the Weyr leader of the small group of injured and immature riders who had accompanied her back in time. He had been the one person who could help her take that next step in becoming a queen rider. There was a bond between them. She knew it. More than shared peril, more than shared times. He had a piece of her heart, freely given. But, she thought with a breath of the cold air, he didn't have it all. Kindan. He was also there, on her horizon. As a child, she had loved him, while he had loved her older sister, Coriana. During her time at Eigen in the past, she had met him again, but she'd been older, and he hadn't recognized her. Now, as a grown woman, she had discovered that her feelings for him were no less than they'd been when she was a girl. Did she love him, she challenged herself, or did she just want to prove that she was as good as Coriana, whom he'd held in his arms as she died? "Are you ready?" Taryn asked from her perch in front of Fiona. "I'm ready," Fiona said, moving her scarf away and glancing down to the weir bowl below. The older riders had already landed. Tamar was being embraced by Weyr leader Cleor, and there, to one side, stood dark-haired, quiet Zinna. "Oh, please, let's land by Zinna," Taryn said, as she spotted the Weyr girl. "Wait until she sees that I'm taller than her now." 3 turns, 3 days. Zinna had been her best friend before she'd left for Eigen, but much had happened since, and Fiona realized that Zinna had become a memory, nearly lost in all that time. Now Zinna was only 3 days older, while Fiona had aged 3 turns. Could they just pick up where they had left off? Or start anew? Seeing Seska, Ford's weyrwoman, walking toward her as she leaped down from Talent, aroused further apprehension. At Eigen, Fiona had been a weyrwoman among boys and injured riders. Could she now return to her junior role under Seska? It would be safe, she knew. It would be easy, too. But the part of her that stored and cherished the images of her father and Kindan, both so strong and determined, urged her to do more. And then Fiona wondered, were leaders always scared? If it was any warmer down in the Weyr bowl, Fiona couldn't tell it from the cold stares she received. She couldn't place the reaction at first, until she realized they didn't recognize her. Taryn's hand slipped into hers, and Fiona guessed that the younger girl was coming to the same realization. Taryn waved her free hand at Zinna. "Zinna, it's me!" The Weyr girl turned in their direction, her blue eyes sad and careworn. "She looks like she lost her best friend," Taryn said to Fiona. "She has," Seska said, having gotten close enough to overhear. Fiona looked at her, surprised that she was nearly eye level with the weyrwoman. 3 days ago, the weyrlings and even Seska didn't know who she was. Fiona felt a lump in her throat. It was hard to speak. "Me, weyrwoman?" "The Gold Rider brought us," Taryn said, glancing up to Seska and then quickly away, her eyes drifting back to Zinna. Seska was staring intently at Fiona, studying her face. Then she let out a sob. "Fiona?" She grabbed Fiona and clutched her tightly, bruisingly, and Fiona felt guilty as the weyrwoman's hot tears rained down on her. "We thought—" She pushed away from Fiona, her face clouding as anger replaced relief. "I brought them back, Seska," Fiona said hurriedly, waving an arm to the riders and dragons behind her, hoping to avoid the weyrwoman's wrath. "They're ready to fight, all of them." Seska looked beyond her to the riders and dragons in the Weyr bowl. "The weyrlings?" "Trained and ready," Fiona said, letting justifiable pride creep into her voice. This much she had done. She had fought. She had succeeded. She had overcome her own fears and kept them hidden from all. She had been a weyrwoman. Fiona stirred slowly to wakefulness, feeling surprised at the warmth around her. She vaguely remembered crawling out of her bed with her blankets draped over her and curling up against Talent, but now she felt another body lying against her, pressing her more tightly against her queen. As tired as she'd been, she'd made her full report to Seska and then had carefully explained to Taryn that she needed to make amends with Zinna, and would it be all right if Taryn found some other place to sleep that night. Taryn had been too quick to agree. Fiona suspected that her request had been used as an excuse by the strawberry-haired teen to seek out the handsome Fijian. The other body shifted away quickly, and Fiona groaned. "I'm sorry," a voice spoke as the other person jumped to her feet. It was Zinna. "Don't be," Fiona replied, turning to look up at her and gesturing invitingly for Zinna to rejoin her. "I'm certain that I was freezing until you came." She made a face. "I don't know how I'll adjust to this cold again." Only slightly relieved, Zinna sat back down beside her. With an irritated sigh, Fiona pulled her close. "There," she murmured. "Warmer." Zinna remained tense beside her. Fiona opened one eye and saw that the younger girl was eyeing her with a mixture of trepidation, assessment, and fear. Fiona opened both eyes, turned, drew Zinna's head toward hers, and laid a sisterly kiss on the girl's forehead. "I'm sorry that I couldn't bring you with us," Fiona murmured in her ear. She pulled back enough to stare Zinna in the eyes. "I love you. You are a dear friend, and I missed you." "But you're so old now." Fiona could feel the many levels on which Zinna made the comment, and nodded slightly. "I am," Fiona agreed with a twist of her lips. "Do you still want to be friends?" Zinna pursed her lips but said nothing, instead closing her eyes and leaning back against Fiona. A small sound escaped her lips, perhaps a sob, perhaps a sigh of contentment, or acceptance. Melanwe, the aged ex-headwoman who had gone between forever with weyrwoman Tenaz only a short time ago for Zinna, and that same short time plus 3 whole turns for Fiona's time-jumping self, had scorned and loathed Zinna because of the young girl's nature, that same nature which had made certain that she would never impress a queen dragon. But Fiona had accepted Zinna for who she was, just as she had accepted Blue Rider Fadan for who he was. Everyone had a heart. Just because different things set them beating didn't mean that there wasn't something for Fiona to love in all of them. She knew that if she were to continue to be Zinna's friend, she had to make Zinna comfortable in the knowledge that she would never be her lover, but also make it clear that she would always accept Zinna's love. The two things were different, something Fiona grasped at a level beneath conscious thought, even though, until very recently, she had never experienced the difference between loving and having a lover. "Friends?" Fiona repeated when Zinna made no reply. "Promise me this," Zinna said. She waited for Fiona to nod before continuing. "Promise me that you'll never leave me again." "I swear by the egg of Talent that, if it's in my power, I'll never leave you again, Zinna," Fiona said, hugging her tightly. She whispered into her ear, "I missed you." "But you didn't think I was dead," Zinna said, not entirely mollified. "The Gold Rider," Fiona began, but Zinna cut her off. "Wasn't it you? From the future?" Fiona pursed her lips thoughtfully. "I don't know." She saw Zinna's look and said, "Really, I don't know. I could have been, but—" She broke off, shaking her head. "The Gold Rider said you weren't to come, and I knew that I had to go." "How?" "I don't know," Fiona said, shaking her head. "I just did." She paused a moment. "Maybe I was wrong." "The Weyrlings are grown, the Riders healed. We've got more fighting strength than we did 3 days ago," Zinna said then. "What you did was important." "Thanks." "Friends," Zinna said solemnly. "Good," Fiona replied, snuggling up against her. "I can't stand sleeping alone." 2. Short fall, watch all. Winds change, dragon's bane. Fort Weyr, AL 508.2.5. "It's time," Fiona said 3 days later, nudging Zinna as she forced herself out of the bed and into the cold night air. She put on her slippers and pulled a warmer nightgown around her shoulders, allowed herself a moment's memory of the hideously hot Eigen summer nights, then squared her shoulders determinedly and set off to the necessary. Zinna joined her not long after Fiona had dressed in her riding gear, yawning widely. "Why are you wearing that?" "It's warm," Fiona said feelingly. Zinna snorted and shook her head at the weyrwoman's affectation. Feelingly, Fiona responded, "You try living in Eigen for 3 turns." Wisely, Zinna said nothing, but her eyes danced mischievously as she waved the weyrwoman out with a promise to follow along shortly. Fiona greeted Talent cheerfully, and her queen warbled a greeting in response. Out in the Weyr bowl, the Dragonriders were already gathering, checking riding straps and firestone hooks carefully before patting their dragons and proceeding to the kitchen cavern for a last bit of warm food or claw. Thread would fall today at Benton and over Karun, south of Nuella's Weyrhold. The sun would be rising as the thread started to fall, so the watch Weyrs would not be able to help. The sun rose 3 hours earlier over Karun than over Fort Weyr, which was why Fiona and the rest had woken in the still of night. She grabbed a spare mug and poured it full of claw, gulping the liquid as quickly as she could in spite of the heat. "Good morning, weyrwoman!" Elor, Fort Weyr's headwoman, greeted her. Fiona nodded. "Everything ready?" Elor smiled. "We'll be setting up the tables out in the bowl as soon as it's light." A cough, sickly and huge in the night air, reverberated around the Weyr, followed by another and another. "We've 18 for certain with the cough," Seska said as she entered the bowl and spotted Fiona. "Didn't we have more?" Fiona asked in surprise. For 3 turns back in time, Fiona had been able to forget about the sickness that had been killing the dragons. She hadn't realized until now how much of a relief that had been for her. "We did. They went between or died," Seska told her bleakly, "and more took their place." Without the dragons, Pern would be defenseless against thread. With nothing to flame the thread into char before it reached the surface, the live thread would suck the life out of everything that grew, including humans. If the sickness couldn't be cured soon, they would all die. "I think we've got more," Tintaval, the new Weyr healer, added as she entered the kitchen and repeated Fiona's action of grabbing a mug and filling it with steaming claw. She nodded to Fiona and Seska in greeting before continuing grimly, "I haven't been able to identify them, nor have I heard anything more from Bendon about a cure." "We're set for Firestone," Fiona reported. She had directed a work party the day before in filling the sacks in preparation for the fall. "They'll fly out with 3 sacks each." Seska nodded. "Kalior said that he'd detail a wing to bring more when needed. I've got Taryn and some of the younger Weirfolk assigned to help with the loading." "Good," Seska said. She turned to the Weyr bowl, downed her claw, refilled the mug, and headed out. Fiona followed her. The dark, chill air absorbed most sounds and added an eeriness to the preparations. Seska found Kalior and passed the mug to him. He took it with a grateful look, downed it, and continued on his way, stopping to converse with one rider, patting another on the back, checking the harness of yet a third, passing up Firestone sacks to a 4th. Without prompting, Fiona followed suit, cheerfully greeting those she knew from Eigen Weyr and politely encouraging those she knew only barely. Even with the dragons of Eigen, there were so few. Fijian led a wing of his own. Jagurd and Jakarin flew as wing seconds in older wings. Henez flew with Karal as his wing second.
"I can always use an experienced hand, particularly with these young hotshots," Karal had declared when Kalior had made the announcement.
"Good luck, Bronze Rider," Fiona called to Henez as she passed quickly by. She might not like him, but she didn't wish him ill. Pern needed all its riders. Henez was surprised by her kindness and returned with stiff awkwardness.
"Thank you, weyrwoman."
"Fly safe, old man," Fiona called more cheerfully to Karal when she spotted him.
"I will, weyrwoman! Count on it!"
Karal's bass voice boomed across the bowl. No less loudly, he added,
"I've been promising Seyorth a mating flight soon, and I wouldn't want to let him down."
Fiona blushed and chuckled at his impiety. "Well, you'd best make sure he's got his full strength," she replied gamely, "because Talent is going to outfly every bronze here." From her Weyr, Talent bugled loudly in agreement. Karal boomed another laugh.
"Seyorth says that she can try."
With a final snort, Fiona waved and moved on to the next dragon rider. She paused when she came to Tamar. Since their return, she hadn't had much chance to speak with him. He was briefing his wing, and she waited while he was speaking. He didn't get much further because his riders started nodding significantly in her direction, distracting him. Finally, with an irritated, "What?" he turned and saw her. "Wing leader?" Fiona said with a polite nod.
"Well, now at least I see what all the commotion is about,"
Tamar said, his eyes twinkling. He nodded back to her.
"Weyrwoman?"
"Good flying," Fiona said, wishing they were alone and she could say more. Tamar met her eyes frankly.
"Thank you."
She turned her attention to the rest of the wing. She knew only a few of them from Eigen and greeted them warmly, was polite to the others, and left them as quickly as she could. She had almost completed her rounds when she was grabbed from behind, lifted in the air, and spun in a quick circle before being placed back on the ground with a yelp of surprise.
"Ha!" Fadan said to her as he spun her on her heels to face him. "You thought I was some love-struck bronze, I'll bet."
"Fadan!" Fiona exclaimed, burying her head against his chest. He held her tightly for a moment, then released her. "Whose wing are you in?"
"I'm flying with the Weyr leader, of course,"
Fadan boasted grandly. "Well, be certain you keep an eye on him," Fiona said. She glanced around for Kalior and his wing. "Is Padur flying with you?"
"Of course,"
Fadan replied. He wagged a finger at her.
You've done your work too well, weyrwoman. You've got 122 Dragonriders flying against this fall who are beholden to you."
"I did my duty," Fiona replied with a diffident shrug.
"And did it well,"
Padir added as he approached, reaching out to touch Fiona on the shoulder affectionately. "Well enough," Fiona said, feeling uncomfortable with the praise. She stepped back and gestured toward the dragons behind them. "And now you can do yours."
"We certainly shall,"
Fadan agreed emphatically. He leaned in closer to her as he added,
"And someday soon, when there are enough queens again, we'll have you flying with us on the queen's wing."
Fiona's face lit with a huge grin. "I'll look forward to that."
"Fadan, Padir, mount your dragons,"
Cleor called as he strode briskly past them to his waiting Reneth. "Fly well, Weyr leader," Fiona called. Cleor turned and waved at her in acknowledgement before climbing up Reneth's foreleg and settling himself on his perch, tying himself tight against his riding straps and making one final check of his firestone sacks. Fiona's view of him was blocked as Seska rushed up past her and called up to Cleor. "I expect you back in one piece, Dragonrider."
"I'll do my best, weyrwoman,"
Cleor called back with a chuckle. "You'd better," Seska replied, her voice shaking with feeling. Fiona moved forward and grabbed the hand Seska had left trailing behind her. The weyrwoman turned at this and smiled when she saw that it was Fiona before turning back and raising her free arm in farewell. Fiona drew alongside her and waved goodbye with her free hand as Cleor gave the signal and, wing by wing, 194 dragons rose to take their positions near the starstones and then winked out between. "We left no watch dragon," Fiona noted in surprise as she scanned the heights. "I'll do it," Talent replied promptly. Fiona whirled in time to see her beautiful queen rush out of her lair, leap into the air, and climb gracefully with a few sweeps of her golden wings to land daintily beside the starstones, her gaze set intently on the distant horizon and the rising sun. "Well, she seems eager enough," Seska chuckled. She turned to Fiona as she added, "I hope she rises soon. We need a mating flight." Fiona nodded mutely. With the dragons gone, Fiona met with Tintaval and helped her assemble the first aid teams. "You'll keep an eye on me, won't you?" Tintaval murmured when she found a moment where she and Fiona were alone. "You'll do fine," Fiona assured her. "At this point, though, you know more about healing dragons than I," Tintaval reminded her. Her honesty compelled her to add, "And what you did with those severely injured riders." "That was nothing we hadn't discussed beforehand," Fiona protested. "Discussing and treating are two different things," Tintaval told her. "There was no one else." "You did brilliantly," Tintaval said. She grimaced in Seska's direction as she added, "I'm not quite sure you've heard that enough since your return." Fiona grinned. "Well, we've had other things to discuss," she allowed, adding more seriously. "But Seska is a good weyrwoman, and she does well." Tintaval murmured thoughtfully. "You'd be the best judge of that." She paused, then added, "With your 3 turns in Eigen, you've more experience than she." "I wouldn't have managed without her example," Fiona said. "Perhaps." "Come on," Fiona said, nudging the Weyr healer. "We need to check on the others." Cleor took in the situation the moment he and Reneth burst from between over Karun.
"Tell Tamar and Karal that they are reserve and will provide firestone," Cleor said. "They are returning to the Weyr to load more firestone,"
Reneth reported at the same time as 32 dragons winked out between. Cleor nodded to himself in satisfaction. They wouldn't be fighting a full fall, as it had started first over Bendon and had proceeded south toward Karun, so he felt that a full flight of dragons would suffice, and assigning 2 small wings as reserve would allow him to dismiss his worries about getting extra firestone or not providing the Weyr with some final defense in case. He spotted the pitifully few Istan riders as they appeared and waved, closing in on Jalanter. In case Fort Weyr suffered as badly as Ista. He turned to look over his shoulder, casually examining the formations behind him and more carefully eyeing the Threadfall.
"We'll fight as full wings," Kalior told Reneth. "Mavalar and McCurry will lead the other two. Have the wings reform now."
In a moment, 6 understrength wings had reformed into 3 full-strength wings. Kalior was greeted by Jalantar, the acting Isten Weyr leader who had taken over after Sirion had gone between in their first fall. He gladly accepted Jalantar's offer to let him lead the fall and quickly integrated the Isten wing with his own wings, arraying them on his left with the other 2 fort wings on his right. 4 wings abreast, they rose to fight Thread. Taleth's challenge alerted Fiona, who glanced up from her position at the nearest aid table. Her eyes narrowed as she counted 2 wings of dragons circling in for a landing.
"Zorenth and Seorth," Taleth reported. "They have been sent for Firestone."
Fiona raced over to the Firestone shed, calling for her helpers as she went.
"We've got time."
Tamar's voice in her ear surprised her as she was opening the shed doors.
"They've got at least an hour before they'll need more."
"So we should have you back in half the time," Fiona replied, pulling open the second door and gesturing for the young weirfolk to head inside. "You've got 3 sacks already. How many more?"
5 each,
Tamar said after a moment's thought.
"That way we'll be able to fight a full fall, if needed."
"You think that Kalior might pull replacements directly from these wings?"
"It depends upon how the fall goes," Tamar replied. "He could just as easily put 1 wing into the fight and use the other to resupply."
He shrugged.
"I think this will work either way."
Fiona, who saw no flaw in this logic, flagged Taryn and started her on the count. 5 each. All too quickly, Taryn reached. 150, stop! And the dragons rose into the air again, climbed up to the starstones, and, with Taleth's cheerful salute, disappeared once more between to battle Thread. As they disappeared, Fiona reached out and wrapped her arm around Taryn's shoulders. The young girl looked up at her for a moment, then buried her head against Fiona's chest. Kalior glanced around as the massed wings of Ista and Fort charged up to greet the downpouring Thread. They had arranged themselves just behind the Bendon riders until Metal's signal for them to break off, and then with a roar, Kalior urged his men upward. The changeover had been perfect, but now, only an hour into a 2-hour fight, the dragons were getting weary, particularly the Isten dragons whose riders seemed determined to handle the entire left half of the fall on their own. Kalior understood pride and worked as best he could with it, but when the Istens took their second loss, one that looked permanent, Kalior didn't hesitate to dispatch a replacement from Tamar's wing.
"Tell the Lanth that we'll thicken his wing,"
Kalior said, sending to Terrell and Sagan to join them. The 2 blue riders were glad to tear away from the reserves, dropping their spare sacks, and were quickly assimilated into the left and right flanks of the Isten riders. A sudden roar from behind caused Kalior to duck and send Reneth plummeting out of the way of a clump of thread that had fallen dangerously close while he'd been distracted. Kalior had the image of a blue wall in motion, flame at the forefront as Fadan and Redorth fought to protect him, but not without cost. Kalior heard Fadan's terrible shriek and Redorth's concerned bugle, and then the pair were gone, between. It was all the warning that Kalior had as remnants of the clump, only partly charred, continued to fall toward him. With a move that he later couldn't explain, he and Reneth were suddenly 20 meters lower in the sky, the great bronze climbing straight up, jaws agape with vengeful flame and an air-shattering bellow, engulfing the Thread in a ball of fire. And then, as suddenly, they were flying level once more, Kalior trying to regain his composure and sending a silent salute to Fadan.
"More Thread,"
Reneth warned him. Kalior turned as he caught sight of a blur of bronze wheeling beside him. Hinez had decided to join the fray. His decision was ill-timed as scant seconds later, Gnerth bellowed in pain and disappeared between.
"Corral says he did not send him,"
Reneth relayed. Kalior dismissed this with a grimace. There was Thread to fight. Matters of discipline would come after. The bellow of pain from the dragon bursting into the morning sky above Fort was mortal, and Fiona knew it even as the blue plummeted toward the ground. "Talent!" Fiona shrieked in her mind as she rushed toward the falling pair, even before she could register that her queen had already left her post, was diving beneath the blue, pushing up against him, slowing his fall. The rider tumbled off, and as he fell, Fiona could see that the entire left half of his back was one giant open wound, with ribs severed and organs dripping with the heat of the thread's voraciousness. The thread itself was nothing more than dusty, between-seared, crusty remnants of clotted blood. The wound was fatal, but Fiona rushed toward the falling rider all the same. Just as she reached him, another dragon burst into the sky above, a bronze creeling horribly, its left wingtip shredded. Fiona needed no words to direct Talent to the bronze's aid. The blue was already close enough to the ground that Talent could easily roll him off her back. The blue rider landed in her arms, facing her. "Fadan!" Fiona cried. He was dead. A grief-filled cry from Redorth distracted her. "Redorth, stay!" Fiona reached out to Talent and, together, they held on to the blue, forcing him to remain as Fiona cried for help, dragging Fadan toward his mate as quickly as she could. A moment later, a pair of hands grabbed his feet, and her movement became easier. "Get him to Redorth," Fiona begged through her heaving breaths. "Hold him," Fiona ordered Talent. She was dimly aware of someone shouting at her, of another dragon crying in pain, but her whole focus was on the distance between her and Blue Redorth, who trembled wild-eyed at her approach. "It's okay," Fiona assured him. "I just want you to take Fadan with you." Redorth calmed and lowered himself as close to the ground as possible. "He's hurt," Talent said. "I don't know if he can get between." Fiona nodded, even as she indicated to her helper, it was Zinna, to lay Fadan's body against Redorth's neck. Zinna anticipated her and climbed up the blue's side, pulling Fadan up into place on his blue's neck before hopping down once more, eyes streaming with tears. "Talent," Fiona called, and her beautiful queen settled beside her. Zinna was looking at her, crying something with a horrified look on her face, but Fiona didn't hear the words, ignored the bellowing bronze in the distance, and concentrated only on this last gift to her friend as she climbed up onto Talent's neck. "Tell Redorth to follow us," Fiona said, feeling a pressure behind her eyes that grew even as Talent helped Redorth gain his feet and leap into the sky. In a moment, they were between. "Take him with you," Fiona called to the blue she couldn't see, hear, or touch. "Good flying!" And in a moment that seemed to last forever, Redorth and Fadan were gone. "Let's get back, Talent. There are more injured." Their return into the daylight, the warmth, the sounds, and the sights were like a slap to Fiona as she took in the growing number of injured, the anxious look on Seska's face, the shock on Tintaval's, and— "Get me down," Fiona ordered Talent. The Great Queen swooped and had barely touched before Fiona had jumped down and was rushing over to the injured bronze. "Where were you?" Seska shouted, rushing toward her. "We couldn't find you. We thought—" Fiona cut her off with a grim smile, shaking her head. "I was merely honoring him."
"Honoring a dead blue while there are bronzes here, injured?" a voice cried in shock. It was Hinez. Fiona turned to him, her face bone-white with anger, but the bronze rider didn't notice. "Your duty is—" Fiona didn't hear him finish, turning on her heels to walk away. "Where do you think you are going?" Hinez bellowed after her. In the distance she could hear Gnerth's pained bellowing, and it tugged at her heart. "You call yourself a weyrwoman!" Too much. Fiona twisted on the balls of her feet, even as her hand rose and she leaped across the distance between them, her hand landing with a resounding slap on the side of his face, sending him reeling. In the distance, Talent cried in dismay and anger, joined by Malurth. "Get yourself under control, Bronze Rider," Fiona said icily, eyeing the man who now knelt, a hand raised to his injured face in surprise. Her own hand stung from the blow, but she willed the pain from her consciousness. She reached out to Gnerth with her mind, apologetically. "Tintafel, get the aid kit," she called,
as she strode over to the injured bronze. "We'll need sutures and the fine needle." She was about to say something reassuring to Hinez, words of peace and healing, when she heard Talent.
"He broke ranks."
"You broke ranks?" Fiona exclaimed, her eyes impaling Hinez with burning ire.
"When Redorth and Fadan went between,"
Hinez said, licking his lips, his eyes not quite meeting hers. Fiona felt his confusion, his anger, directed at himself, his sense of loss, and suddenly she saw the man in a different light. "That's for the Weyr leader," she said, her tone dismissing the issue. She jerked her head, indicating that he should join her. She gave Gnurth's wound a close examination, but she was certain that she already knew enough from what she'd seen during his landing and what she'd felt in her brief contact with the bronze. "This is ugly, but it will heal. You'll be flying next fall." Tintaval approached, handed the aid kit to Fiona, and as another casualty burst out of between, went off, more than willing to leave the difficult rider and his injured bronze in her care. Doused with numbweed, Gnurth allowed her to stitch him up. Fiona couldn't say how long it took to finish. She waved aside Hinez's fervent thanks, too aware of the other cries in the bowl around them, racing off to check on Tintaval and then help Zinna sew up a badly burned arm, before finally checking on Seska. The weyrwoman looked up from her work long enough to give Fiona a grateful nod, then went back to the difficult job of suturing a punctured dragon's neck. Afterward, when rider and dragon were turned over to the care of weyrfolk, Seska gave Fiona a longer look, flicking a lock of brown hair away from her face irritably. "We thought you were going with them, grief-stricken," Seska said, referring to Fadan and Redorth. She cocked her head toward Malurth, who was anxiously watching the proceedings from her lair. Fiona shrugged, at the moment too exhausted both physically and emotionally to be concerned with the past worries of others. Seska's face hardened. "If you can't work with me, I can't have you in my Weyr." For one brief instant, Fiona thought longingly of her days at Eigenweir, but the moment passed and she hung her head. "I'm doing the best I can, weyrwoman." Seska gave her a long, thoughtful look before glancing up and over toward Hinez's Weyr. "You are too much alike with that bronze rider, more willing to listen to yourself than anyone else." Fiona lifted her head, eyes flashing angrily, but she said nothing. "You were too long your own counsel," Seska declared, in a tone that was shaded with pity. "You carried a grown woman's burden, and more." "I did what I had to," Fiona replied. "And now you don't have to any more," Seska reminded her. "Do you think you can live with that?" Fiona grimaced, her eyes troubled. "I don't know." 7 lost, 11 severely injured, and 18 lightly injured, Tintaval reported that evening as the Weyr recovered from their 4th fall. "That's not all," Seska reminded her glumly, nodding to her to tell Kalior the rest. "And 10 more feverish."
"We've 148 fighting dragons," Karal murmured from his end of the table. "That's nearly twice what we had 2 falls back." "But," Kalior objected, "as you just said, in 2 falls we lost nearly half that number." "Our next fall isn't for another 16 days, McCurry said. "Couldn't we send our injured back again to Eigen?" "I'm sure that Fiona could handle it," Tamar said, glancing toward the abnormally subdued weyrwoman. She stirred at his gaze, giving him a bleak, unfathomable look. Longing? Dread? He couldn't tell. 3. Wheel and turn, or bleed and burn. Flame and dodge, or between dislodge. Fort Weyr, AL 508.2.6. "It's still hard for me to accept. You're 3 turns older than when I last saw you," Tintaval marveled to Fiona as they started out of the kitchen cavern on their rounds of the sick and injured early the next morning. "It's just as hard for me to accept that everyone here hasn't become 3 turns wiser," Fiona replied.
She'd let Zinna sleep in. The youngster had been up most of the night leading the Weyr folk in their ministrations of the worst injured dragons and riders.
"Wait!" a voice called from behind them. "Wait up!" Taryn raced to them. "I thought I could help." Fiona grinned and nodded in response. "So," Tintaval said to Taryn as they started up the stairs to the highest Weyr of their convalescence, "you've 13 turns now?" Taryn smiled. "Nearly 14. She glanced at Fiona and added, "And Fiona has nearly 17. Did you know that she was born 12 days before me?" "No, I didn't." "It was funny back in Eigen, celebrating our birthdays and our birthdays." "Excuse me?" "One for our birth dates, and the other for when we turned," Fiona explained. "We turned in the 13th month," Taryn said when she noticed that Tintaval looked no more enlightened. "Because we went back in time to the summer," Fiona added. They reached the level of their first injured pair, Weyr and Jenorth, and turned right toward his Weyr. "I'll check on Weyr if you two will look at Jenorth," Tintaval suggested as they approached the entrance to Weyr's quarters. "No," Fiona said. Tintaval's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. "You'll need to learn to treat dragons, too." "I'm still learning my craft with humans, weyrwoman," Tintaval told her reprovingly. "Why don't you both check on him while I take a quick look at his dragon, and then we'll switch?" Taryn suggested diplomatically. Fiona exchanged looks with the Weyr healer. The compromise seemed acceptable to both of them. Weyr was one of Coral's wing. His right thigh had been seared through to the bone by the same thread that had lacerated his brown Jenorth through to the bones of his neck. "Good morning, Weyr," Fiona called as they entered. "How are you this day?" Weyr's face was grizzled, weathered from turns of flying high and squinting into the distance. His hair was disheveled and wavy, his lips drawn in a thin, tight line as he fought with the pain of his injury.
"Well enough, weyrwoman,"
Weyr replied, nodding to Tintaval and Taryn as he spotted them behind her. He sat up in his bed, seeming a bit put back by such an invasion of younger women, and gestured to his injury.
"We slept some last night."
Tintaval moved around Fiona and gestured for permission to examine his wounds. Weyr nodded and only twitched his lips when she began to unwrap the bandage. Tintaval hissed as the wound was uncovered. Fiona peered around her and, without changing her expression, pulled a bottle out of the sack she had slung over her shoulder, found some clean gauze, and passed it to the healer. "Sometimes the thread leaves an infection." "I'm going to have to clean out the wound," Tintaval apologized to the rider as she took the proffered bottle. "This will sting."
"No worse than thread, I'm sure,"
Weyr said gamely. He set his jaw tight as Tintaval gently poured the peroxide solution over his leg, and it foamed as it ate away the infection. Fiona, with a tight smile of sympathy, reached into her sack again and pulled out a small jar of salve that she passed wordlessly to Tintaval before stepping around her to the service hatch. She quickly scrawled an order for fellis juice and numbweed and sent the tray rushing on its way down to the kitchen cavern. "Numbweed and fellis juice are on their way," she reported to Tintaval as the healer finished her inspection of the cleaned wound and started applying the healing salve. Tintaval nodded silently. Fiona felt the woman's stern self-control and laid a hand on her shoulder assuringly. "You're doing fine, Weyr," Fiona said to the brown rider, who had noted their exchange with growing alarm. "You'll be up and about in 3-7 days, or sooner."
"And Jenorth?"
Fiona turned to look through to the brown dragon's Weyr, caught sight of Taryn motioning to her urgently, and said lightly, "Let me go check." As soon as Fiona was close enough to speak to in a voice that wouldn't carry, Taryn told her, "He slept badly last night and tore off his bandages." Fiona grimaced. There was green dragon ichor everywhere. "You should have called," Fiona said reprovingly to the brown dragon as she cleaned away the ichor. "Talent was ready to hear you."
"I didn't realize,"
Jenorth said apologetically. Fiona grinned and slapped the brown affectionately on his chest. "We'd rather you say too much than too little."
I'll remember."
"See that you do," Fiona said, leaning down beside Taryn to examine the base of the wound. Fortunately, it was forward on the neck. If the injury had been at the joint to the chest, recovery would have been much more difficult. She sighed. "The stitches have come open." Taryn nodded, absently wiping a long stream of green ichor on her tunic before wiping her forehead. "Talent, we need some thick sutures, double dragon size," Fiona called. "See if Zinna is awake." She could have called down the service hatch, but Zinna would be quicker, if she was available.
"She sleeps," Talent replied instantly. "She is having strange dreams."
"Strange dreams," Fiona mused. She never knew that dragons could tell when people were dreaming, let alone have an insight into them. "Then check with Elor," she said. A moment later, Talent responded,
"The weyrwoman will fly them up."
Surprised, Fiona moved to the edge of the weir and glanced out. In a moment, the great queen was beside her, hovering close in while Seska threw a sack attached to a rope. Fiona caught it on the first try and quickly undid the knot, then waved in thanks. "We need some new weirlings for this sort of work," Seska called as she waved in response. "I'll see what I can do," Fiona shouted back, grinning. "I'm talking with Malurth about the problem, too," Seska replied, grinning in turn. "A mating flight, or two, would also do wonders for morale." Fiona chuckled, then returned to the job of sewing up Janorth's gash. Once done, she rejoined Tintaval and Weyr. The healer had treated the Dragonrider's wound with numbweed, rebandaged it, and dosed him with Felis juice. Between them, Fiona and Tintaval managed to get Weyr settled back into his bed for a good long nap. "We'll check on Janorth before we leave," Fiona said, gesturing for Tintaval to follow her to the Brown's weir. Taryn was happily scratching the Brown's eye ridge and crooning to him encouragingly.
"You just rest up. You'll get better soon," Taryn said to him as Janorth's multifaceted eyes whirled with the green of contentment. Tintaval looked to Fiona for direction. Fiona smiled and raised an eyebrow, glancing challengingly at Janorth's resutured neck. "What sort of sutures did you use?" Tintaval wondered as she knelt down and examined Fiona's deft handiwork. "That's double dragon size," Fiona said. "Dragon size is used for most wounds. For wing work we use regular human sutures, but this required the larger ones." She paused, thinking back to her time at Eigenweir in the past, when she'd had to learn all this on her own by doing it. "When we were at Eigen, we had the hardest time getting dragon sutures until I managed to explain what we needed to the traders." "Where did they find sutures?" Tintaval asked, her eyes narrowed worriedly. "They didn't," Fiona said with a shake of her head. "They discovered that the fishers use a similar rope and convinced them to produce a sterile version." "Clever." Fiona smiled in agreement. "I often wonder how much more we could do if we asked others to help us." "That's a good thought," Tintaval said reflectively, her eyes falling on Taryn. Fiona gave her a quizzical look, but the healer merely shrugged and smiled in response, clearly not yet ready to share her thinking. It wasn't until they were seated in the kitchen cavern for a late lunch that Tintaval broached her idea. Waiting until Taryn had swallowed her last mouthful, the healer asked, "Taryn, are there any young Weyr folk who'd like to help us?" Taryn frowned in thought before saying, "Mostly Elor keeps them in classes or working, but I'm sure the ones whose fathers are riders would love to help." "We didn't check on those whose families are tending them," Fiona told Tintaval, "but there aren't that many because too many of the women are working." "In the kitchen?" Tintaval asked, glancing around at the few helpers. "In the tanneries, on the looms, in the pastures, in the storerooms, on spinning wheels, knitting, dyeing, tailoring, leatherworking, and metalworking," Taryn replied, adding, "and in the nurseries and classrooms with the children." "It was a bit of a shock to realize how much like a hold a weir really is," Fiona said with a grin. "Only there are more women than men."
Tintaval mulled on Fiona's last comment for a moment before asking, "Why is that?" "Well, with a Weyr's strength of about 500 dragons, you'd expect around the same number of mates," Fiona replied slowly as she examined the question. "I imagine that many of the boys who don't impress leave the Weyr." Tintaval's raised eyebrows begged her to explain. "They would find themselves welcomed in every craft and hall." She waved a hand expansively around the kitchen cavern. "They're well fed and tended, trained to handle most any task, so they would be a boon to any holder or crafter. And," she concluded, "there's all the prestige associated with the Weyr and being able to boast of Weyr blood." "Dragonriders are healthier than most," Tintaval mused. "The women are better fed in the Weyr, too, so they also have a better chance of surviving childbirth. So it's to a woman's advantage to stay in the Weyr instead of leaving." "And we'll never run out of work!" Taryn exclaimed. "So," Tintaval wondered, "are there any spare children we could draft to help us?" "Elor would know," Taryn said, "but I can think of at least 3 by myself." 3 would be a start," Tintaval allowed. "But we've 57 sick and injured. I'd much prefer a dozen or more." "Too many, and you'd never train them," Fiona warned. "Train some and have them train the rest," Taryn suggested, glancing at Fiona challengingly. Fiona grinned and said to Tintaval, "And that's why I made her head woman." When they approached Seska that evening at dinner with the suggestion, the weyrwoman mused, "I wonder why we didn't think of that before." "Perhaps you did," Fiona said, "but you've had a lot of distractions since then, whereas I," she gestured ruefully at herself, "have had almost 3 turns now of dealing with injured dragons." As she spoke, she realized once again that she was nearly eye level with the weyrwoman. Seska had little more than 19 turns of age. Fiona was less than 3 turns younger than her now, and, in dealing with the sick, at least, she had at least a full turn's greater experience. It was strange and difficult to remember. She was still the junior weyrwoman, but the difference in age and experience had been nearly erased. Kalior nodded thoughtfully.
"And we haven't had a healer for so long. There was no one to do the training."
"We've all those helpers when we fight fall," Seska remarked, sounding perplexed. She glanced tellingly at Fiona, who, after all, with Tanaz had borne the primary responsibility for dealing with the sick and injured. "Why didn't we think to use them to help afterward?" Elor, who had been checking on the table, heard the exchange and stepped in. "Because too many of them have regular duties during the day. We use them for first aid during the fall, but afterward we need them elsewhere." "How many are clothes makers?" Tintaval wondered. "Is that why they're so good with sutures?"
"Some are tanners and good with awls," Elor replied, "and others are midwives."
"I should have thought of them first," Tintaval exclaimed. To Elor, she said, "Please be sure to send them to me." When she saw the head woman's alarmed look, she added hastily, "I want to talk with them about midwifery."
"Don't they teach that at the healer hall?"
Elor wondered in surprise. "They do," Tintaval replied, "but there's much more to doing than can be learned from teaching." With a frown, she added, "And it's very much true that for birthing, most prefer a midwife to a healer, so it's rare that the healer hall sees a pregnancy. They never did in the turns I was there."
Elor nodded, relieved that the healer wasn't planning on drafting the midwives.
"How many of them have children?" Taryn asked.
Elor gave her a reproving look. It was obvious that she considered Taryn's involvement in the conversation to be impudent.
"That's a good question," Fiona said purposely.
Taking the hint, Elor replied, "A few."
"Perhaps those midwives would like to have their children watched during the day," Taryn said. "The ones who are too old to just run errands and call for help if it's needed could learn a lot with us," Tintaval said in agreement.
Elor nodded, a speculative look on her face. After a moment, she smiled,
glancing evilly at Pern. "I know just the one to start with, too," she exclaimed. Pern gave her a worried look, which rapidly changed to one of alarm. "Do you remember Becca?" Elor asked, her eyes dancing. Pern groaned. "The one who never sleeps?" "That's her," Elor agreed with a broad smile. She turned to Tintaval. "She's Marika's eldest, 3 months shy of 13 turns." She glanced at Pern, adding, "She's older than you." "Not any more," Fiona corrected. Elor's expression dropped. She said nothing, but Fiona could feel the older woman's anger. "You say she never sleeps?" Tintaval asked, glancing at Elor. "She takes short naps, like a fire lizard," Elor explained with a grin. "I was actually thinking of drafting her for late nights here in the kitchen." "If she's any talent with healing, and she doesn't sleep," Tintaval said thoughtfully, "she might make a good recruit to the healer hall." "The healer hall?" Elor repeated, shaking her head uncertainly. "I don't know if they could manage with someone like her." Tintaval smiled. "They managed with me." Becca proved everything that Pern remembered. Although she had 12 turns, she was small for her size, so she looked younger. It took Tintaval and Fiona only a few moments to discover that the youngster was every bit as smart and irrepressible as her mother Marika had warned. "She's a handful, make no mistake," Marika had said with a look that crossed affection with exasperation. "But she's got a big heart, and she'll listen." "But she won't follow orders unless she's convinced," Tintaval guessed. "Ah," Marika had said, her eyebrows going up. "You've met the type." "I am the type," Tintaval admitted. At Marika's look of surprise, she elaborated. "I used to keep the entire level up with my antics until Kindan arrived, and then it was just him." Marika cast a knowing look toward Fiona as she replied, smiling, "He's been known to have that effect. I've heard he's even been able to charm young girls into behaving on occasion." "He certainly had it with me," Tintaval agreed with a laugh. She continued, pressing Marika. "So, will you let Becca train with me?" "Train?" Marika had repeated in surprise. "As a journeyman healer. I can take an apprentice," Tintaval told her. "Don't you want to meet her first?" "From what I've heard, I meet her every morning in the mirror," Tintaval told her. Fiona, who'd had only a brief experience with the new healer before she'd gone back in time to Eigenweir with the Weirlings and convalescents, found this exchange alarming. Tintaval must have noticed her look. "It's a good thing in a healer," she explained. "We have to be alert in a moment and awake for long periods of time." "That'd be Becca," Pern murmured in agreement. Marika had summoned her most irrepressible child and, with some lingering reluctance, had entrusted her into Tintaval's care. Fiona's concern over the age and responsibility of the child evaporated with their first visit that morning. Not only was Becca's cheerful energy infectious, she was also genuinely concerned for the well-being of both injured rider and dragon, to the point of running up and down the stairs to the infirmary on several different errands, and still finding time to give words of comfort to both dragon and rider. "Some of the injuries are worse," Tintaval had cautioned her as they made their way to their second patient. "They won't get better if we don't help, will they?" Becca had asked. "No, they won't," Tintaval admitted. "It's like when babies are born," Becca mused. Pern made a disagreeing noise, and the young girl rounded on her. "If there's no one to help, the baby's still going to be born. Mother's there to see to it that the baby and mother live." Fiona could feel the sense of pride and vocation in the girl's tone. "If we aren't there to help, then maybe the dragons and riders would recover, or maybe they wouldn't. It's our job to see to it that they live." "Yes," Tintaval agreed. "That's it, exactly." Becca's exuberance faded when they visited the first of the seriously sick dragons. "Cirth is only hanging on," Tintaval cautioned them before entering the weir. "It's been over a fortnight," Fiona murmured, remembering her last visit to Saban and Cirth, her first time escorting Tintaval on her rounds. She remembered that Saban had been surprised at her ready willingness to clean up the nasty green ooze that Blue Cirth had coughed up, that all the sick dragons coughed up. "Will he make it?" "I don't think so," Tintaval admitted. Behind them they heard Becca sob, but before anyone could react, the girl had already run past them into the Dragonriders' quarters.
"Becca!" Saban exclaimed as he caught sight of her. "What are you doing here?"
Fiona, Tintaval, and Taryn rushed to intervene, only to halt in surprise. Becca was wrapped around Saban, her sobs muffled against the fabric of his tunic. Saban looked up at the sound of their approach, demanding,
"What is she doing with you?"
"Marika said she could help," Tintaval said, her brows furrowed in confusion. "Becca was upset about Cirth."
"Well, she would be,"
Saban said slowly, wrapping his arms tightly around the child.
"She's my daughter."
Fiona and Taryn exchanged horrified looks. Saban frowned at them until recognition dawned.
"Weyrwoman? You're back?"
He gave her an appraising look.
"You're bigger, older."
"I am," Fiona said, drawing herself up and mustering a smile for the stricken Blue Rider. "I spent 3 turns back in time at Eigenweir."
"Then perhaps there is hope,"
Saban whispered to himself. Becca pulled away from him long enough to say, "They said that Cirth is going to die." Tintaval gave Saban a tear-streaked apologetic look. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." Becca turned from her father and stared at the 3 women, demanding over her shoulder, "Tell them it isn't true, Da. Tell them that Cirth's going to be all right."
"Oh, darling,"
Saban said, wrapping his arms around her from behind and burying his head against hers.
"I wish I could."
"What about Kindan?" Becca demanded, glaring at Fiona and then Tintaval. "And that weyrwoman, Lorana?" "They're trying," Tintaval said. "They're trying as hard as they can." "Kindan won't give up, I promise you," Fiona declared. She glanced at Saban. "He saved us in the plague. He won't give up."
"A fortnight ago, I told you that he'd have to be quick," Saban reminded her, his tone bleak. Fiona glanced toward Tintaval. "Has there been any news since we left?" The Weyr healer shook her head. "You have to do something," Becca said, glaring at Tintaval. "You can't just wait for those Bendin riders." "My father was a Bendin rider," Tintaval told her with an eyebrow arched warningly. "Taval," Saban said to Becca. "Remember, I told you about him."
Becca nodded mutely, then glanced sympathetically at Tintaval. "Did you feel bad when he died?" "Yes," Tintaval said sadly.
"That's why she decided to become a healer,"
Saban told his daughter. Becca absorbed this silently. "Becca, why don't you and I see what we can do to make Cirth more comfortable?" Fiona asked, walking over to clasp the girl by the shoulder. At Saban's encouraging nod, Becca broke her embrace, slipped out from under Fiona's hand and, with a steadying breath, squared her shoulders, forced her lips into a smile, then strutted over to Cirth's weir, calling out cheerfully, "Good morning, Cirth. It's me, Becca." Fiona followed, found the mop and bucket, and started to clean up all the green ooze that the sick blue dragon had coughed up during the night. "I'll do that," Becca said several minutes later, reaching for the mop. "No," Fiona said. "You go ahead and talk with Cirth." When Becca looked ready to argue, she added, "I think he likes that." Becca gave her a tentative smile and returned to the blue, stretching on her tiptoes to reach his nearest eye ridge and scratch it. Fiona and Becca both turned at the sounds of approaching steps. Tintaval and Saban entered Cirth's lair. Fiona flashed a grateful look through the doorway at Taryn, who had stayed behind in Saban's quarters to tidy them up. "So, Cirth, how are you today?" Tintaval asked, slapping his jaw affectionately as she moved around in front of him. She pointed toward the nostrils, nodding to Fiona. "If you crouch down, You can see how congested he is." Fiona placed her mop against the wall and followed Tintaval's examination, gesturing for Becca to join them. "His nose is all full of that green stuff," Becca exclaimed, working hard to keep herself from crying and glancing worriedly at her father.
"I don't think he's got much time left, Becca,"
Saban told her quietly, reaching up to scratch Sirth's eye ridges. He looked appealingly at Tintaval. The healer shook her head. "I haven't heard anything more from Bendon," she said. She saw Becca ready to speak and added, "I don't think it will do them any good to ask. I'm sure they're working as hard and as fast as they can." "What if Bendon's not the right place?" Becca asked, her face scrunched in misery. "Why shouldn't we be looking here, at Fort? Fort's the oldest Weyr, after all." "It is," Fiona agreed. "But Kindan and Lorana came here already, and Seska and Kalior helped them search the records. The records here clearly state that special rooms were built at Bendon. That's why they went back."
"And why we aren't looking here,"
Saban said, reaching a hand out to Becca. She took it, and he pulled her against his side as he turned back to scratch Sirth's eye ridge some more.
"We have to trust that they're doing everything they can."
"But what if they don't find a cure?" Becca asked, drawing away from her father. "What if they don't find it in time for Sirth?" Saban drew a deep, steadying breath and then knelt slowly beside his daughter so that he was at eye level.
"If they don't find it soon, Sirth will die."
Becca was quiet for a long moment, her chest heaving in silent sobs. Finally, after a false start, she whispered the worry that had overwhelmed her. "Will you go with him, like Tanaz?"
"No,"
Saban told her, grabbing her tight against him and burying his face in her chest. He pushed back, his eyes streaming even as he forced a smile.
"I couldn't leave my best girl."
"You mean me?" Becca whispered, glancing up at Sirth in complete amazement that her father, who had been bonded with the blue dragon for tens of turns before she was born, would ever for a moment consider her more important. "You'd stay for me?"
"That's what we do,"
Saban assured her.
"when we're parents."
Becca stood up, pulling back from her father just enough that she could look him squarely in the eye, her hand still resting on his shoulders. "Then you'd have to come with me to the healer hall, because I'm going to be a healer." She glanced over her shoulder challengingly to Tintaval, who nodded in fierce agreement. "And if they don't find the cure at Bendon, I will." Saban's face worked for a moment as he battled his emotions. It was Sirth, however, who finally said it, as he lifted his head from Tintaval's inspection and curled his neck around so that he could look directly at Becca and Saban.
"She is your child,"
he said, so forcefully that Fiona could hear him easily. She saw that Becca, Tintaval, and Terran could all hear him too.
"She will do what she says."
The blue paused for a moment, quickly turning his head aside to cough, then turning back again.
"You must stay for her. Promise me." "I promise,"
Saban said quietly, tears leaking down his cheeks. Again Sirth twitched away to avoid spraying them with flecks of green ooze as he coughed, and again he came back, his head level with Becca's, his gaze steady on his rider.
"You will be proud of her,"
Sirth said.
"She is special, this one."
After that, Sirth turned his head back straight ahead and closed his eyes, his breathing labored but steady. "I'll stay with you tonight," Becca said, moving to wrap herself around her father as tightly as she could. Saban nodded his head against hers and clutched her close. Tintaval glanced at Fiona, seeming both embarrassed to be sharing the intimate father-daughter moment and at the same time accepting of the gift that was given them. She made to leave, but Becca glanced up at her. "I've got to go now, Father," Becca said, stepping out of her father's arms. "No," Tintaval said instantly, shaking her head. "You can stay." "I've got to go," Becca repeated with a defiant look. "I'll help the healer and learn. Maybe we'll come up with something that'll help Sirth."
"Yes,"
Saban agreed. He made a shooing gesture.
Go. Cirth and I will be fine."
"I'll be back as soon as we're done," Becca promised. She turned then and walked resolutely out of the weir, pausing only once to turn and say, "I love you, Daddy." Saban looked up from his communion with Cirth and found a smile.
"I love you too, Becca."
They hadn't gone 3 steps outside of Saban's quarters when Becca grabbed Tintaval's hand and jerked her to a halt. The healer looked down at her in surprise. "How long?" Becca demanded. "How long for what?" Tintaval asked. "How long for me to become a healer?" "It can take as little as 4 turns and as many as 8, Tintaval replied. She guessed the girl's next question, adding, "I went when I had 13 turns, and I've 19 now." "Would they take me now?" "Why don't we see how you handle the others first?" Fiona suggested calmly. Becca shot her an angry look, then dropped her eyes, saying, "Sorry, weyrwoman." "No, you're not," Fiona declared, chuckling. "You're angry, but you don't want to upset me and ruin your chances." Becca's lips quivered as she acknowledged the truth in the observation. "I'd hate for you to set your heart on something only to discover that your stomach betrays you," Fiona told her. She gestured for her to continue moving. "If you are all right when we've seen to all the injured riders and dragons, then I'd say you've a good chance." "She's awfully young," Taryn said worriedly, glancing at Fiona. "It hardly seems fair." "It's not fair," Fiona agreed. She smiled at Taryn. "But you did the same when we were in Eigen, and you weren't any older." "I'm older than I look," Becca told Taryn stoutly. "I know exactly how old you are," Taryn told her. "You used to be 2 turns and 2 months older than me, but now I've nearly 14 turns. I'm a turn less 2 months older than you." "Oh," Becca said, deflated. "I'd forgotten." A thought crossed her mind. "You don't suppose I could go back in time like you to the healer hall?" "You didn't," Tintaval told her. The young girl gave her a perplexed look. "If you had," the healer explained, "then you and I would have studied together." Becca made a big O with her mouth, her eyes going wide. "Going between times is confusing," Fiona told her with a chuckle. Becca shook off the problem, instead asking Tintaval, "So, if I do all right today, when will I go to the healer hall?" Tintaval sent a bemused and somewhat desperate glance in Fiona's direction. "You'll have to get permission," Fiona told her. "I imagine you'd need your parents and the weyrwoman's, and I suspect you'd need a recommendation from Tintaval." "And the master healer would have to accept you," Tintaval added. "Learning to be a healer takes a lot of study. Only the very best can manage." "I'll manage," Becca declared. "I'll study." "She will," Taryn vouched, earning a surprised and grateful look from the younger girl. "She always finishes what she starts." "Well," Fiona said with a tone of finality, "for now we need to finish our rounds." By evening, Tintaval's opinion of Becca was firm. She made sure that the child had had a quick bite to eat before sending her off to her father, then dispatched Taryn to let Marika know of the arrangement. "Talent could have told her," Fiona said as she watched Taryn race out of the dining cavern. "I know," Tintaval said with a grin, "but this gives us a chance to talk with the weyrwoman without either nearby." She gave Fiona a questioning look. "What do you think?" "Of Becca?" Fiona asked. When Tintaval nodded, Fiona said, "She does what she says. She watches, she listens, she learns." She paused as she reflected on the rest of the day. "She's a bit impetuous, and she's opinionated." She held up a hand as Tintaval started to interject, continuing with a smile. "As am I." Tintaval looked relieved at the admission, but quirked an eyebrow up, looking for Fiona's summation. "I think we should see how she can cope with Cirth's loss before we go any further," Fiona told her softly. Tintaval's face drained of color. She opened her mouth to ask a question, but Fiona guessed it from her expression and answered, "I think Saban will survive. I think he'll go with her to the healer hall." "Why?" Tintaval asked. Fiona could feel some bitterness in the healer's question. Why would this blue rider choose life when her own father hadn't? Because Cirth said so, Fiona replied. Tintaval's eyes widened in surprise. Your father didn't have that chance to learn his dragon's wishes, but Saban did. Then she grinned. And I'll bet that Saban wants to know what Cirth meant about her being special. I think he just means because she doesn't sleep, Taryn, who had crept up behind them stealthily, said sourly. Fiona and Tintaval started at her words. Fiona frowned at her. How much did you hear? Just the bit about Cirth saying so, Taryn admitted, not the slightest bit apologetic. Fiona got the impression that Taryn was trying to hide her feelings, that she was both impressed with Becca and a little bit jealous, and not at all happy with her jealousy. She reached over Fiona's shoulder and grabbed a couple of rolls from the basket, only to have Fiona intercept her hands and shake the rolls loose. Take these, I made them for you, Fiona told her, handing her a napkin-wrapped packet. There's some dessert there, too. She smiled at Taryn and made a shooing gesture. Now go and sit up with Becca. How did you know? Taryn asked in amazement. I know you, Fiona told her. You have a good heart and good instincts. She made another brush-away motion, adding, Call to length when the time comes. Taryn's face drained and she nodded, departing at a deliberate pace, her head hung down. The time comes? Tintaval repeated, eyeing Fiona expectantly. Cirth is going between tonight, Fiona told her. 4. Eyes whirling red, anger or dread. Eyes whirling green, a happy scene. Fort Weyr, early morning, AL 508.2.7. Zinna, come on! Fiona called as she rolled out of bed at Tallenth's warning. She reached to the head of her bed and turned over the glow, its eerie luminance only shadowing the dark of night. Zinna grumbled irritably, her eyes just gleaming under her eyelashes. It's time! Time? Zinna repeated, pushing herself up and out from under the blankets in one swift movement. Cirth? Fiona nodded grimly. We have to get moving. Tallenth, tell Malurth, Fiona thought to her dragon, not certain if the weyrwoman would want to say farewell. She sleeps, Tallenth replied, obviously reluctant to wake her. Seska had said nothing but looked both distracted and unhappy when Fiona had shared her observations on the sick and injured that evening. Fiona had turned to Kalior for guidance, but the Weyr leader looked just as surprised at his mate's reaction and shook his head minutely, so she didn't press the matter. Tallenth, Fiona said more in warning than as a question as she and Zinna rushed from her quarters into the Queen's lair. Tallenth was already up and moving. Effortlessly, she dropped over the Queen's ledge and sidled back so that Fiona and Zinna could quickly mount by jumping directly onto her neck. Before Fiona could say anything, the young Queen had leaped up and was beating the foggy air with her huge wings, climbing swiftly, unerringly toward the landing ledge of the 5th level. Fiona had a moment's irrelevant thought about how Tamar would react if he knew that she and Zinna were flying without any straps whatsoever before they were at their destination. Jump down, Tallenth told her, shifting her weight so that they could follow her near foreleg to the landing. Fiona flung herself feet first off her dragon's neck, expecting and meeting the guiding leg before landing lightly on her feet on the ledge. She helped Zinna down, and then the two were off, running towards Saban's quarters and Cirth's lair, even as Tallenth quietly beat upward in the dark to take station with the watch dragon at the Starstones. Becca! Saban! Fiona called at the entrance to the Blue Rider's quarters. She heard someone call back and quickly entered, passing through Saban's rooms, her brows furrowing as she noticed his rumpled, lumpy bed, and into Cirth's lair. Saban looked up bleakly from his position beside Cirth's head. Becca gave them a quick, grateful smile, and then turned back to her father. Taryn stood close by, looking desperate to do something useful. There were others in the room, too. Fiona recognized Marika and suddenly realized that the odd lumps she'd dismissed in Saban's bed were probably the younger children. She nodded toward Zinna, who gave her a quick look of comprehension and headed back into Saban's quarters. Shortly she could be heard quietly waking the children and bringing them into Sirth's Weyr. Tajin was there, too, and rose from the sandy floor when Fiona entered. Old Lorien was there, seated with his back against the wall on a chair brought in from Saban's room. Fiona waved him back down as he started to rise. Another green rider and, to Fiona's surprise, Hinez were in attendance.
"Saban flew in my wing,"
Hinez told her quietly as he approached. Fiona could see that he was clearly moved, even though he tried to hide it. He turned back to the blue rider and spared a smile for Becca.
"She says that she's going to be a healer."
"I expect she will," Fiona said as she followed his gaze and wondered how it was that someone so young could shoulder such a heavy burden. Zinna, who had managed to cajole the youngsters into the room and settled them, heard the comment as she rejoined Fiona and followed her gaze, remarking, "She was always bossy." Fiona snorted. The irony of the comment was lost on neither of them.
"The Weyrs raise strong women,"
Hinez said, his lips pursed tightly at some hidden memory. Mother or lover? Fiona wondered, looking at the prickly, difficult, taciturn bronze rider in a new light. Sirth coughed, a long burble that devolved into a racking wheeze that brought up more and more of the green mucus. "We're all here, Saban," Fiona murmured quietly as the blues fit passed miserably. As if her words were a signal, all the riders and weirfolk in the room closed in around them, arms wrapped, hugging. From his position behind Saban, Hinez shot Fiona a look, but she shook her head, steeling herself for what she knew she must say to Sirth. She shivered in fear until she felt a head rest on her shoulder and another arm wrap around her. "You can do this," Zinna murmured.
"Weyrwoman,"
Lorien said from her other side.
"It's time."
Fiona took a deep, steadying sigh. "Sirth, if you're ready, you can go," she called. From on high, Talent bugled encouragingly, the sound of her voice echoing around the weir before other, quieter voices responded. With an unsteady heave, Sirth found his legs, stumbled forward to the ledge outside, and fell into the air. For a moment his wings cupped the night sky, and then he was gone, between.
"No!"
Saban wailed desperately, trying to follow his blue but being restrained by all those who surrounded him.
"No! No! No!"
His voice faded into silence, broken only by the sobs of those who surrounded him, enfolding him in all the love they could muster. "He is gone," Talent said, her keen complete.
"Fiona!"
Siska's angry shout echoed around the weir bowl at first light that morning. Fiona rose quickly, but still quietly enough not to alarm Zinna. The two had just barely returned from the wake that had started with the loss of Sirth and had ended when Seban now, had collapsed, drunk beyond his pain, to be carried by Hinez and Lorien to his bed, where he was tucked in with his current partner and surrounded by piles of small children.
"He'll make it,"
Lorien had declared as he leaned on Zinna's strong shoulders. He glanced at Fiona and gave her an approving nod.
"Thank you, Weyrwoman. I know how hard it is for you."
Fiona had found no words for a reply, but Lorien hadn't expected any. Talent picked them up at the ledge and flew them back to the Queen's ledge, let them dismount, and clambered up to her bed to curl up and fall immediately into a deep sleep. Now, heading out to Talent's weir, she found the gold dragon awake, her eyes whirling a troubled red. Before Fiona could ask what was wrong, weyrwoman Seska barged in. "You should have told me!" Seska bellowed, her brown eyes flashing. "How dare you tell a dragon of my weir?" She cut off abruptly, her eyes going wide as Malurth bellowed from the weir beyond. "What is it?" Fiona asked, suddenly more alarmed by Seska's silence than her rage.
"The bronzes are blooding their kills,"
Talent replied, her tone sounding eager, excited, passionate in a way that Fiona had never heard from her before. "Go!" Seska cried. "Take Talent!" And with that, she turned on her heel and rushed out of the room. "Talent?" Fiona repeated in confusion. Zinna appeared in the doorway, looking bleary-eyed and disheveled.
"What's going on?"
"The bronzes are blooding their kills," Fiona reported. "Talent?" Zinna asked, rising and glancing to the weir beyond. There was a bellow from Malurth as the gold soared by outside, heading for the cattle pens. Zinna gave Fiona a shove. "Take Talent and go!" "Go?" Fiona repeated. Talent was already moving, her eyes whirling excitedly. She was more alive, more alert, even more sleek-looking than Fiona remembered ever seeing.
"Where?" "Anywhere. Malurth is rising to mate."
As soon as the words penetrated Fiona's brain, she raced over to Talent and forced the queen out and over the ledge, jumping onto her back and urging her into the air. Seska's bizarre rage made sense now. The weyrwoman had been responding unconsciously to her dragon's emotions.
"But I want to stay,"
Talent protested, seeming ready to fight with Fiona over the issue. "No," Fiona snapped, urging Talent up and up until they were over the Starstones. Where to go? Fort Hold was too close. Eigenweir was... She checked herself and brought up the image of Eigenweir, remembered the time, pictured the sun bright in the sky, and gave Talent the image. The gold was still reluctant, becoming more excited as she heard the bronzes bugling and Malurth's taunting responses, but Fiona persisted, and then they were between. Talent grumbled irritably as they emerged from between into the early morning heat of Eigen. Fiona could hardly blame her. The heat was so great it felt like a physical blow, and she wasn't straining her wings to keep them airborne. "Just land at the Starstones," she instructed soothingly. Talent complied, altering her flight into a slightly turning glide that brought them to a perfect stop beside the Starstones. As she'd hoped, there was a breeze flowing up there. Down in the Weir Bowl, she knew, it would be stifling even at this time of year. By night it would be as cold as it was at Fort Weir, but night was 8 or 9 hours away, and the hottest part of the day was still to come. Fiona slid off Talent's neck and clambered down her foreleg to wander over to the Starstones and leave her gold a moment to stretch.
"I like it here."
Talent's thought came so closely on Fiona's that for a moment the weyrwoman wasn't sure who had spoken. Fiona nodded, silent, and padded over to the edge of the weir bowl to peer inward. Dust swirled as a light wind fanned it, then settled again. Fiona could almost imagine the dust as the result of invisible dragons and riders preparing for a fall. She smiled to herself. She wondered what Fadan would say about the mating flight and where she had chosen to flee. Then, with a pang of regret, she realized that she would never be able to ask him. So many ghosts. She felt Talent reach out worriedly in her direction, a tendril of comfort in the morning heat, and allowed herself to lean against it, almost as though it were something physical and she could caress herself with it. Talent ruffled her wings, offering,
"Maybe we would be cooler in our weir."
"It's not our weir anymore," Fiona reminded her sadly. Who might have occupied it in the 7 turns since their departure? Had any queen dragons been sent back with the injured of the other weirs?
"Why would they send queen dragons?"
Talent asked, picking up Fiona's unvoiced thought. Why indeed, Fiona mused, trying to keep her thoughts more quiet, more to herself. It wasn't as though there were any injured queens, and as far as she knew, only a handful were as young as Talent, fewer now with the loss of Lorana's Arith. But even if all the queens were mature and ready to mate, would the Weyrs be able to recover the losses caused by the sickness? Was that why she had been led back in time here by the mysterious Queen Rider? "I need to check the records," Fiona told Talent. The Queen rumbled in annoyance, making it clear that if they weren't going to their old weir, then she'd just as soon stay where she was. But Fiona reinforced her request, making it an order, and Talent irritably unfurled her wings and extended her foreleg for Fiona to climb. Malurth was rising, Fiona thought to herself in the deepest part of her mind. The Bronzes, all of them, would be chasing her. The Bronze Riders would have only one thought, to catch the Queen. Their emotions would be strong, their thoughts concentrated on the passions that emanated from their beasts. Talent bugled loudly and Fiona shook herself. It seemed that even when she tried hard to keep her emotions to herself, her dragon could sense them. And she realized with a mixture of dread and elation, she was feeling her dragon's arousal. She took a deep, calming breath as she forced images of Tamar, Hinez, Kalior, Mikuri, and, most of all, Kindan from her mind. "Our time will come," Fiona promised Talent fiercely. The sound her queen made in response had no irritation in it at all. The heat in the records room was stifling, the air still, and Fiona was soon sweating profusely as she dragged record after record into and out of the range of the thin beam of light she'd managed to coax from the outside by dull mirrors. She calmed herself first by locating the old records of the last fall, and was pleased to see that they were exactly where she'd remembered them. If anyone else had bothered with them, they'd clearly put them back carefully, but judging by the layers of dust, Fiona was pretty certain that hers were the last hands to touch them. She moved slowly, partly to defeat the heat, but more to keep her thoughts from intruding into Talent's awareness. The Queen was drowsing back at the Starstones, happy with the light breeze even as it tapered off with noonday sun. She had to keep her notes in her head, and found it difficult, especially as the dust made her more parched. She promised herself that she'd stop in at the Weyrhold later before heading back. It would be good to see Nuella and Zenor again. She made herself focus on the issue that had driven her here. How often did queens rise when thread fell? How many eggs were in each clutch? And how long did it take from mating to clutching? Clutching to hatching? Hatching to being able to go between? The information was not as difficult to find as it was to pin down. Fiona found herself going through turns and turns of records. She would get some inkling, and then another mating flight or hatching would throw her numbers off. Was a clutch 21 or 31 eggs? Was 1 gold egg or 2 gold eggs common? Was it 12 weeks or 15 weeks from mating flight to hatching? Whenever she thought she'd got it sorted, nailed down with the certainty of someone like Virilin, the meticulous master archivist, or someone worried about exactly how many fighting dragons a Weyr would have by when, she would find some new entry that disagreed with her carefully deduced findings. Worse, the newest records had been written in the interval, which was less important to her than the records of the second pass, which had deteriorated and were harder to read. One item in the newer records alarmed her more than any other. The recurring mention of few mating flights, right up to the time when Tanaz, the last junior weyrwoman at Eigen, elected to go to Fort Weyr, causing depleted Eigen to finally merge with Telgar. Were there supposed to be more mating flights? The records in the interval showed no such alarm, and the records from the second pass made no more than passing mention, small gloating entries amid reports of thread injuries in lost riders and dragons. Something told her that Talent had fallen asleep, and Fiona realized with a start that the arousal that had kept her so tense had drained away. Malurth had been flown by Reneth. She could feel it. It was a good thing, she decided, even as she got the feeling that Hinez was angrier than ever up in his Weyr, drinking himself into a dazed stupor. She could go back now. She probably should. Rebelliously, she bent back over the records. She paused when she came upon a harper's ballad, part of the teaching songs. "Count 3 months and more, and 5 heated weeks, a day of glory, and in a month who seeks?" That sounded like mating, but a day of glory, was that the mating flight or hatching? She frowned, picking up another record she'd placed close by and bringing it into the light. Her frown deepened. 3 months and more. That was the time from mating to clutching. 5 heated weeks was easy to guess, the time from clutching to hatching. The day of glory. So what did "in a month who seeks" mean? In a month, weyrlings could go between? Seek? Fiona sat back in her chair, out of the light and the heat, her face set sourly as she thought back, trying to remember what Talent had been like at the end of her first month out of the shell. She shook her head irritably. She couldn't imagine Talent going between then.
But you didn't try.
Fiona raised her head, glancing toward where Talent was sleeping as she tried to identify the source of the thought. Was it her? Was it Talent? Was it someone else? She rose from her chair and carefully piled the records together, placing them back in their correct locations with all the care she'd take to oil her dragon or run her Weyr. Run her Weyr. The thought staggered Fiona. She stopped dead in her tracks. She had been back at Fort Weyr for less than 5 days before she had returned here. Was she so used to being in charge that she could no longer cooperate with others, could only be the weyrwoman? There was only one way to find out, by trying. Eigenweir was empty now. There was no one here who needed her. "Talent!" Fiona called loudly, rousing the dozing dragon. "Let's go."
Are we going to see Noellisk?
Talent wondered even as she launched herself from her perch and glided down toward their old quarters. "No, we're going back to the Weyr," Fiona said. "They'll need us there." One thing she had read over and over in her perusing of the records was how useful the other Queen Riders proved on the day of a mating flight. They were the only ones not present during the emotional turmoil of the Union, and so still able to manage the needs of the Weyr. Aside from disconsolate bronze riders, there was a Weyr still occupied by sick dragons, injured riders, injured dragons, and worried weirfolk. They needed Fiona. She mounted Talent and built the image of Fort Weyr in her mind even as her great dragon labored to gain altitude. "Seska will expect us to help out," Fiona told her dragon as she instructed her to go between. The cold of between was a tonic for her, washing away the numbing heat of hot Eigen and revitalizing her in a way that she'd never noticed previously. She burst into the air above Fort Weyr and was not surprised to find that the watch dragon was slow in challenging her.
He says that Reneth flew her,
Talent reported as she overflew the dragon pair, and Fiona waved down in greeting at the rider. The Gold's tone was disgruntled, not just because she already knew that, but also, Fiona discovered, because Talent felt let down by the whole affair, almost as though she'd had to leave a party that she wanted to join. "You can't be jealous of your mother," Fiona chided her with a humorous tone. She felt Talent's muted response and realized that her queen had already recognized her own feelings and regretted them. "Your turn will come soon enough." Again, she felt Talent's mixed emotions. This time she got a good enough distinction that she could soothe her fears. "I'll be fine," Fiona told her with all the confidence she could muster. "Remember, I've already practiced." Fiona found that, even though she'd practiced, the memory still had her blushing. She knew enough from the mating flights of greens to expect that she would find her emotions tied to her dragon's desires, and she was certain, no, she corrected herself, she hoped that she would be able to handle the mating flight. There were records of what happened to those riders who couldn't control their dragons. Fiona took a steadying breath. Some of those records made grim reading. "Where's Taryn?" Fiona asked Talent as they glided toward her quarters.
She's with Fijian,
Talent responded. "All right, where's Becca?" Fiona asked, guessing that the younger weirfolk would be quickest to recover.
She's with Zinna,
Talent replied. Of course, Zinna would be guarding and protecting the youngsters no matter how much passion beat about her. She was a natural parent. "Take me to them," Fiona said.
"They're in Seaban's quarters,"
Talent responded, changing the angle of her flight. "Tell them I'm coming," Fiona said as she leaped down from her dragon and onto the landing ledge. Seaban was sleeping in his bed when Fiona entered the room. Zinna was seated on a chair beside the bed, with Becca on her lap. Becca had a faded smile on her face, the sort of love-everyone look that Fiona recalled from her own experiences of children and mating flights. Zinna looked very much like a mother or big sister caring for a little one.
"She made the feelings okay,"
Becca murmured, surprising them all. She sat up with the barest hint of an impish grin on her face, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Fiona.
You missed it. Malurth flew Reneth. It was great.
Yes, Fiona agreed. She glanced at Seaban. I just wanted to make sure. She faltered, not wanting to remind Seaban of his loss. I should go check on the others.
By all means, weyrwoman,
Seaban said, sitting up in his bed while at the same time carefully plucking Becca from Zinna's lap and setting her on her feet.
Why don't you take Becca? She seems to be all recovered now.
Fiona nodded and glanced at Zinna. The girl yawned and said to Seaban,
Can I stay here a bit?
I'd appreciate the company,
Seaban told her, then turned to Fiona.
Weyrwoman?
Of course, Fiona said, reaching a hand for Becca. Come on, Becca. We'll have Talent take us down to the kitchen cavern and see what we can cook up, shall we? Becca's eyes bugged out. I can ride your queen? If your father doesn't mind that I don't have straps, Fiona said, glancing at Seaban and adding ruefully, We left in rather a hurry this morning.
Please, Daddy,
Becca begged, making her blue eyes as big as she could, thrilled at the prospect of riding on a queen dragon. I'll be extra careful, Fiona said. I promise.
I'm sure she's safe with you, weyrwoman,
Seaban said. Okay, Fiona said as she set Becca down on the ground of the weir bowl. First we need to see if fires are lit, and if they are... She raised an eyebrow, inviting the young girl to finish the thought for her. Claw, Becca declared. We should make lots of claw. And tea. Yes, Fiona agreed. Tea would be good. I expect people will be hungry, too, and will probably want to get help. What about the head woman? What if she needs to rest? Fiona asked, forcing any hint of a leer out of her expression. I'm sure I know some youngsters who'll help, Becca said. She made a slight face as she added, They're not all as quick as I am, but they'll do. Then we should get them, Fiona agreed as they entered the kitchen cavern. And when we've got claw and tea and hot rolls and we're ready, why don't you take some to the weir leader and weyrwoman? Becca's eyes widened and she shook her head. You'll do fine, Fiona assured her. She gestured toward the hearth. First, the claw. 15 short minutes later, Becca walked slowly out of the kitchen cavern, balancing a tray in her hands with exaggerated care. Fiona watched her out of the corner of her eye and then turned her attention to the recovering weirfolk. It was a good flight, Elor declared as she bustled into the kitchen cavern and nodded in thanks to Fiona. Malurth blooded 4 kills before she took off, and in the instant all the bronzes were after her. She paused long enough to shake her head in surprise before adding, And some browns, too. Fiona gave her an encouraging look, so Elor, after pouring herself a full mug of claw, perched near the hearth and continued. It seemed forever before the first suitor dropped out, one of the browns, then a bronze, another bronze, and finally a brown. Well, I can tell you we were all in a state, Elor said, particularly when someone shouted that Hinez's Gnurth was closest. She paused dramatically. But Malurth just bugled another challenge and rose higher and flew faster. Fijian's Ladurth was the next to drop out, she said. She shook her head again. I don't know what the boy was thinking. Then she smirked, saying, Probably wasn't thinking, was he? Fiona nodded in agreement. Gnurth dropped out a moment later, and then it was down to Mavalur's Linth, Mikuri's Barinth, and of course Kalior's Reneth. Reneth flew her, Fiona said, hoping to hasten Elor in her story, but the head woman was not to be rushed. He did, but it's how he did it that's worth the telling, Elor replied, pausing once more, eyes shining brightly as she realized that she'd kept her audience still ensnared. She paused dramatically, then said, It was Mikuri's Barinth who caught her first. Really? Fiona asked, surprised. Yes, and then Linth, Elor continued. Reneth was a distant third. Fiona gestured for her to speed up. Well, Malurth, clever lass, just folded her wings and let the other 2 try to hold her. They couldn't, and they had to let go or risk tearing open her belly. So with a cry of triumph,
She fell through them and prepared to soar away when— Reneth caught her, Fiona guessed. Exactly, Elor said, not pleased that the weyrwoman had guessed the climax. Only she tried the same trick, going all limp. But Reneth was strong enough for the both of them, Fiona said. No, Elor said, her voice a mixture of glee and admiration. He was smarter than the others. He went limp with her, and they plummeted together. Fiona murmured in admiration. So finally, just as they were almost too low, Malurth relented and spread her wings, and then— They mated, Fiona concluded. It was a brilliant flight, Elor agreed with a firm nod. She drained her claw and gave Fiona a sly look, saying, Of course we all celebrated. Celebrated? Well, you know what I mean, Elor replied. A good flight. Elor nodded. And much needed. Elor's responding nod was emphatic. With all those sick and our casualties, it's been the only glimmer of hope since before the fire lizards were banished.
Threadfall's at Nerat and Upper Crom tomorrow,
McCrory remarked conversationally as the wing leaders sat at dinner that night.
Bendon and Telgar,
Inez said dismissively.
I thought Bendon was under strength,
McCrory persisted, glancing at Kalior. The weir leader made no response. His attention focused fondly on Seska. They were holding hands.
Bendon's injured and older weirlings timed it,
Mavalar reported. When the others looked at him in surprise, he added, nonplussed,
Matal contacted me with the news. They have 32 healed dragons and riders, 25 weirlings now old enough to fight, and—
He paused dramatically, shifting his gaze to catch Kalior's eyes.
10 recovered from the sickness. 10?
Recovered, Fiona and Tintaval echoed in unison.
That's what he said,
Mavalar affirmed. But
that's the first we've heard of recoveries,
Kalior said, glancing hopefully at Seska. They lost over 60 and they've got more still sick, at least 40, Seska replied grimly.
10 out of 100 isn't so good,
McCrory observed. It's better than none, Inez and Fiona objected at the same time. Fiona shot a glance at the bronze rider. He seemed as dismayed by their unified response as she was.
They've nearly 4 wings for their Threadfall,
Mavalar said, sounding hopeful.
And Telgar's strength is more than enough,
McCrory said by way of agreement.
We've nearly 2 weeks before our next fall,
Inez remarked. Fiona couldn't decipher his tone. Was he pleased or upset? Maybe both, she decided, glancing at him thoughtfully. Fiona noticed Seska absently chewing on the edge of her finger, a sure sign that the weyrwoman was worried about something. Weyrwoman? Fiona said, raising an eyebrow inquiringly.
What is it, Seska?
Kalior asked with a nod toward Fiona, grateful that she'd commented on the weyrwoman's mood. It's not our place, I know, Seska said, forcing her hands under her thighs. But I'm worried about Telgar.
Worried? Why?
McCrory asked.
They've got the strength. They even sent their injured back in time to Eigen,
Inez said. They've still got sick dragons, don't they? Seska said, nodding toward Kalior.
They do,
Kalior said slowly, his expression grim. They're not going to fly with them, are they? Fiona asked, turning to Tintaval for confirmation. When the healer shrugged, Fiona turned her questioning look to Seska. Isn't that dangerous? It is, Seska agreed. Matal tried it once.
And it was a disaster,
Kalior finished. He shook himself.
The Weyrs are autonomous. They rule themselves,
Inez said. Maybe, Seska began tentatively. All eyes turned toward her, and she flushed. Well, it would be awkward, but perhaps we could offer to help them.
Help?
Inez exclaimed, eyebrows arched in surprise.
Help a full-strength Weyr? I doubt Dagan at Telgar would appreciate such an offer,
McCrory said with a sideways glance toward Inez.
I'm not sure I'd appreciate such an offer in similar circumstances,
Kalior said. Seska gave him a shocked look.
Coordinating different riders from other Weyrs can be difficult, can even cause greater injuries.
So we're to say nothing to Telgar? Seska asked,
glancing at the wing leaders, including Kalior. Kalior pursed his lips in a grimace and then nodded. "Even though his dragon is among the sick?" The others looked at her in surprise, so she added, "Didn't you hear the drum message to Kentai this morning?" "I did," Fiona said. She flushed as she confessed, "but I didn't think about what it might mean." Inez glanced at her, then said to Seska,
"You can't ask a man like Dagan to—"
"See reason?" Seska asked.
"Stand down in the face of his duty," Kalior corrected her.
"No," Seska said with a sigh. "I suppose not." Fiona reached over and patted the weyrwoman on the shoulder. "It will be all right." Seska glanced up at her and shook her head. "You can't say for certain." "No," Fiona agreed, "but we can hope." Tintaval caught her eye. "Could you help me with the last of the rounds?" "Of course," Fiona said. Immediately she summoned Talent, who carried them up to the first level on which they had patience. "You seem to have read my mind," Tintaval said as Fiona helped her dismount. "I was hoping we'd avoid the stairs this time." "Actually, I wasn't really thinking," Fiona admitted. "What did you do during the mating flight?" "I went to Eigen," Fiona said. "I thought reading records might distract me." "And did your search of the records give you any hints on how to deal with weyrwomen?" Fiona shook her head. "I would have thought as much myself," Tintaval said to Fiona's surprise. With a laugh, the healer explained. "They were written by the weyrwomen mostly." "Oh," Fiona said. "I missed that." "So what would have helped were records of how they dealt with their terrible, upstart, snappish, recalcitrant junior weyrwomen," Tintaval said, smiling. "Take that and just reverse it for how to deal with weyrwomen." Fiona frowned. The topic was not something she wished to pursue at the moment. The healer seemed to notice, for she merely gestured with a nod for Fiona to precede her as they made their way to their first patient. It was late when Fiona finally settled back in her bed, exhausted by the day's events and her efforts, but also strangely nervous, anticipatory, strung out. Zinna had decided to stay at Seaban's that night along with Becca to keep the ex-Dragonrider company. Fiona slept fitfully, as she always did when she had to spend the night by herself. Even so, she still slept better than she'd ever slept in her old home at Fort Hold. Here she always had Talent's comforting presence in the back of her mind, a constant reassurance that she was never truly alone. She arose shortly before dawn, cold and anxious. She heard Talent in the weir beyond, shaking and making strange noises in her sleep. Perplexed, Fiona sat up, pulled on her nightgown, found her slippers, and paced over to her queen. She slipped her mind close to Talent's, resting a hand on the great queen's neck, trying to ease her fears. The queen wouldn't quiet, her twitches and noises abating only slightly. Fiona stiffened, feeling some of the pain and worry that was troubling Talent. Something bad was about to happen. Something terrible. Alarmed, Fiona shook Talent. "Wake up!" The gold dragon startled awake, turning her head to gaze at Fiona in surprise. "What is it?" she asked worriedly. "Do you feel anything?" Fiona asked, sending a tendril of memory toward her, reminding her of how she'd slept. "Something is coming. Something soon," Talent responded, trembling. Fiona moved beside her, her hand raised to an eye ridge in an attempt to soothe the great queen, but Talent turned away, her head craning toward the weir's entrance, her nostrils flaring. Fiona moved up beside her onto the queen's ledge. The weir bowl was silent and still. Suddenly, fear gripped Fiona as Talent bugled loudly in the dawn, her cry alerting the watch dragon, who echoed it, and Fiona was lost, stricken. "Dagan! No!" The words that tore out of her mouth were not hers. In that moment she felt a wave of horror and wrenching loss. "The Weyrs! They must be warned!" The voice wasn't hers. It came to her from elsewhere, like a horrified echo that raked her mind. "Fiona! Fiona!" Someone was shaking her. She opened her eyes and looked up, only barely recognizing Seska. "What is it? What happened?" "The Weyrs," Fiona said aloud, tears streaming down her cheeks as panic, fear, and an unbearable sorrow tore through her. "They must be warned." Her eyes went wide. "Dagan's Kaloth is too confused by the sickness. Dagan, Telgar, they went to fight Thread, but they're lost. Lost between."
"Rouse the Weyr!" Cleor's voice shouted. "Reneth!"
In moments, all of Fort Weyr was awake, dragons soaring from their weirs down to the foggy Weyr bowl, their cries deafening, wave after wave of sound that beat through Fiona's chest and reverberated with her heartbeat. Talent was beside her, reaching for her protectively, grabbing her with her talons, jostling Seska and Cleor aside as she placed her rider firmly on her back and launched herself into the sky with one blaring scream. Fiona had only an instant to marvel at Talent's behavior before she was struck again from the inside out as though she were being blown open by a force not her own. And then, suddenly, she knew. She felt Reneth and Malurth beside her, Tamar's Zarenth, felt all the bronzes, all the browns, all the blues, all the greens of Fort Weyr. Felt them as though they were inside her, and she screamed. She screamed with pain, she screamed with awe, and she screamed with power. In desperation, she spread the power to Seska and then Cleor, and the two stood below her on the Queen's ledge, transfixed. The power grew even more, and she felt it, thankfully, shift from her. No longer the sole focus, Fiona found that she could still breathe, that her chest was heaving, her ears were smarting from all the sounds, her eyes were cried out, and her panic was still overwhelming. The power had gone to Bendon, to one person. How could one person hold such power? She felt an echo, the slightest of contacts. Was this the person who had brought her back in time to Aigen? The sensation felt similar, but not quite the same. The power was searching, seeking frantically, and not finding. Its desperation grew, and Fiona found herself gasping again as more power surged up through her from the dragons and riders of Fort Weyr to join with Seska before flowing to Bendon, and still failing to find what it sought. Finally, a lone dragon was found, clasped, recovered, and even as the power triumphed, it felt something that caused it to pause. And then Fiona was herself once more, gasping and crying out in relief as Talent stopped bugling, as the dragon settled, as the power faded, and she felt only like someone who had been burned from the inside out. The pain and suffering, the loss of all those Telgar dragons, felt like a hole inside her, tugging at her with a desperate urgency. "We need to go," Fiona whispered to herself. "We need to go to Telgar." Talent rumbled in assent, but exhausted could only glide back to the ground near their Weyr. "Telgar is no more," Seska said. She helped Fiona down from her dragon and wrapped comforting arms around the younger woman. Fiona let herself fall into the embrace and could only make the smallest of sounds when Cleor joined them, and the three, Weyr leaders all, silently commiserated over their pain. 5. Weyrwoman, your duty is clear. To the needs of the Weyr adhere. Choose your mate with greatest care, so all the Weyr folk will best fare. Fort Weyr, later, AL 508.2.8. Fiona was the first to break the embrace. She gave Seska and Cleor a look that made it clear that she was doing it reluctantly, that nothing would have pleased her more than to stay in their warmth much, much longer. She was not surprised to see Seska nod in understanding. They had shared too much in the horrifying moments when they had felt the death of all the dragons and riders of Telgar Weyr, and the amazing display of power from Bendon. "I should go," Fiona said, wiping tears from her eyes. "Talent is the oldest queen not leading a Weyr. They'll need us." Seska nodded. Fiona continued, "Malurth will be sure to lay a gold, and—" She trailed off, not certain which words to use. "We can't leave Telgar empty with Aigen empty too," Seska agreed.
But are you certain you're up for it?" Fiona wanted to tell her no, she wasn't, but her duty was clear. Fort was in good hands, Telgar in none. She didn't trust her voice, so she forced herself to nod. Kalior glanced at Seska in a wordless communion before saying to Fiona, "I'll send Tamar and a wing with you." "We'll help with the falls," Seska added, glancing to Kalior. She shook her head, still in shock. "A whole weir, lost in a moment." "Degan's Kaloth was too confused by the illness," Kalior reminded her. "They jumped between without proper coordinates." "All of them?" Seska asked, looking to Fiona, even though she knew the answer. "I think so," Fiona said. She made a face. "I was only part of it. You felt it. It was like all of me, of us, was grabbed and directed from Bendon." "Lorana," Seska said. "She tried to find Degan and the others." She shook her head. "I don't know how she did it, let alone why she chose you." "I've never met her," Fiona said. Seska shrugged the issue off. "What do you need for Telgar?" "I'd like Taryn and Zinna to come," Fiona said. "I'll need their help." "We'll send them on with Tamar," Seska promised. She looked at Kalior. "Should we send anyone else?" "Their healer was a Dragonrider," Kalior said with a frown. Whatever else he was going to say was lost as he glanced out toward the Weyr bowl and saw the growing clusters of Dragonriders and Weirfolk approaching. "I should go now," Fiona declared. "They'll be grief-stricken at Telgar." She clambered back onto Talenth's neck. "I'll send word as soon as I can." "I understand," Seska said, gesturing Fiona skyward. "Go now. We'll send others along as soon as we can." Fiona was just urging Talent into the air when a voice cried out, "Wait!" Zinna was running toward her, her face wet with tears, her look determined. "You're not going without me!" Gladly, Fiona reached down for her. Dragonriders boosted Zinna up to her, and the young Weyr girl clambered up the rest of the way. "You left me once. You're not leaving me again." Talent had nearly reached the heights and the Starstones when Zinna jerked her head around and pointed, shouting over her shoulder to Fiona, "Look!" As they drew closer, Fiona saw Seaban and Becca hurrying toward them. Seaban was carrying a large carry sack and had a coil of something on his shoulder, and Becca toted a large, lumpy bundle. "We're coming with you, weyrwoman," Seaban announced as Talent steadied into a hover beside the weir's edge. "What about the healer hall?" Fiona called back in surprise, glancing from Becca to Seaban and back again. Becca merely shook her head. "We're coming with you." Fiona smiled at the youngster's spirit. With an abundance of energy and no lack of courage, Becca leaped toward Fiona, whose surprised squeak was enough to alert Zinna. Between the two of them, they managed to haul the youngster into position on Talent's back. Seaban, with a wry look for his daughter, managed a more practiced transition and was soon mounted in front of Zinna, with Becca placed carefully between them. "We've got no straps!" Fiona cried, annoyed with herself and chagrined for the time now turns past when she'd berated Tamar for a much milder stunt. "We've straps," Seaban called, whipping a line of leather from around his shoulder and deftly looping it under Talent's chest. Catching the far end as it whipped up, he smiled at Fiona and said, "We've cargo too precious to lose." Even so, Fiona impressed upon Talent the delicacy of their passengers, but she needn't have worried. Talent pumped her great wings smoothly and lifted the four of them effortlessly toward the Starstones, where the watch-dragon bugled in honor and his rider saluted them. Fiona took a deep, steadying breath and pulled the image of Telgar into her mind, corrected it for the later time of day, and said to Talent, "Let's go." "It looks abandoned," Fiona thought sadly as Talent wheeled once more over the heights of Telgar Weir. No dragon challenged them. Below, no one moved. The air was cold, full of winter, with less of the dampness that she always felt at Fort Weyr. There is so much to guard here, Fiona thought as she scanned past the Weyr bowl
and southward beyond to the great wheat plains of Telgar, and then westward toward Crom and the coal mountains to its north. She felt Zinna's hand grip her thigh tightly and realized that she wasn't the only one who felt the pall that had fallen on the weir below them. She wondered if Zinna also recognized the great importance of this weir. Without Telgar, the center of Pern could not survive against Thread. Who, she wondered suddenly, was flying the fall now raining at Upper Crom? "Talent, check with Lorinth. There's a fall at Crom," Fiona said.
"Lorinth says that it is all right and asks you to stay at Telgar,"
Talent responded a moment later. "We'll land," Fiona announced to the others. "This must be the very worst for them," Becca said sympathetically. She glanced up at her father's back, then turned back to Fiona, sharing her feelings with her eyes. Fiona had no trouble interpreting the look. The very worst was even worse than Seaban losing his dragon. "Yes, it must be," Fiona agreed. "Our job is to make it better." Talent descended smoothly into the weir bowl. Just as she was ready to pull up and land, she let out a great bellow that echoed once around the weir, and then she repeated it, modulating her tone to a keen, a warble of pain and anguish. Fiona was surprised at Talent's behavior, but quickly comprehended her purpose. The queen had returned. The weir would live. It would prosper. She declared it. "My beautiful, beautiful love," Fiona cried in praise.
"This is our weir now. We will do well here,"
Talent told her. "Talent has declared this to be her weir," Fiona told the others as she threw her right leg over her queen's neck and slid full tilt toward the ground, certain that Talent would cushion her fall with a well-placed leg. And so she did. Zinna was next, then Becca, lowered down gingerly by Seaban, who followed her with their baggage and then leaped nimbly down himself. Fiona looked around, trying to decide what to do next. Talent decided for her. With another loud bugle, the gold dragon took to the air, climbed steadily, passing by each and every opening until she arrived at the Starstones, and with a sorrowful cry took station, watch dragon for a morning weir. "We'll need some claw," Fiona said, spotting the kitchen cavern and setting off toward it. "And then some food, and then—"
"A fitting ballad,"
a grim voice spoke up from the distance. Fiona and the others turned to see a middle-aged man, stooped and stricken, dressed in harper's blue, approaching from near the hatching grounds. Fiona nodded to her companions, and Seaban and Becca continued on toward the kitchen cavern, intent on providing sustenance for the doubtless weary weirfolk. Zinna elected to wait for the harper, who said as he approached,
"Norik, we're Harper."
"Zinna of Fort Weyr," Zinna replied. Then she shook her head. "Of Telgar now."
"There is no Telgar,"
Norik said. "By the first egg there is!" Fiona exclaimed. She hadn't meant to yell, but she heard her voice echoing off the bowl walls. From on high, Talent cried in loud agreement.
"Who says so?"
Norik demanded, sweeping a hand around the empty weir.
"Who will fly the thread that falls even now at Upper Crom?"
"I say so," Fiona roared back, turning to stare down the weary man. "I, Fiona of Aigen, Talent's rider, say that there is a Telgar weir, and that we will fight Thread whenever and wherever it falls." As if in answer, Talent bugled once more, this time in challenge. Fiona only had a moment to marvel at her actions. How much of her outburst had been her, and how much her dragon? She didn't know if what she was doing was right. To her knowledge, no one had ever done it before. But, just as she felt Talent's stalwart declaration, she felt that it was the right thing to tell those who survived at Telgar that there was a queen dragon who was theirs, and a weyrwoman who would stand for them. Her call was answered loudly by Bronze Zorenth, Bronze Ladurth, Bronze Gnurth, and more than 20 browns, greens, and blues.
"Aigen?"
Norik repeated numbly, his gaze stuck on the approaching wing of dragons like a dying man offered a final glimmer of hope.
"You come from Aigen?"
"I was there, turns back," Fiona said, surprised by her own words. She raised her voice as she continued. High reaches flies for Telgar today, and Fort has sent its wings.
That is good,
Norik said, shaking his head.
But there is still no Telgar.
There will always be a Telgar, Fiona said firmly. Norik looked doubtful as he glanced toward the bowl and the dragons and riders dispersing within it.
This is a sad day.
You were right. We will need a ballad, Fiona told him, nodding consolingly. And I would like you to write it, if you can. She held his eyes. Honor is due this day.
For the living or the dead?
Norik wondered.
Both,
Tamar said as he approached.
You are Norik, the harper.
The harper looked at him, straining as he examined Tamar, his eyes going wider as he recognized him.
You look like Tamar, but you seem older.
3 turns at Eigen, Tamar agreed calmly. Norik mouthed the word Eigen with something like hope. Tamar held out his hands to the anguished man, saying,
I grieve for your loss.
What's he doing here? Fiona asked, pointing toward Henez as they settled themselves at the nearest table in the kitchen cavern, and she had a chance to survey the riders Kalior had dispatched.
He claimed the right,
Tamar told her quietly.
He'd argued for the first available transfer, and this was it.
Fiona frowned. She'd forgotten Henez's argument with Kalior so many turns ago for her and those who had come back in time from Weyr, so recently for the bronze rider. Henez had demanded the right to transfer to the first available Weyr.
We need all the riders we can get,
Tamar reminded her.
We've only 40 in all.
More would have come, Fijian added with a nod toward her. When Kalior asked for volunteers, nearly every man in the Weyr stepped forward.
He grinned as he told her.
All those who'd been with us in Eigen, of course, but even those who hadn't were eager.
Well, Kalior has his own falls to fight, Fiona said agreeably. Her expression fell as she glanced at Henez once more.
Don't be fooled by him,
Seaban spoke up from where he sat, nodding toward Henez, as he helped Becca tend a pot near the hearth. Fiona shot him a surprised look, and the ex-Dragonrider explained.
He's a good leader. He looks after his riders and makes them look after his dragons.
You were in his wing.
And proud of it, weyrwoman,
Seaban declared. She noticed that he hadn't stressed her title and took it for the reproof it was. He needs a smaller head, she muttered.
Unlike some,
Seaban teased in response, surprising her at his hearing. Fiona dimpled, then made a dismissive gesture with her hand and turned back to Tamar, who gave her a worried look. What?
Until your talent rises, the question of who is senior wing leader is a problem,
Tamar told her.
It's not a problem at all,
Seaban declared, jerking his head toward Henez.
He impressed Gnerth turns before any bronze here.
Shards, Fiona said. If Henez noticed that he was the topic of conversation, he didn't show it. In fact, Fiona realized, he was busy playing with some of the younger Weyr folk. He'd coaxed them out of hiding with the promise of sweets in return for work and information. He was, she admitted sourly, doing exactly what she was supposed to be doing. We'll have a hot lunch soon, Taryn said as she plopped down next to Fijian. The bronze rider smiled at her and tousled her hair affectionately. She batted his hand away, snarling. Not now, or I'll have you scrubbing up. She glanced toward Fiona. So, what now, weyrwoman? Seaban, Fiona called over to the ex-Dragonrider. Do you think you and Becca are up for a tour? The young girl looked up from the boiling pot, her eyes alight. Fiona stepped over to them, gesturing for the cooking glove. Taryn and I can handle the cooking. I need you two to get to know people here. She glanced challengingly at Becca. How many people do you think you can meet in the next 2 hours? 2 hours? Becca repeated thoughtfully, before breaking into a huge grin. Why, all of them, weyrwoman! As many as you can would be fine by me, Fiona told her with a smile and a glance at Seaban, who gave her a somber nod of assurance. As the two started out into the Weyr bowl, Fiona called after them, Don't forget, we'll be having lunch in the dining cavern.
Let everyone know." "The dining cavern hasn't enough tables set out for that many people," Taryn observed quietly. "Well then, get some riders to pull out the extra tables," Fiona replied. "Besides, it's not so much the eating they'll need as the assurance."
"I'd say you're right there, weyrwoman,"
Norik agreed from his place nearby. He was hovering over a small slate, a stick of chalk hanging limply in one hand. He still hadn't written a single word. Fijian noticed and walked over to him.
"Would this do?"
he asked respectfully, opening his mouth and singing quietly in a soft tenor voice.
"They flew for their weir, they flew for their hold, they flew who knows where. They're lost, those so bold." "It's a start,"
Norik agreed after a moment of awestruck silence. He bent to the slate.
"What were the first words again, Bronze Rider?"
Fiona forced herself out of her chair rather than let the writing of Talgar's dirge to be a further reason to put off her conversation with Hinez. Hinez glanced up at her approach and carefully worked her into the conversation he was having with the youngsters, nodding toward her and saying,
"And this is weyrwoman Fiona. She was Holderbred. Her father was the Lord Holder of Fort Hold. Does anyone remember his name from the teaching ballads?"
A number of hands shot up, and Hinez pointed to an older boy. "Lord Holder Beeman," the boy replied promptly.
"Very good,"
Hinez said.
"And what's your name?"
"Belavan," the boy replied proudly. "My father was." His eyes fell. "A brown rider." "My father rode a blue," a younger girl piped up. "And mine a green," another sobbed. "They must have been great riders," Fiona said. The children nodded in agreement.
"And they did their duty to weir, hold, and craft,"
Hinez added smoothly. They all nodded once again.
"And so, tonight, we will honor them."
It didn't take much coaxing from Taryn to get some of the older children to start helping her around the kitchen, even if they were, at first, more nuisance than aid. Some knew where the stores were, and others knew where the cooking pots were kept, and still another group knew where the spices were placed. Satisfied that Taryn had them well in hand, Fiona made her way to the back corridor to search out the holders of the lower level. Before she did, however, she found a few moments alone with Hinez. "Seaban has reminded me that you are the senior rider here," Fiona said. Hinez nodded, his expression blank. "So, until Talent rises, you have the duties of the weir leader." Again the tall, lanky bronze rider nodded.
"There's a fall in 3 days' time," Hinez said. "Lower Talgar."
"I'm sure that we can get help."
"We'll need to visit the holds and crafts before then," Hinez observed, "to let them know that they are protected."
"We should go to the Smithcraft Hall and see if we can get some of those new flamethrowers," Fiona said. Hinez nodded in agreement.
"But our most immediate concern is housing our dragons and riders," he said.
"They could stay in the hatching grounds," Fiona suggested. Hinez shook his head.
"That would make their stay here seem temporary, and it would probably upset the weir folk."
"What are you suggesting?"
"It is a custom of Fort Weyr,"
Hinez began slowly,
"to settle the remains of a lost dragon and rider as quickly as possible, then reallocate their weir."
"But they've just lost so many!" Fiona cried in horror at the thought.
"I don't know what the tradition is here," Hinez told her. "We should find out and honor it."
"I could look in the records." Fiona trailed off as she realized what that would entail, entering the weyrwoman's quarters.
"I could come with you, if you'd like," Hinez offered.
Fiona shook her head reflexively. "It's my job."
"Then I'll leave you to it,"
Hinez said, turning back to the kitchen cavern. He paused just a moment before turning back and asking,
"You'll inform the other bronzes?"
He meant their riders. Fiona nodded, sent a quick message to Talent, who sent it on to Zarenth and Ledurth. "I've told them." Hinez paused a moment longer, seeming about to say something, then turned and strode away purposefully on his long, lanky legs.
As she made her way farther into the dark corridors behind the kitchen cavern, she heard a guitar being strummed in a slow, mournful tune. Norik practicing his ballad. She turned to where at Fort Weyr there were the larger teaching and playrooms. She was rewarded with the sound of voices in the distance and increased her pace, thinking back to when she had met Zinna turns past, and yet not so long ago. As she saw the dim light of glows softly filling the corridor, she drew herself up, prepared to make a grand entrance, in the tradition impressed upon her by her father. She took a step and stopped. These people are hurting, she thought, letting her shoulders settle. They want words of comfort, not grand displays. She took a deep breath to settle her nerves, then walked into the room. Silence fell, but Fiona pretended not to notice, her father's words echoing in her head. Leaders lead. She spoke quickly to the women inside, who were clustered about in small groups, some working at tables, some dandling babies, others just sitting quietly, bereft. She told them who she was, assured them that Telgar would recover, that she rode a queen who would rise soon, and that they should be prepared for the noon meal and awake in the evening.
"My man, Larat, what's to become of his things?" a woman asked quietly from the far corner. She was dark-haired, with dark shiny eyes and brilliant teeth. To Fiona she seemed like one with traitor blood. "They'll be handled in the usual way when a rider is lost," Fiona assured her. "How soon will your riders want to move in?" another woman demanded. "Your riders," Fiona replied, "are here already and need quarters now." "So, who'll clean out near 500 weirs?" the short, dark-haired woman demanded. "Hush, Shanice, that's no way to talk," the other woman chided her. "You've quarters of your own, Vika, so you've no concern," Shanice retorted. "But others lived with their mates, and it'll take more than one afternoon to find new quarters." "I'm not throwing anyone out," Fiona declared sternly. "Shanice, can you get me a list of those who live in the weirs?" The short woman eyed her warily for a moment before giving her a stiff nod. "Good," Fiona said. "There are only 40 riders now, so it should be possible to find them accommodations without displacing any families." She glanced toward the woman named Vika. "You have quarters of your own?" "Aye, weyrwoman," Vika said with a curt nod. "I'm stores woman and need to be close to the main gates." "How are we for stores?" "Oh, we'll not run out for a long time, weyrwoman," Vika declared, with a hard-to-read expression on her face. "Degan was good at providing for the weir." Someone snorted derisively, and Fiona glanced in the direction of the noise to spot a tall blonde woman who looked back furtively. "Weir leader Degan believed in the rights of the weir," Vika explained to Fiona. She jerked her head toward the blonde woman. "Tivora was a crafter's daughter before—" Fiona felt a moment of revulsion for the dead weir leader. She glanced at Tivora with renewed interest. "Which craft?" she asked her quietly. "Smith," Tivora said with a sniffle. "I was taken—" "It's an honor to be brought to the weir," Shanice snarled. "It's an honor when you want to go," Tivora snapped back, advancing on the smaller woman angrily. "No one stays at the weir against their will," Fiona said, glancing around the room for any signs of similarly mistreated women. "So you say," Tivora shot back angrily. "Yes," Fiona told her calmly. "So I say." She glanced around the room. "We're cooking lunch, and we'll have a proper morning this evening. Please tell everyone." Some of the quieter women looked up hopefully at that. "It will take time to heal, I know," Fiona told them, "and things will change, as they do whenever there's a new weir leader." "And who would our weir leader be?" Shanice asked, none too politely. "For the time being, the senior bronze rider is Hinez of Fort Weyr," Fiona replied. She cocked her head toward the weir bowl. "My talent has reached 3 turns." "3 turns!" Vika exclaimed, brows furrowed. "I don't recall a talent in the ballads for Fort." She was of Malurth's last clutch, Fiona explained. We went back in time to Eigen and remained there for 3 turns to allow our weirlings time to mature. So she'll rise any day now, Vicka said with a knowing nod. And then what? Shanice demanded. The other women in the room looked at her with various displays of anger or irritation, but she brushed them off, continuing, The sickness. Has a cure been found? Fiona shook her head. So how long before your dragons start coughing? Shanice persisted. How long before they die? Her gaze bore into Fiona as she added, Will your queen even last long enough to clutch? Shanice! Vicka exclaimed, bearing down angrily on the smaller woman. To Fiona she said, You must forgive her, weyrwoman. She so loved her Lorat. There's no forgiveness necessary, Fiona said, forcing herself to remain calm despite the black-haired woman's onslaught. She glanced at Shanice. Kindan and Lorana at Bendon Weyr have been working on a cure. Lorana? Shanice repeated. The one who lost her queen? She snorted in derision. Why should she want to help others? Kindan lost Coriana and still he found a cure during the plague, Vicka replied. She glanced back to Fiona in dawning recognition. You're Coriana's sister, aren't you? I am, Fiona said, forcing herself to speak over the lump in her throat. So I know something of Kindan, and I tell you, he won't let us down. Something changed in Shanice's manner as she absorbed this. I see, she said. Well, I hope he's quick, because I'm not sure I can handle another dragon dying. Where can I find the head woman? Fiona asked, deciding that she had said enough here and it was time to continue her tour. That'd be me, Shanice said. At least it was, until this morning. If you want to step down, I understand, Fiona said, recovering quickly from her surprise. She glanced over to Tavora. When I go to the Smithcraft Hall, I can bring you, if you'd like. Tavora glanced up nervously, then shook her head. They probably think I'm dead. A mousy-haired woman reached over and patted her on the shoulder. You are good with metal, Tavora. We could certainly use you here. Dedelia, keep an eye on her, Shanice said to the mousy-haired woman. She glanced around the room and started calling out names. Go help in the kitchen. To Fiona she said, Come on, weyrwoman. As she bustled out, she glanced over her shoulder and said to Dedelia, And get them back to work. There's clothes to be washed and mended, not to mention the weaving that's been let go this morning. And, finally, here's the medicinal storeroom, Shanice said as she completed their tour of the first level of the weir. She glanced inside and nodded to herself as she spotted 2 women working, bent over jars and measuring sets. The stocks are complete. We want for nothing. We want for nothing seemed to be a catchphrase for Shanice and Talgar Weyr. Fiona was amazed at the amount of goods amassed in the storage rooms, at the quality of fabrics, hides, and metals that were on hand for the Weir's use. Say what you want about Degan. He never let the Weyr be shorted, Shanice said, as she took in Fiona's expression. She called to the 2 women. This is Fiona. She's the new weyrwoman. If a small girl comes running in here all out of breath asking for any herbals or medicinals, give them to her, Fiona told the 2 older women. One of them gave her a surprised look. Her name's Becca, and she doesn't sleep. Her father is Seaban, who until recently rode Blue Cirth. She's agreed to come here as healer in training. Healer in training? Shanice looked at Fiona in surprise. She'll either learn quick or we'll all be for it. She doesn't sleep, Fiona repeated with a smile. She reads. She'll learn. How many turns has she then? Shanice asked. She has 12 turns, Fiona said. At Shanice's skeptical look, she added, My head woman at Eigen had 10 turns. That's starting them young, one of the herbal women exclaimed. Needs must when thread falls, Fiona replied, quoting the old saying. My old head woman, Taryn, came with me. She's cooking our lunch. I'm looking forward to meeting her, said Shanice, adding with a wink to the store's women, especially if she makes a good meal.
Well, we're done here. We should probably see if she needs any more help, Fiona decided, nodding to the two women in farewell and turning back toward the kitchen cavern. Shanice examined the kitchen dubiously when she entered, clearly expecting the worst. Her eyebrows rose slowly but steadily as she saw the organized and purposeful bustling of the cooks, the cheerfully helping youngsters setting table, the soft croon of Norik as he strummed on his guitar. Her eyes narrowed as she spotted Taryn. "I thought you said she had 10 turns." "She had, when we first came to Eigen," Fiona said. "We were there for 3 turns, so she's nearly 14 turns now, even if her birth was just over 10 turns ago." "Well, 10 or 14, Shanice said. "She carries herself well." Taryn smiled as she spotted Fiona and pranced over to her, gesticulating wildly around the room. "I don't know where they all came from, but they saved the day," Taryn said as she sketched a salute toward Fiona. Her smile dropped a bit as she added in an undertone, "They're all so quiet, though." "I don't like noise in my kitchen," Shanice said. Taryn glanced at her inquiringly, and the older woman unbent enough to extend a hand, saying, "Shanice, head woman of Telgar Weyr." "Oh, by the first egg, that's a relief," Taryn said, shaking the woman's hand gladly. She gave Fiona a frank look as she said, "I was afraid I'd never manage all these people by myself." "The weyrwoman says you managed a whole weir by yourself for 3 turns," Shanice said, nodding in Fiona's direction. "I did," Taryn agreed, "but I had only dragons and their riders to handle, not thousands of women." Shanice looked at Fiona questioningly. "We were the only women to go back in time to Eigen," she explained. "If it weren't for Mother Karina and the traders—" "You knew Mother Karina?" Shanice demanded, her brows bristling. "Of course," Taryn exclaimed. "She had the most marvelous recipes for hot weather foods." Taryn smiled in memory as she added, "Of course, as time went on, I managed to come up with a few of my own." Her expression faded to one of surprise as Shanice spun on her heels and left the cavern. "What did I say?" Taryn asked, looking crushed. Fiona could only shake her head. She'd sensed a feeling of pity and sadness from Shanice just before the Telgar headwoman had rushed off, but couldn't comprehend the reason behind it. They stood there, perplexed, for only a few moments before Shanice returned, carrying a small box in her arms. "I was asked to hold this for you," Shanice told them in a small voice as she placed the box down on a nearby table and gestured for them to come over. "She said I'd know when the time was right," Shanice continued, shaking her head sadly. "But I never expected—" She broke off and nodded toward the box. "You're to open it." Taryn stared at her, open-mouthed. "Both of you," Shanice said, gesturing to Fiona impatiently. Together, Taryn and Fiona lifted the lid of the box. Inside were 2 small envelopes made of embroidered fabric. One was marked Taryn, the other Fiona. Shanice saw the labels. "I guessed right," she said with some relief in her voice. Fiona glanced at her and Shanice explained, "I never looked inside." Fiona handed the first to Taryn and slowly picked up the second. The scent off the envelope was instantly recognizable. "Mother Karina?" Fiona asked, glancing toward Shanice. Shanice nodded. "She used to trade with us. Just before she passed, she asked me to keep this. She said I would know who to give it to and when." Fiona snorted. "She always liked being secretive." "She was my grandmother." "Mother Karina was your grandmother?" "Yes." "So you knew Teniz?" Taryn asked. "He's the reason I came here," Shanice said with a tone of resentment in her voice. "Teniz, is he still—" Fiona's question was cut off by Shanice's curt headshake. She gestured brusquely toward Fiona's envelope. "Open it." Fumbled-fingered, Fiona undid the string that was looped around the button that held the envelope closed. Inside she found a small parchment and a gold brooch. It was shaped like a harp. She eyed it critically for a moment. The workmanship was both brilliant and unmistakable. Zenor had made it. She glanced at the note and her breath caught. "I am sorry I cannot give this to you in person," the note read, "but I knew that we would not meet again. Teniz saw it. He said to tell you that it will all turn out right. Love, Mother." Beside her, Terence sobbed and clasped something to her breast. As Fiona's eyes fell on her, she turned and extended her hand to her. "I don't understand," Terence said with a sob, as she indicated the small gold trinket. "This should be yours." It was a gold fitting for a riding harness in the shape of a queen dragon soaring upward. "What does the note say?" Fiona asked, wondering if perhaps the labels had been switched and showing Terran her harper's brooch. Terran gestured to the note that lay on the table. Fiona looked down and read, "This is yours and no others." Fiona felt a shiver as she read the note, a shiver of excitement and hope. Mother Karina had sent her a message with the 2 notes. The message was one of hope. "What?" Terran demanded, taking in the look on Fiona's face. "I think you should keep it," Fiona told her. She glanced toward Shanice. "And I'm proud to meet Mother Karina's granddaughter." "She spoke of you," Shanice said, her voice a whisper, her eyes filled with tears. Fiona gave her an inquiring look. "She said that when it seemed the darkest, hope would come, and that it would be borne by someone she knew and loved." She met Fiona's eyes as she added, "Teniz told her." Fiona was still absorbing that when Terran piped up, "There's another envelope here." Both Shanice and Fiona glanced over at the small box in surprise. At Shanice's insistence, Fiona retrieved the envelope. It was labeled Lorana. 6. Mourn and grieve, wail and cry, remember those who no more fly. Talgar Weyr, later, AL 508.2.8. "There must be some mistake," Terran said as she eyed the envelope suspiciously. "Or perhaps Mother Karina hoped that we would bring it to her," Fiona suggested. She looked at Shanice. "Would you keep this for us?" Shanice shook her head. "No, I was told to give it to you as soon as I knew." "How did you know?" "The time was right," Shanice said with a shrug. She nodded toward the 2 envelopes. "Besides, I was clearly right. They had your names on them." There was no arguing with that. Shanice stood, silent for a moment longer before she shook herself back into action. "You'll be needing a place to store that," she said, nodding toward the box. "And you'll be needing your quarters, too, weyrwoman." Fiona shook her head, not up to the task of cleaning out the old weyrwoman's quarters, but Shanice ignored her. She called out the names of 2 women who bustled over immediately and told them, "Weyrwoman Fiona needs to have quarters." "I'll go with them," Terran said after a quick glance to Shanice. "You'll do nothing of the sort," Shanice told her. "You stay here and see to the cooking." She motioned for Fiona to precede her. "The weyrwoman and I can manage well enough, I'm sure." Fiona gave Terran a rueful look and shook her head in resignation. "She's like her gran," Terran murmured as she motioned for Fiona to go. "All bustle and no talk." Shanice snorted a laugh and turned back to Terran with a happy gleam in her eyes. "Child, that's the first time I've laughed this day." Outside, as they crossed the weir bowl, Shanice told Fiona reflectively, "Weyrwoman Lena was a gentle woman." She shook her head. "I never understood quite why her Garoth let Degan's Kaloth fly her so often." "Sometimes what is good for the weir is not what is expected," Fiona remarked. Shanice nodded in agreement. "This is a sad day," she said, "but it's best if we get it, and our grieving, done with at once." "What of those who shared quarters?" Shanice shook her head. "That's a different thing." She frowned. "Today what we can do is start things fresh, with a new weyrwoman, her new quarters, and proper grieving." She paused, gesturing for the 2 women to precede them before adding, "As time goes on, we'll make adjustments in who lives where." Shanice held Fiona up until one of the women came out of the weir again carrying a bundle wrapped in sheets. "Make sure you bring back new sheets," Shanice ordered. The other woman nodded and hurried along. Shanice gestured to Fiona. "I think we can go in now." The other woman was still bustling about, cleaning the room and moving things into the far corridor that linked into the weir's main caves. "We can get you new tapestries," Shanice said, gesturing to the gaudy hangings on the walls. Fiona began to shake her head demurely, but Shanice forestalled her, saying, "Much as I loved her, she was good in many ways. The weirwoman had terrible taste, and Degan's was worse." She cocked her head toward Fiona. "What sort of colors do you prefer?" "I grew up with brown and gold," Fiona said, recalling Fort Hold's colors vividly. She glanced around the room. Underneath the hangings, the walls were a bright off-white that livened the room. Fiona stepped over to the shutters and opened them, peering out over the weir bowl. A chill wind blew in, and she closed them again, regretfully. "They had mirrors at Eigen," Fiona began, only to halt at the sight of Shanice's face, "to bring light into the rooms." "I know what you're talking about, but we haven't been able to get them from the Smithcraft Hall," Shanice told her. Fiona gave her a look of surprise. Shanice shrugged. "You may have noticed that the weir doesn't lack for bright, shiny things, gaudy gold and bright jewelry. Baubles, mostly." Fiona raised a hand, prompting her to continue. "Degan was a demanding weir leader," Shanice said, glancing around the quarters with a frown. "He had no trouble taking what he felt was the weir's due." "I'd heard," Fiona said. "At Eigen, we preferred to trade for goods." "That was before Thread," Shanice reminded her. She waved a hand, dismissing the issue. "Anyway, what Degan didn't want, the weir couldn't get." "I see," Fiona replied, wondering how much Telgar's weir folk had suffered for their weir leader's whims. She brightened. "I think I prefer our Eigen ways." "Our Eigen ways," Shanice repeated to herself, eyeing Fiona critically. "And now, with Thread falling, weirwoman, what would those ways be?" "Fair trade when possible," Fiona said. "I'm Holderbred. I know of the demands of the weir. If the weir can't live by the tithe, then perhaps we can trade for our extra needs." "We could profit from trade," Shanice agreed. She shook her head, alerted by the noise of a bell ringing in the kitchen. "It's lunchtime." Shanice was impressed with Taryn's command of the kitchen and happy to see so many of the weir folk gathered. Henez greeted as many as he could, paying particular attention to those sent by Becca and Seaban. Fiona invited Shanice and Norik to sit with her at the head table. At Henez's subtle direction, the rest of the Dragonriders spread themselves out among the other tables. Fijian proved very popular with the younger women, causing Taryn to hover around his table protectively. Zinna appeared at Fiona's table for a moment, then drifted off. Fiona next noticed her seated with Tivora, and then at a table with Vika, talking animatedly. Henez caught Fiona's eyes as she scanned the crowd and nodded toward her emphatically.
"Gunurth asks if you would say some words to the weirfolk,"
Talent told her. Fiona nodded toward Henez and rose to her feet, tapping the side of her mug with a spoon. To add to her effort, Talent bugled from outside. The huge room was instantly silent. "For those of you whom I haven't yet met," Fiona began, "I am Fiona, formerly of Fort Weyr." She paused for a moment, scanning the new faces in front of her. "Tonight we will grieve those lost." She paused again to let the weirfolk digest her words. She caught Henez's eyes, then Fijian's and Tamar's, and all the other dragon riders as she continued. "Tomorrow, Telgar Weyr begins anew. In 3 days' time, Thread falls over Lower Telgar, and Telgar Weyr will fight Thread once more." The dragon riders all rose and cheered. Fiona waited for them to finish, then continued. "My Talent has more than 3 turns, and she'll mate soon." She found herself blushing as she added, "Soon we'll have eggs on the hatching grounds, and we shall start seeking out candidates. with first choice going to those here." Her eyes fell on Zinna and Terran. Terran grinned in response. Zinna's expression was unreadable. Fiona glanced at Hinez, feeling that her words had failed to sway the mood of the Weyr folk. Hinez took the hint and rose.
"I am Hinez, rider of Bronze Gnerth," he said, "and the senior rider here. If you have any questions regarding the Weyrs and their dispositions, you may bring them to either me or the weyrwoman."
Hinez scanned the quiet room expectantly and sat down again a moment later with a stony expression.
"This is a hard day for us,"
Norik spoke up from his place at the high table, addressing Fiona. "There is time to grieve," Fiona said, glancing around at the somber faces of the Weyr folk. Fiona sought out Terran and pointed a hand toward her. "Among those you may not have met yet," she said, "is Terran, who was head woman with me at Eigen." "Eigen?" a voice called out. "You were at Eigen?" "We went back 10 turns in time with our injured dragons and riders," Fiona explained.
"I'd heard a rumor,"
someone muttered.
"Many of us remember Eigen,"
Norik told Fiona.
"and those who don't are curious."
"By the first egg, it was hot!" Terran exclaimed from her place near Fijian. A general chuckle ran around the room. "It always is!"
"And the sandstorms were amazing,"
Fijian added, his remark echoed by several of the younger riders. "You were at Eigen too, Bronze Rider," a voice called out.
"And Tamar,"
Fijian said, rising and pointing toward the older Bronze Rider.
"Many of us were,"
Fijian added, as heads craned back from Tamar to him.
"When Kaliar asked for volunteers to come here."
He paused, worried that he might be upsetting the Weyr folk, then continued unabashed.
"The whole Weyr volunteered to follow Fiona."
"The whole Weyr?" one of the Weyr folk asked, cocking her head toward Fiona speculatively.
"The whole Weyr,"
Tamar agreed. He pointed toward Seaban.
"Even those who lost a dragon a short time before demanded a chance to be here."
Fiona sensed a change in the room, a sense of curiosity, excitement, honor. "It was an honor to serve at Eigen," Fiona said, feeling the focus of the room shift back toward her. "It will be an honor to be your weyrwoman and see Telgar fly high." She nodded once to the faces peering up at her, and then sat back down, turning toward Shanice.
"They need time,"
the head woman told her kindly.
"There isn't much,"
Norik said. "Have we enough wine for tonight?" Fiona asked, glancing at Shanice. "And have we got sitters for the smallest ones?" "Yes," Shanice replied. "We'll have that by this evening." At Norik's suggestion and Hinez's concurrence, the Weyr folk constructed a huge pile of logs at the east end of the Weyr, not too near the lake and the easily stampeded herd beasts, but close enough that fresh water would be easily at hand.
"It's a long roll,"
Norik said warningly to Fiona when they met in the dining cavern near dusk that evening.
"We'll skip no one,"
Hinez replied, glancing at his assembled riders. Each had a large sack perched on their shoulders.
"We will honor all who flew from Telgar." "There are only 40 of you,"
Norik said, the concern in his voice obvious. 41, Fiona said, pointing to herself.
"Each rider will stand for 9, Hinez declared. "Tamar, Fijian, and I will stand for 11, the weyrwoman for 10.
Norik considered this for a moment, then nodded, sitting at the table and revising his lists hurriedly. He glanced at Hinez and Fiona as he said,
"I'm not sure who should stand for Dagan." "I'll stand for Dagan,"
Hinez said with a quick look toward Fiona. "You are the senior," Fiona agreed, "but not Weyr leader." She looked at Norik. "Will that be a problem?"
"To dishonor a Weyr leader."
Norik paused as he considered the implications. It was a common practice in the Weyrs to hold a gathering to honor those fallen. The greater the rank, the greater honor due. By tradition, the senior flight leader could honor his fallen Weyr leader, but the situation here was more complex because the tragedy was so great. Never before had a whole weir been lost like this.
Fine,
Inez said sharply to Fiona.
You stand for him. I'll stand for his son, Delin. I think that's an excellent compromise,
Norik said.
Delin was well respected within the weir. I'll have the men form up,
Inez told Fiona. Events moved quickly as dragons deposited riders by Inez, who, after having them form up, handed out the lists that Norik had prepared. Fiona sidled over to them, gauging their mood.
Most of you have seen or done this before,
Inez told the assembled riders,
but never on this scale. I haven't,
Fijian spoke up.
What do we do?
In a lower voice, he added,
I don't want to get it wrong. Tonight we will take roll for the weir,
Inez replied, directing a tight, intense look at the youngest bronze rider.
When any of the names on your list are called, you're to stand for them. The light's bad,
Fijian said.
You'll have to memorize your list,
Tamar spoke up.
It's tradition. It's considered an honor to answer for those who can't.
A voice spoke up from the dark. It was Seaban. His tone was shaky as he continued.
Among other things, it signifies that you are a rider, and that you take on the mantle of the rider you stand for.
He paused.
You stand for him. So you'd best memorize that list well,
Inez continued with a thankful nod toward the ex-dragon rider.
Because you answer for those men and anything they did.
Fiona had a sudden insight and spoke up. Think carefully before you agree to this. Inez looked toward her, gesturing expectantly. All eyes were on her. If you do this, you are no longer a fort, she told them. For by standing for these riders, you stand for Telgar. There was a long moment's silence, broken by Fijian's voice.
We stand for you, weyrwoman.
Fiona smiled and nodded low in gratitude. Then you stand for Telgar. With an acknowledging look, Inez stood back in front of his men. He said one word, loudly, clearly in the night.
Telgar!
Telgar! The riders shouted back, their voices echoing resoundingly around the weir. As if in answer, a slow, steady beat began from the harper's big drum.
Memorize your lists,
Inez told the riders. Fiona took a long moment to examine her list, reciting it to length and repeating it to herself until she had mastered it. Drawn by the mournful, slow, steady sound of the bass drum, Telgar's weirfolk slowly began gathering. Seaban marched forward to the dragon riders and collected the lists.
Are you ready, weyrwoman?
Inez asked politely as he placed his list on top of Seaban's pile. Yes.
Riders of Telgar.
Inez spoke, his voice low but firm, with a strength Fiona had never heard emanate from him before. In response, the 39 dragon riders formed into 3 ranks, each behind a wing leader. Inez raised his hand, held it there a moment, then lowered it. Slowly, steadily, in time to the beating of the drum, the riders of Telgar Weyr moved forward to honor the fallen. The drummer must have kept a good eye on their movements, for as they entered the end of the ring formed by Telgar's weirfolk, he beat a quick double beat, then stopped. Norik's voice came out of the dark, full, rich, drenched in pain and sorrow, as he intoned, rather than sang, the ancient words.
Drummer, beat, and piper, blow. Soldier, strike. Healer, go. Guard the keep and sear the passes, till the dawning red star passes.
The drummer punctuated each phrase with an appropriate drum beat. The drums fell silent as Norik finished, letting the silence build up in the evening sky. Fiona began to worry. The lull seemed too long. As if in response, Seaban moved forward to the center of the circle.
I call the roll.
His voice echoed in the night air.
Riders of Telgar, you are called,
Norik intoned.
I call for Kalur, rider of Koth the Green.
Silence filled the air, and then, slowly, the drumbeat began again. Slow, steady, a heartbeat. From the ranks of riders, Mororan strode forward.
I stand for Kalur, Meroran called loudly, his voice catching as he spoke the words. I stand for him, for he has passed between. Who stands with Kalur? Norik called, his eyes searching the weirfolk. Slowly from the group, a woman, carrying a baby and leading 2 small children, moved forward. I stand with Kalur, the woman said, for he did his duty, was a good father to his children, fair and kind to all. She crossed to Meroran's side, and together they waited while the slow, steady heartbeat drum beat 4 times. Then Meroran stood forward. Kalur is no more. I stand for him, a father to his children, his mate, fair and kind to all. The drum started again, slow, steady heartbeat. Meroran and Kalur's family moved with him, then stayed as he bowed and moved back to the ranks of Dragonriders. I call for Merit, rider of Jalith the Blue, Norik called, and the ritual continued, each rider standing forward instead of the lost rider, weir mates and weir children standing forward with them, and moving off once more to the slow heartbeat of the drum. I call for Dagan, weir leader, rider of Kaloth the Bronze, Norik called out in the end. Fiona moved forward. I stand for Dagan, she called loudly, her voice filling the air, her shoulders and head lifted high. She heard some harsh intakes of surprise from the weirfolk and murmurs of approval. I stand for him, for he has passed between. Norik nodded approvingly and held a long, expectant silence before calling out, Who stands with Dagan? No one moved. The silence grew. Tension filled the air. Finally, someone moved. A small girl separated from the crowd and moved to join Fiona. It was Becca. I stand with Dagan, she spoke up, her chin raised high, eyes defiantly searching the faces of the shamed weirfolk. I stand with Dagan, she said again. Telgar's weir leader, the man who did his duty, no matter the cost. A sudden noise burst faintly in the evening sky, and the watch-dragon bugled in amazement as, overhead, a huge phalanx of dragons descended steeply in the night air, their riders dismounting quickly and marching at speed toward Fiona. At the edge of the ring they paused. One stepped forward. I stand with Dagan, the rider called out. It was Kalior, weir leader of Fort Weyr. He was a demanding man. He expected nothing less than the best of his riders. Fort stands with Telgar. Another rider strode forward, wearing Istan colors. I stand with Dagan, the man said. Fiona didn't recognize him. He showed us the meaning of duty. Ista stands with Telgar. I stand with Dagan, a strong-featured man said as he strode forward. He set high standards, high reaches, stands with Telgar. I stand with Dagan, Benik, Bendon's weir leader, declared as he stepped toward the center. He showed me the meaning of valor. Bendon stands with Telgar. A 5th man joined the others with a woman at his side. They were holding hands. We stand for Dagan, the man said, raising their clasped hands high. His last thoughts were for the Weyrs. His last warning was to all the Weyrs of Pern. The woman moved forward, turning challengingly toward Fiona. Who stands for Telgar? I do, Fiona responded immediately, controlling her surprise at the woman's unexpected behavior. I do, the woman echoed then, meeting her eyes. I do, the man at her side added. I do, the High Reaches weir leader declared. I do, Benik, Bendon's weir leader affirmed. I do, called Ista Weir's leader. I do, Kalior said loudly, proudly for Fort Weyr. I do. Inez's voice rang in the night, joined almost immediately by Tamar, Fijian, and the rest of the riders. Telgar? Norik's voice rose above all the others. Who stands? I do! The riders and weirfolk shouted back. Telgar! Norik shouted, striding forward with a torch in his hand and lighting the bonfire that had been laid at the lakeside. Overhead,
Watch Weyrs streamed by, bearing glows in their paws, lighting the night. Dragons roared in challenge.
Telgar!
Norik shouted again. Telgar! 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 The gathering shouted back, filling the bowl with a wave of sound that drowned out all echoes. Telgar! Shouted all those gathered in the Weyr reborn. 7. Heart and mind together, impressed, bound forever. Telgar Weyr, early morning, AL 508.2.9. Fiona was glad to be warm and realized that it was because she'd managed to amass a large group of people to share her bed. She opened one bleary eye and spied Zinna, then the top of a smaller blonde head, Becca. Another body lying against her other side felt like Taryn, and she wondered how she'd managed to pry her away from Fijian when she heard a male snore from the other side of Taryn. Anchoring the far side of the bed beyond Becca was Seaban, with an arm wrapped possessively around his daughter. Fiona closed her eye and smiled as she snuggled further into the warmth of all those bodies. She was glad to have her friends from Fort Weyr and from her sojourn back in time at Eigenweir, just as she was glad to learn that many of the Fort Weyr Weirfolk had joined their riders, even whole families. The youngest had immediately found friends among the Telgar children, and Fiona planned to emulate them immediately. She would have no factions in her Weyr. A cough caused her to open her eye again as she glanced around, wondering if someone else had heard it. Becca stirred in her sleep, moaning, then settling as Seaban moved sleepily to comfort her. Taryn made a slight whimpering sound that was answered by a half-formed murmur from Fijian, echoed by Zinna. Fiona closed her eyes, wishing her head weren't pounding quite so badly. She wasn't willing to admit it was the wine she'd drank. Perhaps it was the noise or cheering or the intense emotions of the night before. Perhaps it was the muzziness that still seemed to cling to her, Tamar and the others, though they managed to ignore it most of the time. Perhaps... The cough came again. Fiona was instantly out of bed and rushing toward Talent, an inchoate scream filling the room, waking all the others. "I don't feel well," Telgar's only queen dragon informed her. Fijian and Taryn arranged breakfast and forced Fiona to eat, setting up a table and chair next to Talent in her lair. "You've got to keep your strength up," Taryn said. "I'll get Norik," Zinna said, rushing off. Fijian and Taryn excused themselves, moving back to Fiona's quarters to wash and prepare for the day. "She'll be all right," Becca said, looking from the gold dragon to her rider, her face sketching a quick smile. "You'll see." Fiona nodded in acceptance of the calm words. Her expression remained bleak. The sickness that had taken so many dragons, starting with Selena's breath, Lorana's Arith, through to Seaban's Surth, had come upon her dragon, her queen, her life, her breath, her hopes, her love, the very center of her being. How could she survive without Talent?
"What will you do?"
Seaban asked her quietly from his position near Talent's head. He'd scratched her eye ridges until she'd closed her eyes and lowered her head to go back to sleep. "I told her that I wouldn't let her go without me," Fiona said, glancing with troubled eyes toward her queen. She frowned at Seaban. "But I promised Telgar that I'd stay." "Nothing's going to happen to her," Becca declared once more, turning to her father for support. "Tell her, Da! Tell her that her queen's going to be all right." Seaban gave his daughter a troubled look, shaking his head sadly. "You can't give in," Becca said, glancing from Fiona to Seaban and back. "I'm not," Fiona assured her. "She only started coughing this morning." "Maybe you should move Weyrs," Becca suggested suddenly. "Maybe this Weyr has bad air, and if you moved—"
"We should have done that first," Seaban interrupted her gently. "Once she's got the illness, it makes no sense to move."
He paused, his lips tightening before he added,
"It'd be more of a hurt to her than a help."
Becca sought wildly for another solution. "Tintaval! We should tell her, she said suddenly. Maybe she'll know something. Maybe they've learned something new. That's a good idea, Fiona agreed with a glance toward Seaban. Why don't you go ask Inez if Gnerth can send a message? She nodded toward Talent. I'd ask her, but she's sleeping. Relieved at finding something to do, Becca agreed immediately and raced out of the weir, jumping off the Queen's ledge and shouting, Inez! At the top of her lungs. Fiona managed a quick smile before she turned her eyes back to Seaban and Talent. Quietly, she said, How long have we got?
She's not bad yet. 7 days, maybe more,
Seaban said judiciously. Then, in an attempt to lift Fiona's spirits, he added,
She's a queen, so she may be stronger.
Selena's breath was the first to go, Fiona reminded him, her tone devoid of any emotion. Seaban was silent for a long time, so long that Fiona was startled when he spoke again.
Whatever you do, Fiona, I'll support you.
Fiona nodded in relieved acceptance and gestured with a hand out toward the weir. They've only just started to hope again. It seems terrible to steal it from them so quickly.
Yes,
Seaban agreed, eyeing her with renewed respect.
It does indeed, weyrwoman.
Help me keep my hope, Fiona begged him in a small voice. Seaban gave Talent a final pat and walked over to her, placing his arms in a circle around her shoulders sympathetically. Fiona allowed herself to lean back until her head was on his chest and closed her eyes in silent communion with the ex-Dragonrider. Inez found them that way several minutes later when he came striding briskly into the weir.
Weyrwoman,
he called, glancing over to the sleeping queen.
I came as soon as I heard.
Thank you, Fiona said. Did they have any news at Fort? Inez shook his head.
They've more ill there, too.
At noon, the dining cavern was not as full as it had been the day before. Still, Fiona was glad to see that many of the weirfolk had gathered there. She acknowledged their looks in her direction with a smile or a nod as appropriate, and went over to the hearth to see what was cooking. Sit down, weyrwoman, sit down, one of the cooks called. We'll bring you something in a trice. It's no problem, Fiona said. I was used to shifting for myself at Eigen. And now, weyrwoman, Shanice spoke up from her side, you're here at Talgar. Fiona recognized the peremptory tone and, with a quirk of her lips toward the head woman, demurely took her seat at the head table. Taryn rushed up with a full tray, giving Fiona a stern look. This is not Eigen, Taryn scolded her as she set the plates out. There are people here to care for you. It's their duty. I know, Taryn said, her tone softening. She leaned in closer to Fiona. They need to know they're needed. You can't change them too quickly. Fiona ducked her head meekly, and Taryn, who knew her too well, snorted. Just give them a 7-day before you put everything on its ear.
I'm afraid that's too late,
Seaban murmured as he approached them. He smiled at Fiona and nodded to Taryn as he continued.
Word about Becca's efforts has already caused quite a stir.
Besides, Fiona admitted sadly, I may not have that much time myself. She caught Taryn's and Seaban's worried looks and explained, At least until Talent. Her voice trailed off, and she let out a deep sigh to hide her worry. Taryn set the tray on the table and quickly wrapped her arms around Fiona's shoulders. Whatever you decide will be all right with me. I'm not giving up, Fiona told her forcefully. She forced a smile for Seaban. Kindan never gave up, and I won't give up. Taryn sniffed, patted Fiona on the shoulders once more, then picked up her tray, repeating before she bustled off. Whatever you decide. From above her, someone cleared his throat. It was Inez.
Do you mind if I join you?
Fiona shook her head, gesturing to a seat with her free hand. He smelled of firestone and of the cold between. He'd been drilling the wings. Fiona approved of his thoroughness even in these trying times. I was expecting it.
Normally I'd insist,
Inez said by way of agreement. He gave her a brittle smile.
But with things the way they are, I'd prefer meeting as many of the weirfolk as I can.
Fiona nodded in understanding. Inez reached to grab the mug at his place-setting and poured it full of claw. He took a quick drink.
Normally, before a fall, the Weyr sends out a watch rider, but...
He paused, shaking his head in consternation. "We're short-handed," Fiona agreed. "Perhaps I should visit Nera first." Inez pursed his lips tightly. "You're not one of those who thinks women shouldn't be lord holders, are you?" Fiona asked, glancing at him sharply. She was willing to bet that he was. Inez had always struck her as a stickler for tradition.
"If I ever were," Inez replied slowly, his eyes dark, "my experience with weyrwoman Seska, and with you, would have cured me."
He paused.
"No, I was worried about your queen. Is she up to it?"
Fiona checked with Talent, who, having had a good long sleep only occasionally interrupted by coughing, informed her that she would love to go flying. "She is," Fiona told him. "Why?"
"I think that given what we've heard of Dagan's dealings, it might make more sense if you and your queen met with the lord holders," Inez said regretfully.
Fiona could easily imagine how much he'd prefer cementing alliances with the lord holders himself, rather than relinquishing the duty to her. "I suspect you're right," Fiona agreed after she swallowed. The food was good. She detected some subtle seasoning in the vegetable that she associated with Taryn's cooking, but she had no problem with the flavors of the spiced roast or the other dishes that clearly hadn't felt Taryn's hand. Tamar joined them at that moment, and the conversation turned to matters of the fighting wings.
"I'm worried about the Firestone,"
Tamar began without preamble. Inez nodded sourly in agreement.
"I'd prefer not to burden Kalior if possible," he allowed. "Where else could we get Firestone in time?" Tamar wondered.
The rangy bronze rider twitched a shrug of agreement. "If we had the hands, we could go back in time to Eigen and mine it ourselves," Fiona said. Tamar appraised the notion for a moment before shaking his head.
"We've neither the hands nor the dragons for that. And wouldn't they be too tired timing it?" Inez wondered, glancing reflectively at Tamar. "You were certainly exhausted after your time there."
Tamar's lips flickered in a frown.
"It wasn't so much going back in time in itself, but that we were there for so long." "Explain." "I noticed it more after the time passed that I'd impressed Zarenth," Tamar said. "Up until then, I felt like I'd been in a room with bad air, but after that I felt like I was always just too far away to listen on a conversation that I was straining to hear."
"Yes," Fiona said in agreement. "It was as though someone was calling to me, but I could never find them."
"It strained the nerves,"
Inez surmised.
"More than that," Tamar said. "It was like a fingernail running down a slate, every moment of every day."
Inez winced appreciatively.
"Not a pleasant experience," he decided, "and not something we'd like to recover from just before a fall." "Which leaves us with the issue of Firestone," Tamar agreed.
A dragon's sudden warble from outside the weir bowl caused Fiona to turn her head sharply, first surprised, then amused. "Becca has decided that Talent needs to eat," she informed the concerned wing leaders with a grin.
"Seaban was a good rider,"
Inez said as if in consolation.
"I'm sure that Becca has Talent's best interests at heart."
"I've no doubt," Fiona agreed. "Apparently Talent was surprised at just how much she's learned from her father." A distant cough caused Fiona's grin to slip, and she turned, stricken, toward Fijian. "That wasn't yours," Shanice said to Fiona as she approached. Following the weirwoman's gaze, she groaned. "Oh, no!" "It's spreading," Fiona said grimly, watching as Taryn wrapped her arms around the young bronze rider who sat, stunned with fear. Norik strode over quickly from the entrance at the far side of the cavern leading from the storerooms and dormitories.
"That's 2 in as many days," he said as he approached.
He looked consolingly toward Fiona.
"As near as I can tell, with Becca's help. Healer Vigin recorded that there was no pattern in the spread of the disease.
He pursed his lips sourly as he glanced toward Fiona.
But we did discover that the longest a dragon lasted from the onset of the illness was no more than 7 days.
That agrees with what we've seen at Fort, Henez said. He grimaced as he added, 7 days is the average.
Then our time is set, Fiona said, rising from her chair, anxious to be doing something. Either we find a cure in the next 12 days, or Talgar will lose her queen. Shanice put out a hand toward her, gesturing for her to sit again. You haven't finished eating, and from what I've heard, neither has your dragon. Fiona opened her mouth, ready to argue, but Shanice gave her an imperious look that was so reminiscent of her late grandmother, Mother Karina, that Fiona found herself obeying automatically. You can't handle the work you put on your plate until you've finished the food you've put there first, Shanice told her sternly, before turning back to Henez, saying, I understand that there's an issue with the Firestone? Fiona swallowed hard, crying in surprise. How did you know? I'm head woman. It's my duty, Shanice said, waving Fiona back to her meal, adding to Henez, Besides, it was obvious from the weyrwoman's surprise and your sudden return. Fiona felt Talent pounce on a small sheep out in the pens at the same moment that she heard the queen's triumphant whistling. She got the distinct impression that her queen was not all that hungry, but had dispatched the sheep merely to placate Becca. Eating is important, Fiona chided her dragon, and was chagrined to hear Talent's sardonic agreement. As you say. After that, the weyrwoman concentrated on her food. She kept a half-ear on the conversation and was relieved to discover that Shanice and her assistants had already devised a plan to dispose of the old Firestone. And, Shanice assured them, there were plenty of hands ready to do the work. After all, there are nearly 1,500 weyrfolk, Shanice pointed out with a sense of pride. She raised a hand and made another one of her now all too familiar peremptory gestures, which was met with the prompt appearance of another woman, several turns Shanice's senior, who was introduced as Bavora, Shanice's other assistant headwoman. She and the storemaster will arrange everything, Shanice said as Bavora hustled off toward another group of women. She turned to Fiona. So you only have to meet with the lordholders. You should probably visit Crom first. From what I've heard, Nera's more likely to listen to you than Lord Valpinar at Talgar.
You shouldn't go alone,
Norik spoke up from where he'd been standing near Fiona. She glanced up toward him.
Given the history between Dagan and Lady Nera, I can't imagine how you'll be received in Crom.
Dagan was demanding, Shanice allowed, clearly reluctant to say more.
He demanded that his dragon and his Weyr die for his arrogance,
Norik observed icily.
As you say, Henez interposed smoothly, he paid with his life. His deeds are done. You've written his eulogy and his dirge. I have,
Norik said flatly, directing a look of challenge and appraisal toward Henez. The bronze rider met his eyes unflinchingly until Norik lowered them and sighed wearily.
I've written too many sad songs. Perhaps it is time I found different lodgings.
No one is asking you to leave, Fiona declared with an angry look toward Henez. Suddenly she recalled the stories of Henez's long-ago feud with a different harper, a feud that had led to the death and the decline of Fort's weyrwoman. Would he, she wondered fleetingly, never stop bickering with harpers? Apparently Henez must have guessed some of her thinking, for he told Norik contritely,
My apologies, Harper. Tempers are short, hearts chafed. Dagan never would have apologized,
Norik said, obliquely accepting Henez's offering. He glanced at Fiona and said in an apparent decision,
Perhaps I could accompany you.
Fiona started to reply, but Norik continued, with a gesture toward Seaban.
I believe that Seaban and Becca should accompany us, as we've identified several gaps in our medicinal stores.
Seaban smiled at the weyrwoman.
That is, if your talent is up to 4.
Are you up for a journey with 4 on your back? Fiona asked her dragon, who she discovered was trundling back toward her weir, obediently following Becca. Fiona got the distinct impression that Talent found the tiny girl amusing.
"Are we taking Becca?"
Talent asked. Fiona was surprised, but not shocked to hear such a direct reference to another person. What shocked her was Talent's ready agreement, how eager she was to fly. Fiona had expected the queen to want to rest, not to risk exacerbating her cough. For a moment, Fiona felt torn between her need to protect her queen and her desire to enjoy the time they could together. She sensed the deep wistfulness in Talent's underlying emotions and knew there was only one answer. Of course.
"Your little one weighs nothing,"
Norik observed 20 minutes later as he hefted Becca up toward Seaban.
"If you can get her to eat, perhaps she'll get heavier,"
Seaban answered easily, settling Becca and reaching a hand down for the harper. Norik took it and flexed his legs to hop up from his position on the top of Talent's foreleg and climb up to the gold dragon's neck. Fiona followed quickly, her enthusiasm for her beautiful, marvelous, huge dragon undimmed by her fear for her health. Talent made a pleased noise as she rose to her full height, took a few quick steps forward to gain momentum, and leaped on her back legs into the air. Fiona let out a shout of pure glee as Talent climbed as strongly as ever toward the watch heights, circled the starstones, returned the watch dragon's greeting, and took them smoothly between to the distant Cromhold.
"Dagan was a difficult man,"
Norik said as they circled above the watch heights of Cromhold scant moments later.
"He used Lord Fenner harshly, and provided no aid when the plague struck."
"He supported Fenner's son, Fenril, didn't he?" Fiona asked.
"He did," Norik agreed blandly. "His concerns were the weir and its proper tithe. He felt that Fenril would provide that."
"Was Fenril the man who let his people starve while he drank his cellar?" Becca asked Seaban.
"He was,"
Norik said. "I wouldn't have done that," Becca said. "If I were Lord Holder, I'd make certain to take care of my people first." Seaban hugged her tightly. "So, Lady Nera has no call to love our weir," Fiona said in surmise.
"No, my lady, she does not,"
Norik agreed. Fiona felt the loathing emanating from the sullen holders around her the moment Talent settled on the ground, long before she set foot on the clean cobblestones of the courtyard and had a moment to scan the surrounding walls. Seaban, who had been concerned with getting Becca off Talent's neck without injury to child or dragon, noticed only when his daughter found herself pressed tight against him in unfocused fear. Norik joined them, caught their feeling, and quickly noted the stance of the guards on the walls above.
"Crom hospitality leaves much to be desired, if those are arrows I see pointing toward us,"
the harper declared in a booming, angry voice.
"Go back to your weir,"
a voice growled back, echoing around the walls, ominously. "I am Fiona, formerly of Fort Weyr, now of Telgar Weyr," Fiona called. "I have news for the lord of this hold." A huge burly man confronted her as Fiona stepped over the threshold, his arms crossed with his shield raised in front. Fiona glanced up at him once and immediately had his measure. He was one of the faithful guards who had stood with Nera against Fenril after the plague. "You must be Jeffrick," she declared. She felt the man's surprise. "We heard about you at Forthold." "You are Holder bred?" a woman's voice called from the far end of the hall. "Yes, Lady Nera," Fiona replied. "My father is Lord Beeman. I am Fiona, last of his line." "You ride a Telgar queen?" Nera asked in surprise, rising from her chair and moving down the hall toward Fiona.
"The only queen now at Telgar,"
Norik called out from his position beyond the guard Jeffrick. Nera jerked her head toward him in surprise. Sensing her wishes, Jeffrick stood to one side, allowing her to look directly at the rest of the group. Norik started forward, stopping to bow on one knee in front of Nera.
"My lady,"
he said, his voice full of sorrow.
"I am Norik, the last harper of Telgar Weyr."
He glanced up at her, then down again in shame.
Lord Degan is no more."
"He died fighting to save Pern," Fiona said, glancing down sympathetically toward the harper. "He and all the riders and dragons of Talgar Weyr." Nera's face drained of color, and she raised a hand to her eyes. "All?" "Kalior dispatched myself and 40 dragons, all we could spare," Fiona explained. "High Reaches Weyr flew the last fall."
"The illness took them,"
Seaban said, stepping forward and sketching a quick nod toward Nera.
"I am Seaban, once rider of Blue Earth."
"Jeffrick," Nera called softly. "Have the men stand down." As if the words released her as well, Nera suddenly seemed to shed her tension, and she gestured gracefully to Fiona and her party, indicating the head table. "Please," she said as she moved toward it, "join me." Nera insisted upon accompanying Fiona when she went to Lord Valpinar at Talgar, while offering Seaban and Becca free run of her herbal stores. "I'm told he is not well disposed to Dragonriders at the moment," the lady holder said by way of explanation. "Dragonriders? All of them?" "His experience has only been with Degan's old riders," Nera replied. "But once bitten, twice shy." "Exactly," Nera agreed. She craned her neck up toward Talent's shoulders and gulped the distance. The sky above was partly cloudy, the weather cool. Nera had on her warmest clothes. "Let me help you up," Fiona offered, bending down and cupping her fingers together to provide a lift. The courtesy seemed to surprise Nera, which caused Fiona a moment's anger at the old Talgar riders. Had they not shown such simple courtesies to their holders? Once Nera was safely perched, Fiona scrambled up behind her and strapped them both in safely. "Are you ready to fly, my lady?" Nera hesitated, then nodded. "Talent, take us up," Fiona said. The Queen rose easily into the air, her upward spiral marred only by a cough just before they reached the cliff heights. "Is she okay?" Nera asked in concern. "She's got the sickness," Fiona told her, "but she insisted on coming." "The same sickness that took Talgar?" "The same. Does that worry you?" "Very much," Fiona said, fighting back a sob. "What will happen if she succumbs?" "I don't know," Fiona said. "For now, though, we'll do what we have to do." "Well, I can see why you came rather than your Hinez," Nera said. "You can?" "And brought your entourage," Nera added, turning back to show Fiona her smile. "A weyrwoman must know how to be charming and diplomatic. A weyr leader need only know how to lead." "Weyr leaders can be diplomatic." "Queens command respect," Nera said. She glanced down at the scenery below and quickly up again. A moment later she looked down, scanning the fields of her hold with interest. "Are you ready to go between, my lady?" "Yes," Nera said with a firm nod. "I don't want to tire your queen too much." Fiona gave Talent the image, and they went between to Talgar Hold.
8. My heart is a dragon soaring in the sky. My heart is a dragon flaming from on high. My heart is a dragon filling all with love. My heart is a dragon protecting from above. Talgar Weyr, late evening, AL 508.2.9. At dinner that evening, Fiona relayed the results of her meetings with Lord Valpinar and Lady Nera to Hinez and the other wing leaders. Apparently, she recounted, Degan had once gone so far as to tell Valpinar that his attitude would buy him grief from the skies.
"He wasn't threatening to let Thread burrow, was he?"
Hinez asked in shock. Lord Valpinar was left to draw his own conclusions, Fiona said, her fury abated by the Bronze Rider's appalled reaction.
"You assured him?"
"I told him that we would do our duty to hold and haul as long as we had breath to draw," Fiona said. Hinez nodded approvingly, and the other Bronze Riders added their fervent agreement. She smiled, adding, "And I've arranged that Tavora can go back to the Smithcraft Hall." Fiona's attention was distracted when she saw Zinna herding a group of small children toward a table.
aided by a beautiful dark-skinned, dark-haired, aquiline-nosed girl near her age. Zinna noticed her look and gave her a tremulous smile, carefully seating the children and getting them settled with their dinner, before dragging the girl, who appeared quite reluctant, over to Fiona. Zinna looked radiant, her eyes glowing, her whole being transformed. Her grip on the other girl's hand was both shy and possessive.
"Weyrwoman, this is Taria."
Fiona nodded toward the other girl. Taria was half a head shorter than Zinna. They made a beautiful pair, and Fiona beamed at her friend.
"They've put you in charge of the nursery?"
Zinna shook her head.
"Taria's been handling the older children for 2 turns now."
She bent in close to Fiona's ear.
"She's all on her own, and she needs someone to help."
"You must be very good at your duties," Fiona said to Taria. The girl nodded mutely, her eyes wide with fright. Fiona pulled Zinna closer to her and whispered in her ear,
"Tell her I don't bite."
Zinna smiled, her eyes dancing as she glanced back to Taria. "Does this mean that you'll be in the dormitory from now on?" Fiona asked, adding hastily, "You're still welcome with me, both of you, particularly on the colder nights."
"I told you, she uses her friends for blankets,"
Zinna murmured triumphantly. Taria spoke for the first time, just above a whisper. Her voice was deeper than Zinna's and richer, with husky overtones. Fiona wondered if she sang at all, thinking that her singing voice would be a treat to the ears.
"I think it's best if we stay with the children, my lady."
Fiona was pretty sure there was more to it than the girl's words conveyed. "I suppose that's so," she said.
"You could bring them along."
She saw Taria's hesitation, her worried glance toward Zinna, and added, "The offer is always open." Taria managed a nervous nod and glanced imploringly toward Zinna. Fiona gave her friend a nod, which Zinna returned with a smile before happily tugging Taria away with her back to the children's table. So now it was just her and Pern. Fiona shivered, thinking that the nights at Telgar seemed colder than those at Fort, even while she knew that wasn't so. She was just spoiled by her time in hot, dry Eigen. Back in her quarters, she had just changed into her nightgown when she heard the alarming sound of a dragon coughing. Her immediate relief that it wasn't Talent again was dashed when her own queen coughed not a moment later. Becca rushed in just as Pern rushed out of the bathroom, her eyes wide with fright.
"Is she okay?"
Becca asked. The other dragon coughed again, the echoes confirming Fiona's first worried conclusion. It was Ledurth. Fiona sent Becca off with Pern, who was clearly so upset by Ledurth's illness that Fiona feared her worry alone would keep both rider and dragon awake all night. With an impulsive burst of energy, Fiona grabbed all her blankets and bedsheets, twisted around to pull them over her shoulder, and strode into Talent's quarters.
"I think it's just you and me, love,"
she said as she arranged thick blankets on the floor so that she could lie against Talent's chest. She was just dozing when a voice surprised her.
"May I join you?"
It was Seaban. He didn't wait for an answer, carefully moving to her side and encouraging her to prop herself against him. The warmth of his body, his arms wrapped comfortably around her, the fatherness of him, was all just too much, and she buried her face against the hollow of his neck, biting her lips firmly to keep from bawling.
"There's no shame in crying, my lady,"
Seaban told her softly, his free hand stroking her hair.
"There's no one here but you, me, and your queen."
Fiona felt herself shudder, but could not let herself go. She was the Weyrwoman. She was the strength of the Weyr. The people depended on her. The people looked to her.
"No one's looking,"
Seaban assured her, almost as if he'd read her mind.
"And if they were, what would be the harm in that?"
As if his words were the key to unlock her grief, Fiona suddenly found her tears flowing down her cheeks, her sobs uncontrollable, her nose running, and her whole body shaking with grief.
"You take so much on such young shoulders,"
Seaban was saying softly.
"You have the right to let some of it out."
The words eased her, and slowly, very slowly, her sobbing slackened, her tears dried up. With a deep sigh, she buried her head further against Seaban's, seeking the comfort of a child with a parent, and knowing that it was hers no longer.
"Shh," Seaban breathed quietly. "Shh now. It's all right. It's all right."
Too tired and worn out to argue, Fiona lay there, feeling the rise and fall of Tallenth's chest, the steady beat of Seaban's heart, the warmth of two bodies surrounding her, two loving souls comforting her. A long time later, she opened her eyes and turned her head toward the Weir's entrance to the bowl. Seaban did not move, seemingly asleep himself. She closed her eyes again, then opened them and was surprised to see small bright eyes gleaming in the distance. They were joined by another pair, then another, and then a larger pair, higher up. Zinna strode into view and the eyes swiveled nervously toward her.
"Is it all right, weyrwoman?" Zinna asked, her voice soft and husky in the cold evening air. "They were cold in the dormitories and couldn't sleep, and I remembered."
Fiona saw her friend, Taria, wasn't it, reach forward to grab for Zinna's arm protectively and suppressed a smile, instead nodding and raising an arm to beckon them forward.
"Tallenth is large enough now for the whole Weyr," Fiona called back softly, "and we'd like the company." She gestured toward her quarters. "I'm sure there are more blankets and sheets there." We couldn't," Taria began nervously, clearly alarmed at the thought of sleeping on the weyrwoman's bed sheets.
"Taria," Zinna cut her off with a kindly shake of her head. "This is Fiona, my friend. If she says she doesn't mind, she's not lying. She means it." Zinna tapped a couple of the children on the shoulders and gestured for them to follow her, while telling Taria, "Start getting them settled. We'll be back." With all the grace her growing adolescence would permit, Zinna strode into the weyrwoman's quarters, followed by a small cluster of eager, excited girls who alternately squeaked in delight and shushed each other. Beside her, Fiona felt Seaban move and realized that the man had been feigning sleep. "They'll settle down soon enough," she told him.
"What I cannot figure, my lady, is your ability to surround yourself so easily with love,"
Seaban replied, his voice mixed with awe, affection, and a sense of rightness. Fiona couldn't think how to answer him. For her, having friends was as natural as breathing. Zinna brusquely arranged the sheets, blankets, pillows, and youngsters, and had them settled down as quickly as she could. She gave Fiona an apologetic look before she clasped Taria's arm and tugged the other girl off to a corner at the far end of Tallenth's stomach. Fiona felt the great gold dragon stir in her sleep. "Tallenth," she said softly in a tone meant to reassure, "we have company." Fiona received a dim feeling from Tallenth that she knew and was pleased. "Please tell Zinna that I love her," Fiona said. She felt Tallenth groggily relay the message, felt Zinna's love return in response, and then relaxed against Seaban, making room for the small warm bodies that were curling up against her. Sometime in the middle of the night, Fiona came starkly awake.
"Ew! It's coming out her nose!" a small girl's voice exclaimed from near Tallenth's head. "Come on back, Ariar! You'll wake everyone!" Another girl whispered urgently, fearfully. "But Remy, what'll happen if she dies?" Ariar persisted, her voice coming toward Fiona, who kept her eyes closed, not wishing to alarm them further and possibly wake up the whole group. Fiona could hear the young girl, she couldn't have more than 7 turns at the most, pausing in front of Fiona, probably peering at her, as she continued, "They say that when a dragon dies, the rider loses half her heart with it." Ariar sniffed. "How can the weyrwoman live with only half a heart?" "Her heart is big enough, even just half, and with our love, it'll grow back." Zinna's voice came quietly out of the darkness. She scooped up the youngster in her arms, prepared to carry her back to the others. As Zinna's steps receded into the distance, Fiona heard Ariar declare, "You have my love, weyrwoman. I'll help you grow your heart back." 9. Weyrwoman, mind the Weyr, for all things prepare, and set the best fare, lest all should despair. Talgar Weyr, early morning, AL 508.2.10. Silence settled upon the group only for a short while.
Fiona managed to nod off for a bit and was surprised to be woken by the sound of Talent. This time her coughing fit lasted a long while, disturbing many of the youngsters who slept scattered around her. "It's all right," Fiona said. "Try to get back to sleep." She herself, in contradiction of her advice, rose and went to check on Talent's head. There was a small pile of green ooze in front of it. "It's only a little," she said to herself, remembering the bucket and mop she'd used for Blue Cirth.
"Come back to sleep,"
Seaban said, grabbing her shoulders in his hands and gently guiding her back.
"Your rest is important to her."
Fiona had barely gotten settled when the sound of feet coming up the path of the Queen's Ledge disturbed her. The noise redoubled with the sound of startled children. "She has the weyrwoman's permission," Fiona heard Taria declare stoutly in Zinna's defense. "Yes, she does," Fiona said, opening one eye to peer at the scene in front of her. Several women, their lips tight with disapproval, were shepherding children out of the weir. "Talent enjoys the company." "It's not normal," one of the older women complained, dragging 2 children in tow behind her. "Really, they shouldn't be disturbing you," another woman declared. "And with your poor dragon." "Talent likes them," Fiona retorted. She gestured vaguely to the women. "She likes company. You could join us if you'd like." Several of the women looked positively affronted by the suggestion and hurried out of the weir even faster, but some paused, looking wistfully at Talent. "I'm sorry, weyrwoman," Taria apologized as she gathered the rest of the children, preparing to depart. She cast an accusing look toward Zinna. "I should have known." "Taria, settle these children back down," Fiona ordered firmly. "If their mothers or fathers want to take them away, they will. Otherwise, they are welcome to stay." Taria opened her mouth once more, but Fiona cut her off peremptorily, jabbing her thumb toward the floor. "Here, in this weir, with their weyrwoman." Taria's mouth gaped in surprise as Fiona's words registered with her.
"And you wouldn't want to disobey the weyrwoman, would you?"
Seaban asked in a tone that mixed reasonableness with warning. "Come on, Taria," Zinna called softly, grabbing her friend's hand. "I told you that you can't gainsay this weyrwoman, didn't I?" "Well," Taria began, clearly worried over the frowning looks of the remaining women. "May I join you?" Shanice called softly as she climbed up to Talent's weir. She smiled at Fiona. "I'd heard you were accepting sleepovers." Several of the disapproving women gaped at Shanice in surprise and anger, but she dismissed them curtly. "If you don't want to be here with your weyrwoman, then leave." She eyed them carefully as she added, "But if you don't want to be with your weyrwoman now, when she stands by you, you might ask yourself whether you want to remain in this weir." She smiled grimly at them. "There are plenty of small holds lying fallow. You'll not lack for a roof or food." "Where's the best place to sleep?" Vika asked, 2 children waiting eagerly behind her. She nodded to Shanice, then to Fiona, saying, "My lady, I only just found out about your kind offer." She released the children, gently shooing them toward Taria and the others. "There are many of us here who have slept with dragons, but none with a queen." "You are welcome," Fiona said, gesturing toward a spot nearby. To the women who still remained standing, undecided, Fiona said, "Fijian's Ladurth is also suffering and could use company tonight, if you'd consider it." "That Becca will keep everyone up all night," a voice exclaimed out of the dark. Seaban's chuckle broke the tension that rose with those words.
"It's true that Becca rarely sleeps, but she's learned silence from an early age. Her mother is a midwife, and Becca was warned that any baby she woke was hers to get back to bed."
Some of the reluctant women chuckled. "However, some here should be sleeping, I think," Fiona said with a glance toward Taria's charges. "I know some may prefer soft beds to hard rock and their own quarters to a stranger's." She closed her eyes, wishing the disgruntled would either relent or leave. After a while, the sounds of movement died away. Fiona felt the warmth of some more bodies near her and the sounds of older sleepers and drifted off, content to see the morning. "Good morning, Talent." Ariar's small piping voice, kept hushed, was the first thing that woke Fiona that morning.
Good morning, Talent, Remy added in a whisper a moment later. I hope you're feeling better.
Fiona opened an eye only to see Seaban wink at her and close his eyes again suggestively. Suppressing a smile, she followed suit. One by one, the young Weyr girls and boys filed past the Queen Dragon and wished her a good morning and good health.
I've never heard the like before,
Seaban murmured as Taria added her voice in heartfelt tones to the others.
I know you're pretending, Zinna said right beside Fiona. You snore when you're really sleeping.
I do not, Fiona replied, eyes snapping open. Zinna smiled at her, leaned forward, and gave her a quick kiss on the forehead.
Of course not, weyrwoman, she agreed cheerfully. Did you sleep well?
Fiona stretched, careful not to hit Zinna or Seaban, and considered the question.
Well enough, thank you. We're heading back to the dorms to get them washed and dressed. There are far too many for your rooms, Zinna explained. Shall we bring your breakfast here?
When Fiona made to protest, Zinna told her, You know they'd be ecstatic to serve you. You can't imagine how they'd feel. I served the weyrwoman. Fiona smiled but shook her head. Perhaps another day. Zinna accepted this with a phlegmatic shrug. It's probably just as well. They'd spill all over you.
Come on, Zinna,
Taria called from the entrance. She nodded to Fiona and gave the weyrwoman a tentative smile.
Thank you, weyrwoman.
My pleasure. As they departed, Fiona took her weyrwoman's privilege and stole into her bathroom before Seaban. She was out again in a moment, offering him its use before taking a more relaxed bath and getting dressed for the day. When she was done, she went to clean up Talent's Weyr and check her over thoroughly, insisting upon going over the great gold body with her hands, searching for the smallest signs of patchiness. She was delighted to find one and oiled it promptly, to Talent's great pleasure. Really, though, she was saying goodbye. She wanted to savor every moment with her brilliant queen, to build a treasury of memories that would last all her days, to—
I will be all right, Talent assured her. You'll see. We have turns yet.
Fiona's sob brought Seaban rushing to her side, his face full of concern. Do you think dragons could have the sight, like Teniz? Fiona asked in response to his questioning look. She realized belatedly that he had never met Teniz. Tenaz was his sister.
She was a great lady,
Seaban said respectfully.
By the sight, do you mean to see what will happen?
Fiona nodded. Quickly she told him of the gifts that Teniz had left for her, Pern, and Lorana.
Lorana of Bendon?
Seaban repeated, surprised.
I wonder why he didn't have it delivered to her there.
Fiona shook her head. She said, nodding toward Talent, told me that she would be all right, that we will have turns together.
Weyrwoman,
Seaban began hesitantly.
Dragons have very poor memories.
I know, Fiona said, running a hand briskly over Talent's chest. Her lips quirked as she continued softly. I think she was trying to cheer me up.
Like her mate, she puts her concerns for others first,
Seaban agreed, patting the queen respectfully. Perhaps dragons are more like their riders than we think, Fiona mused. Didn't you say that if a rider wants to know how injured he is, he asks about his dragon? Seaban chuckled.
So your gold thinks that if you feel all right, she'll be all right? A view that's not without its merits,
Tamar spoke up, and they turned to see him standing at the entrance to Talent's lair. He nodded respectfully toward the queen, then came to Fiona.
I don't know if you heard, but Fijian's Ledurth.
What? Fiona broke in anxiously, turning toward the entrance, ready to sprint away. Tamar raised a hand in reassurance.
No, he is in no greater danger,
he said.
I came to tell you that he slept well and was thrilled with all the company he had.
Did Fijian sleep at all? Fiona asked, relieved enough to allow herself to feel amusement. Tamar's brows rose, and he grinned mischievously.
I believe that he and Pern managed to find some distraction from their cares, with Becca and at least a score of others devoted to the bronze's every whim.
He snorted.
Huh, I wonder if we'll have to worry about our dragons being too pampered. Not as long as this illness lasts,
Seaban said bleakly, and the light mood vanished. Tamar gave the ex-Dragonrider a sympathetic look in apology. "We were just going to break our fast," Fiona said to get past the awkward moment. She gestured, "If you'd care to join us." Tamar shook his head.
"No, thank you, weyrwoman,"
he said.
"I've duties to attend."
"Oh, come on, Tamar," Fiona snapped at him. "Seaban's man enough to let your gaffe pass. Join us and tell us how the training is going." Seaban gave the bronze rider an encouraging nod, and the two headed out toward the kitchen cavern together.
"How is Ledurth's illness affected the wings?"
Fiona followed a moment later, distracted from their conversation by her worries. She forced herself to be cheerful throughout breakfast, and teased Zinna, Taryn, and Taria for their hollow-eyed cheeks and evident fatigue, but she knew she was just putting up a front, a trick she'd learned turns before when she was still a toddler at her father's hold.
"A holder is the hope of all,"
Lord Beeman, her father, had told her solemnly once when Fiona had been having a tantrum.
"When you laugh, they are happy."
He lowered his chin as he asked her,
"And when you misbehave, how do you think they feel?"
She'd understood, even then, what he meant, though it was turns before she truly grasped the concept of leading by example. It was a strange thing, even if she was feeling sad herself. Just displaying cheer to others would inevitably cause her to cheer up as well. She wondered if she would still be able to do that if she lost to length. Little Ariar's question echoed in her mind. How can the weyrwoman live with only half a heart? She glanced around, spotted Zinna, rose, and went over to her, grabbing her around the shoulders in a great hug. "What?" Zinna asked, turning to face her, surprised by the embrace and the emotions behind it. "I just wanted to say that I love you," Fiona told her, ignoring Taria's concerned look from her nearby seat. Zinna gave her a wide-eyed look, and Fiona's lips quirked upward as she quoted, "Her heart is big enough, even just half, and with our love, it'll grow back." "Oh," Zinna said in a quiet voice. "I didn't think you'd heard." Taria had risen just in time to hear Fiona's words and gave her friend a look of admiration. Fiona shared a smile with her. "Weyrwoman," Shanice bustled over quickly, suppressing a yawn with irritation. "I'd been hoping to find you." "Yes?" Fiona asked, steeling herself for another daunting problem. Shanice noticed and smiled. "I wanted to introduce you to one of our treasures." "Treasures?" Zinna repeated blankly, turning to Taria with raised eyebrows. Taria met her look with a shrug, and then turned back to deal with some rising conflict among the children. "At Fort Weyr we treasured our people," Fiona said, careful to keep any tone of criticism from her voice. Shanice smiled and turned, gesturing for Fiona to follow her as she made her way to a far corner of the dining cavern. "I'm not surprised," she called over her shoulder, halting near an old man who was hunched over a strange table. "So do we." Fiona managed to glance over the old man's shoulder and frowned. Something was odd about the table. There was something on it, and it was spinning. She shifted her gaze and noticed that one of the man's legs was rising up and down rhythmically, as though pumping something. Shanice waved a hand toward the old man, her expression respectful. "This is Makiar, our pottery master." Alerted by the sound of his name, the white-haired old man glanced behind him.
"Oh, you're here!"
He rose fluidly from his perch and gestured for Fiona to take his place, his legs still pumping up and down. Now that he was up, she could see that he was pumping a spindle that spun the table.
Sit, weyrwoman."
With a quick glance toward Shanice, who nodded in encouragement, and a tolerant sigh, Fiona sat at the proffered seat. From behind, Shanice slipped an apron over her neck and pushed up her sleeves.
"Put your leg where mine is, and raise your hands,"
Makiar ordered.
"Keep the wheel turning."
Fiona realized that the table was a thin wheel of stone, and on it was perched a gray mass. Awkwardly at first, Fiona mimicked the pumping motion she'd seen Makiar use, adjusted her timing, and grew more absorbed and relaxed as she mastered it.
"Good,"
Makiar said, leaning over her from behind. His hands reached for hers and raised them to the clump on the table.
Cup your hands like so.
She fumbled to match his grasp, perplexed. Mikiar grunted in satisfaction and quickly moved one hand from hers, dipped it in a small bowl that she hadn't noticed before, and pulled out a wet hand. Deftly he sprinkled the water on the lump and grasped her hands again, pressing them into the wet coolness. "That's clay," Shanice explained, sensing Fiona's confusion. "I thought you could use some distraction." Mikiar grunted in a tone that Fiona took to mean that he didn't want the head woman distracting her, so she turned her gaze back to the lump that was changing shape under her fingers. "What are we shaping?"
What would you like?
Mikiar asked, guiding her fingers upward so that the clay rose toweringly.
A vase?
He guided her fingers outward, then down with an outward pressure, and the clay moved out, took on a different shape.
A bowl?
He pressed her hands down once more and out farther, and the bowl stretched out, got lower.
A plate?
He dipped his hand into the water bowl and let the liquid flow over her hands, wetting the clay once more.
What takes your fancy, weyrwoman?
Instead of replying, Fiona shot Shanice a reproving look. The head woman met it stubbornly.
Don't look at her. She knows nothing,
Mikiar said. His hand closed around her fingers gently.
Let yourself feel the clay, weyrwoman. See how you can change it.
Relax, Shanice suggested.
Go away. Master your kitchen,
Mikiar snapped in response, turning his attention once more to Fiona as he muttered.
She's good at bossing, not at feeling.
Something in the old man's tone soothed her, and Fiona found herself nodding, ignoring Shanice's contentious snort, and returning her gaze to the clay under her hands. She moved her left hand in symmetry with her right, increasing the curve once more before gently easing out the edges of the soup bowl. Yes, it was a soup bowl, she decided with a sense of rightness that she'd only felt a few times before.
Good choice,
Mikiar said.
Let the clay decide when you are done with it, and then let your hands free and stop your leg on the wheel.
Fiona had completely forgotten about the comforting rhythmic motion she was keeping with her right leg.
And we'll see what we've got.
Fiona kept her hands working a few moments more, and then pulled them away, removing her foot from the pedal and watching as the wheel slowed gently to a stop. She looked back at the pottery master, noted his dark brows and crinkled bright brown eyes for the first time, and realized from his weathered, weary face that this man had once, turns before, ridden a dragon. "What do we do now?"
If you like it, we take it off the wheel and let it dry,
Mikiar told her. "If I don't?"
You can ball it up and throw it back in the tub with the rest of the clay, pull out some more and start over, if you like,
Mikiar said.
As long as it's wet, you can do what you want with it.
"And after it's dry?"
You're still not done,
Mikiar told her.
We fire it in the ovens, and if it survives, then you can paint it with glaze, fire it once more, and produce a finished piece.
He smiled as he concluded.
And if it's a soup bowl, you can eat out of it, if you like.
"A soup bowl it is," Fiona declared, adding, "I've learned some good recipes."
Then a soup bowl it shall be,
Mikiar agreed. Fiona watched in awe as he quickly but carefully undercut the bowl with a thin, taut wire and lifted it off the wheel to nimbly place it on a nearby drying table. He came back to her and eyed it mournfully. "What?" she asked, wondering at his disappointment.
Nothing,
Mikiar replied.
Only it seems rather lonely there by itself.
He looked at her, his lips quirked upward.
Have you decided what you'll do with it?
Fiona thought for a moment. "Could I make more?" Mikiar nodded, his eyes twinkling.
I believe that you've made it rather clear that you are the weyrwoman here,
he said drolly. His emphasis and his tone made her realize that perhaps, if she'd behaved otherwise, she would never have met him, and certainly would not have been offered such tutelage. "My father will be getting married soon," Fiona began. "Would it be very difficult to make more?"
More?
"Say 20?" Fiona asked, wondering at the effort required.
I'd make 23 then,
Mikiar said.
2 spares to allow for accidents, and 1 just in case."
He stood and went to the large covered barrel that held the wet clay, clumped up some more, and brought it back to the pottery table.
"First, though," he said, as he began to knead the lump of clay on the table like bread dough, "it might be a help if you tried something different."
"Like what?" Fiona asked.
"How about a mug?"
Maciar offered, gesturing for her to start pumping the wheel.
"Or whatever the clay says to you."
The clay seemed to say mug. When it was shaped, Fiona was frustrated to learn that she couldn't form and attach a handle until the mug had dried somewhat. She looked at it sitting by her bowl on the drying table and tried to imagine different handle designs for it.
"Are you ready for a rest?"
"Am I keeping you from your work?" Fiona asked.
"No, my lady,"
Maciar said with a small smile.
"Teaching is part of my work."
He gestured toward the rest of the cavern, which had been shut out of Fiona's perceptions in all her concentration.
"But perhaps some food would help. It is past noon."
"Is it that late?" Fiona asked in surprise, glancing around and realizing that the dining cavern was filling rapidly. "Master Maciar, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize."
"No need to apologize, my lady,"
Maciar said with obvious pleasure.
"I find the clay keeps my mind from things for whole days sometimes."
"Things like the loss of a dragon," Fiona mused to herself. The smile she gave him in reply was half-hearted until she remembered her manners. "Would you like to join me?"
"No,"
Maciar said slowly.
"I think I'd prefer to eat here and watch your clay."
He winked at her.
"Make sure that it gets no foolish ideas while it's drying."
Fiona smiled at that and was about to reply when Talent interrupted her excitedly.
"She comes!"
"Who?" The watch dragon bugled a challenge that was answered by the deep voice of a bronze. The sound was strangely familiar. "Excuse me," Fiona said hastily to Maciar and rushed out to the weir bowl. A large bronze had just landed near the entrance to the dining cavern. It bellowed commandingly. "Come to me," Fiona heard. The voice was not Talent's. Dragons roared in response, and she heard Talent rushing from her weir, and, from the opposite side of the bowl, Ledurth leaped into the air to glide down toward the waiting bronze. "All of you!" There was a tone of exasperated humor. Fiona rushed toward the bronze as she realized that there were 3 people clambering down, one carefully passing a carry sack to the lower one.
"I told you I would be all right,"
Talent proclaimed cheerfully as she warbled a greeting to the bronze.
"Lorana has the cure."
"A cure?" Fiona said, stopping dead in her tracks. She turned toward the figures now assembled at the base of the bronze. "You've got a cure?" One of the men looked over at her sharply, his eyes wide in shock.
"Coriana?"
He rushed toward her and grabbed her in his arms, hugging her tight to him.
"I thought—"
And then he broke off and pushed himself away from her, confusion and grief distorting his face.
"An honest mistake,"
the other man said as he strode over. A woman, Lorana, close behind him. "Matal?" Fiona cried in surprise.
"We came as soon as we could,"
Lorana said, pausing to kneel and carefully open the carry sack. She pulled out a strange-looking object, and Fiona frowned as she tried to identify it. Lorana must have sensed her confusion, for she glanced up at Fiona and smiled awkwardly.
"It's a syringe from ancient times."
An eruption of noise overhead heralded the arrival of another dragon. It was a queen, far larger than Talent.
"Talarth is here, in case we run out of serum,"
Lorana explained as she carefully filled the syringe.
"The serum is dragon's blood. It contains the necessary protection."
"Ledurth first," Fiona said, still recovering from her shock.
"Then the others." "Your queen is sick, Seska told me,"
Lorana said in disagreement.
"Her first, then the others."
"All right, her, then Ledurth. He's sick as well," Fiona said. She looked at Kindan again, then at the woman in front of her, this time more carefully. Her dark hair was straight, her skin not as pale as Fiona's, her dark eyes bright and set slightly slanted in her face. She had a beauty that was born of motion and grace.
"Are you the one?"
Fiona asked, trying to match Lorana's voice with the one she'd heard so often in her head during the past 4 turns of her life.
"She's the one who paid with dragon gold,"
Kindan said, misunderstanding her question and glancing sympathetically toward Lorana. He glanced back to Fiona and dropped his eyes, ashamed of his words. Her eyes were attracted to a shiny brooch worn on his breast. It was a gold harp. Her brooch made real and delivered. Matal followed her gaze. His face was more lined than she remembered.
"Now, perhaps, Kindan," he said with a gleam in his eyes, "I should explain to you why I asked you to wear that brooch today."
"You look so like her,"
Kindan said, half in apology, half in sorrow. "I'm glad to hear that," Fiona said. "She was my sister."
"You look so old,"
Kindan persisted. Then Matal's words registered and he looked down at the brooch.
"The brooch?"
Matal smiled.
"This young lady found the gold that went into it," he explained, "although it was not until much later that I realized who she really was."
Kindan frowned in thought for a moment, then looked up at Fiona accusingly.
"You timed it to Eigen?"
"I did," Fiona said, turning her attention back to Lorana. The ex-Dragonrider looked tired. A young woman leaped down from the large queen. She looked about Fiona's age and rushed over to the group. Her skin was darker than Lorana's. She looked to have traitor blood like Shanice. She had the same bright dark eyes, the same white teeth, and the same light air of cultivated assurance. "Gila, Talarth's rider," the girl said by way of introduction. She glanced toward Kindan, then Fiona. "Did you say you timed it to Eigen?" Fiona held up a hand. "Later, please," she said, moving toward Lorana. "Let's see to the dragons."
"They all need the serum," Matal said as he followed. "It will not only cure the illness, but prevent it."
"Lorana developed it,"
Kindan added, with pride in his tone. Lorana was preparing a 3rd syringe. "What do I do?" Fiona asked. "Jab it in your dragon's hide, then plunge the liquid in," Lorana said. She gave Fiona a half-smile as she added, "It won't hurt." "Dragon hide is thick," Fiona joined in to finish in unison. Lorana's smile widened but did not quite reach her eyes. Fiona wanted to ask her all sorts of questions, but she felt Lorana's detachment and determination and settled for a quick, light touch of thanks on the older woman's shoulder before rushing off to Talenth. "Didn't I tell you?" Talenth said cheerfully, not even reacting as Fiona jabbed her and plunged the life-saving dragon ichor into her neck. "How did you know?" "You told me." Before Fiona could overcome her shock at Talenth's declaration, Taryn rushed up to her, breathless, eyes huge. "There's a cure?" Fiona nodded. "That's it." Fiona nodded again. She gestured toward the others. "Lorana discovered it." "And Ledurth." "As cured as Talenth," Fiona assured her. "Oh, thank goodness," Taryn said, bursting into tears and burying herself against Fiona, who, unbalanced, fell against Talenth before she could wrap an arm around her friend. As if Taryn's relief was a signal, Fiona felt tears flood down her own cheeks. "What is it?" Talenth asked in concern. "Why are you crying?" "Because you're safe," Fiona told her. "Because you're not going to die without me." Talenth rumbled happily as she reminded her rider. "Didn't I tell you?" Fiona clung tighter to Taryn, letting relief wash over her until they were both cried out. Taryn pulled away long enough to wipe her eyes on her sleeve. Disregarding Fiona's scowl and laughing when the weyrwoman ruefully realized she was no better placed to clean her face and, in chagrin, wiped her own eyes the same way. "How did Teniz know?" Taryn wondered as she stood up. Fiona raised an eyebrow in confusion. "That Lorana would come here," Taryn elaborated. Fiona felt her face drain of color and she shook her head, suddenly feeling full of dread. Knowing that Lorana would come here, what message had Teniz sent her? Surely it would be a note of congratulations, she told herself. After all, what more could be asked of the woman who'd sacrificed her queen to save Pern? She shoved her thoughts aside. "We need to inject the others," Fiona declared, putting her words into action and returning to Lorana, who directed her in refilling the syringe. There were only 3 syringes, so Fiona, Pern, and Jila were kept very busy injecting all the remaining dragons.
"They'll probably feel tired," Matal warned.
"You don't look so good yourself,"
Kindan said, just as Fiona opened her mouth to make the same comment. She gave the harper a rueful look before gesturing Matal toward the dining cavern. "Perhaps you'd care for something to eat, or some claw," she offered.
"Both,"
Kindan said decisively, with a humorous glance at the older man.
"I don't think he's eaten since— When was the last time you ate?"
"When was the last time you ate?"
Matal retorted. Fiona scrutinized all the Bendon riders appraisingly. "Taryn!" she called. The younger woman glanced up from where she was helping Lorana, quickly followed Fiona's gaze, looked consideringly at Lorana, then rose to her feet, calling over her shoulder as she trotted toward the dining cavern. "I know! Food for foolish riders!" Matal chuckled at her words, saying to Fiona,
"She was with you at Eigen."
"Yes," Fiona said shortly. "She's well versed in the ways of foolish riders." A sudden noise from nearby distracted them, and Fiona moved just in time to prevent Jila from collapsing onto the ground. "She's exhausted," Fiona said. She glanced at the riders and weirfolk clustered around, then shook her head, saying to Matal, "Help me get her to my quarters." "We're done here," Lorana called as she packed up. "You're welcome to join us." "Your dragons should rest," Lorana said, as she and Kindan fell in behind her. "Talent," Fiona said, "tell Taryn that we are in my rooms." "She knows," Talent replied. "You should get some rest," Fiona told her queen. "You need to recover." She heard Talent rumble in agreement and start ambling along behind them. Another set of footsteps caused her to turn. It was Hinez. He appeared worried. With a look, she invited him to follow them. They climbed the incline of the Queen's Ledge and entered Fiona's Weyr. She and Matal gently laid Jila down in her bed, and then she gestured for the others to take seats around her day table. "Taryn will be along with food and claw," she told them. Hinez cleared his throat, then asked Lorana,
"Did I hear you say that the dragons will be tired, even the healthy ones?"
Lorana glanced warily at Matal.
"The cure usually makes them very tired for a day or so,"
the bronze rider responded. He saw Hinez's troubled look and was startled by it until, with a groan, he realized.
"You've Threadfall tomorrow."
"Yes,"
Hinez replied shortly. Fiona looked at Lorana. "Will we be able to fly tomorrow?"
"We'll have to be,"
Hinez declared. He stood, his thoughts surrounding him like a dark cloud, before he turned swiftly, saying,
"Your pardon, but I've got to be certain that my riders rest their dragons immediately." "Of course,"
Matal called after him. After a moment, he added,
"If you'd like, I'll fly with you."
Hinez paused mid-stride and turned back, eyeing Matal carefully before replying,
"If you wish."
"What about Fijian's Ladirth?" Fiona asked, glancing among the 3 Bendon weirfolk. "If the healthy dragons will be tired from the cure, will Ladirth be well enough to fly tomorrow? He's been coughing." Kindan frowned and glanced at Lorana, who shrugged. "I don't know," she said. "Perhaps Matal could lead Fijian's wing," Fiona suggested to Hinez. Hinez frowned and turned away.
"I'll be back."
"Don't hurry," Fiona called after him. "You need rest, too." Hinez waved a hand over his shoulder in acknowledgement, but Fiona got the distinct impression that the prickly bronze rider was surprised at her concern. As he moved out of sight, Taryn and Zinna arrived, each bearing a well-laden tray. "She'll be okay," Zinna demanded, gesturing toward Talent. "You found a cure?"
"Yes,"
Matal told her, casting a sidelong look toward Fiona. Fiona felt that the old rider was amused by the possessiveness in Zinna's reaction. "Oh, thank you," Zinna cried. She placed her tray on the table and turned away for a moment. Fiona rose from her seat and went to hug her. "We've all been so worried about Talent," Taryn explained apologetically as she served the Bendon weirfolk. She glanced toward Jila lying in Fiona's bed and frowned. "Is she all right?" she said to Fiona. "Should I send for Becca?" "She's just tired," Fiona assured her, still comforting Zinna and trying to absorb her own feelings. Now that she could set aside her worry for Talent, she realized how discomfited she was by Kindan's presence. She'd felt both glad and angry that he had mistaken her for Coriana, and she was surprised that at a time like this she even thought of it. Shyly, Zinna pulled away and began bustling about the room, searching out blankets for Jila, arranging the pillows for the young weirwoman's comfort, and generally busying herself. Fiona returned to her seat, even as Taryn chided her. "You've not eaten yet yourself, weirwoman." Fiona smiled at Taryn and beckoned to her. When Taryn gave her a look of alarm, Fiona overrode her concerns, explaining to the others. "Taryn was my head woman at Eigen."
"I recall,"
Matal said. Kindan frowned in Fiona's direction, fingering the brooch on his chest before turning toward Lorana and forcing a roll into her hand.
"You've got to eat, love."
Fiona gave the older woman a careful look, then declared, "You need to rest. You haven't slept in at least a 7-day, have you?" Lorana gave her a startled look, and a moment later Kindan did the same. "Taryn, get with Shanice and have the other weirs prepared," Fiona said. "Jila and her Talarth can have one, Lorana and Kindan the other." She glanced toward Matal, who was eyeing her with interest, then added to Taryn, "And ask Hinez where Matal and Gaminth should settle." Taryn gave her an amused look and, with a grin at the others, nodded and sprinted off. Zinna looked ready to follow her, but Fiona forestalled her with a raised hand. "Can you get Becca? I want her to look at the weirwoman, just to be safe." Zinna nodded. "I'll be right back." Matal chuckled as Zinna raced out of the room into Talenth's weir, paused to give the sleeping queen a quick pat, and sped off on her mission.
"I congratulate you, weirwoman,"
Matal said with a nod toward her. Fiona looked at him in surprise.
"You not only did amazing things when you were at Eigen, but you've produced a miracle here as well."
He gestured toward the weir where Taryn and Zinna had been.
"It is not everyone who can command such loyalty."
Fiona caught Kindan giving her an appraising look, but he turned away the moment he realized she saw him. They ate in silence until Becca arrived, breathless and eager-eyed. "The dragons are cured!" she piped excitedly, her gaze going over everyone in the room. Her eyes locked on Lorana, and she rushed over, embracing the larger woman's shoulders and resting her head on her back. "Oh, thank you! Thank you! Thank you!" Lorana was nonplussed. "I know it was too late for your dragon, or my father's, but at least no more dragons have to die," Becca explained.
"Your father's?"
Matal repeated in surprise, but his words were lost as Lorana gave a heartfelt sob and began to cry. Everyone's attention went to her, and Fiona was already out of her chair and moving to her side. "You heard her, Lorana," Fiona said, feeling her own tears overflow as she grabbed for Lorana's limp hand. She could tell that the dark-haired woman hadn't, until this moment, fully allowed herself to grasp that fact. Lorana, so overwhelmed with dragons dying, could only now consider that dragons might live, because of her. "No more dragons have to die. You did it. You saved the dragons of Pern." 10. With my life and my dragons, I pledge ever to learn. I pledge thread to burn. I pledge to guard all Pern. Telgar Weyr, later, AL 508.2.10. Becca prescribed Fellis juice and a long rest as it became clear that fatigue and sorrow had overwhelmed Lorana. She did not stop crying for 10 minutes, after which, racked with exhaustion and coaxed to lie next to the resting Jila, she curled up into a ball and fell asleep. Kindan held her close, while Matal and Fiona looked on helplessly. "I'll stay with them," Becca declared, pushing at Fiona and gesturing to Matal. "You two should go to the dining cavern and see Shanice." "Taryn, I'll handle her," Becca declared firmly, pulling a chair close to Fiona's bed and settling herself in as guard. Matal glanced at her and then at Fiona in surprise. Fiona smiled at him and shook her head, gesturing for him to follow her toward the dining cavern. "She doesn't sleep," Fiona explained as they walked across the bowl. "They'll be in good hands."
"But what if she needs help?"
"I'll ask Talenth to check in with her periodically," Fiona told him.
"Does your queen talk to everyone?"
Matal asked. "That's not normal?" Fiona shook her head, frowning as she admitted, "I know so little about being a proper weirwoman." Matal grabbed her hand and laid it on his arm, bowing toward her with a flourish.
"No, weirwoman, you are an example to us all."
Fiona felt her face flush and looked away hurriedly. She maintained her silence until she and Matal sat themselves at the high table, and Shanice bustled over to them. "So," she demanded of Fiona, "have you got everything the way you like it once more, all jumbled, rattled, and running just your way?" Fiona grinned, and she nodded in agreement. "Next, I'll send you back in time to Eigen. It needs a good cleaning." Matal, who seemed torn between rising to Fiona's defense and jumping in on Shanice's side, choked on his claw. Fiona gestured to him. "This is Matal. He's been to Eigen, so he knows how dirty it is." "My lord," Shanice said, inclining her head, her manner sobering abruptly, her next words directed equally to Matal and Fiona. "I hope you'll forgive my banter. You brought news we never expected to hear."
"And wouldn't have, if it were not for Dagan,"
Matal said, raising his mug in a half-salute to the late Weyr leader. "How is that?" Fiona and Shanice asked, nearly in unison. Fiona cocked her head firmly toward a vacant chair, ordering the head woman to be seated. Shanice glanced around the dining cavern and, deciding that nothing needed her immediate attention, complied with her weirwoman's demand.
"It's a sad story,"
Matal said with a shake of his head,
"and I don't know if we'll ever hear the full of it."
"Perhaps I should get Norik," Shanice suggested to Fiona. The weirwoman frowned, then relayed the request to Talent.
"He comes,"
her queen replied drowsily, in a tone that made Fiona resolve not to disturb her again. "I've asked for him," Fiona said.
"And your dragon scolded you for waking her," Matal said. "My Gaminth did the same with me the day he got the injection."
Oddly, Fiona found his words a relief. Gaminth seemed completely healthy.
"Anyway," Matal said, "as I understand it from Kindan, Lorana needed a word to open the door to the teaching rooms."
"The ancient rooms at Bendon?" Fiona asked. The bronze rider nodded, but Shanice looked perplexed. "We've heard nothing of this here," she said.
"When the illness first started affecting dragons, we started examining the records," Matal said.
"I think Lena did that," Shanice said in the late weirwoman's defense.
"We found nothing, and so Lorana decided that we should check the records at Fort Weyr."
Shanice nodded. "It's the oldest, most likely to have ancient records."
"The only reference found was to ancient rooms at Bendon Weyr,"
Matal continued. Shanice raised her eyebrows in surprise, and Matal nodded in agreement.
"We all thought it odd, but discovered a section of corridor off the hatching grounds, an ancient corridor, that was blocked by a rock slide. We got help from miners to dig the fall out and found a room, but it was the wrong room."
"Wrong room?"
"We didn't know it at first,"
Matal said, his eyes going bleak with sadness.
"And by then, Lorana's Arith had caught the illness."
He took a deep breath before he continued.
"We found 4 glass vials, each filled with different colored powders. Lorana was desperate. Her Arith was near to death. She thought to mix some of each of the vials and inject it into her."
"She killed her dragon?" Shanice asked anxiously. Matal nodded.
"The mix was wrong. We only discovered that much later," he said. "Arith went between. It wasn't until Lorana recovered that we realized there were other rooms, and she thought that perhaps the answer lay in them."
"She lost her dragon, and she didn't give up," Shanice said in awe. She sniffed once, dabbed at her eyes, then motioned politely for Matal to continue.
"The miners returned and excavated another section above the rooms that led to a different entrance," Matal said. "This was the entrance we should have found first, because when we entered, we were greeted by a voice."
"A voice?" Fiona asked, thinking of the voice that she'd been hearing in her head. "Did you recognize it?"
"More than that, it introduced itself to us," Matal said. "It said it was a recording, almost like playing music on an instrument from a written score, and the voice was Wind Blossoms."
"Wind Blossom?" Shanice repeated. "2 people, or one person with 2 names?" "2 names," Fiona told her. She glanced at Matal as she continued. "I learned about her from Kindan. He'd been trying to find the words to a song that he'd read just before—"
"Just before the fire at the Harper Hall,"
Matal interrupted her quietly.
"He found the title. He remembered the song."
"It was important," Fiona said, recalling how often Kindan had striven to remember the song when she was growing up, how much it had driven him.
"The song saved Pern,"
Matal said. He saw a man in Harper's blue approach and waved him to a seat.
You must be Norik.
Norik nodded but said nothing.
I was just saying that a song saved Pern, Matal explained. It is called Wind Blossom's Song, and it contained a question that Lorana had to answer to open the door to the final teaching room, the one where we learned how to defeat the illness.
He paused, silent for a moment, turning his head toward the Queen's quarters.
But it wasn't enough to cure just one dragon, so Minith and Talia went back in time to High Reaches Weyr, where she clutched and her dragonettes grew to full size. With them, including Gila's Talarth, we had enough serum to cure all the dragons. And now, with Telgar here, we have done so.
So that's why High Reaches was being so aloof, Fiona exclaimed. I remember Seska talking about it, saying that they'd not had any contact for 3 turns.
They couldn't let anyone know,
Matal said with a grimace.
Because no one did know.
By the first egg, I don't think I'll ever understand all the twitchiness in timing it.
And yet timing it saved Pern,
Matal replied. A moment later he added,
and High Reach's isolation and Talia's pluck.
He shook his head with a sad look before saying to Norik,
You'll have to ask Kindan for the full words, but as I was saying, the song recalled the loss of Telgar. Recalled?
Norik interrupted. When Matal nodded in confirmation, the harper persisted.
Was not the song written before the event? 100 of turns before and yet after, Matal replied. It seems that the loss of Telgar opened a bridge back in time, a bridge across which Lorana could send one word. A word?
Norik asked in disbelief. Why don't you let Lord Matal finish? Then you can ask questions, Fiona said firmly to the harper. Norik spared her a glance, then lowered his eyes as Fiona outglared him. She turned back to Matal. My lord?
The words were clearly written by a harper. A master harper, I think,
Kindan spoke up from the entrance. Kindan, are you all right? Fiona asked, rising from her chair. Kindan gave her a smile and a nod.
I'm so well, in fact, that your Becca sent me here.
Fiona laughed at the image his words invoked. She gestured for him to join them. You found the words to the song, she exclaimed in delight.
I did,
Kindan replied gravely as he sat down. He turned to Norik and began to sing softly in a minor chord.
1,000 voices keen at night, 1,000 voices wail, 1,000 voices cry in fright, 1,000 voices fail. You followed them, young healer lass, till they could not be seen. 1,000 dragons made their loss a bridge 'tween you and me. And in the cold and darkest night, a single voice is heard, a single voice both clear and bright. It says a single word. That word is what you now must say to open up the door in Bendinweir, to find the way to all my healing lore. It's all that I can give to you, to save both Weyr and Hold. It's little I can offer you, who paid with dragon gold.
Kindan spared nothing of his craft in his singing, and when he was done, Norik had dropped his head in his hands, tears falling freely. Shanice, Fiona, and Matal were no better. It was a long time before the Telgar harper recovered, and when he did, he lifted his head to be met by Shanice's bright eyes as she assured him, Their loss was not in vain.
Please, sing this song again, Kindan,
Norik said.
I must teach it to the Weyr. If you like, we could sing it tonight, together,
Kindan offered.
It would be an honor.
Softly, with all the strength he could still muster, tears rolling down his cheeks, Kindan began once more to sing Wind Blossom's song. He was surprised and relieved to feel warm hands on his back, massaging him, comforting him as he relived the grief of the moment still fresh and bitter in his memory. It was only when he'd repeated the last heartfelt phrase, "Who paid with dragon gold," that he realized the hands were Fiona's. "I knew you'd remember it when you need it," she whispered to him as she wrapped her arms around him and buried her head against his shoulder. "I just knew it." She felt his gratitude at her praise and was filled with a special warmth. She knew that she was the only person who truly understood what it meant to him. "Vaxorum would be proud of you," she told him, hugging him tightly. "You didn't give up. Again."
"As you see, Kindan," Metal spoke up approvingly, "I'm not the only one to acknowledge your virtues."
Fiona glanced up at the older dragon rider and smiled. The look in his eyes left her feeling a bit awkward, and she released Kindan and, resuming her seat, sought out a new topic. "With the illness cured, how long do you think it will be before things return to normal?" Metal pursed his lips in a frown.
"I'm not sure that normal has much meaning, weyrwoman, during a pass. I want to meet with Master Archivist Virilin soon and check the records," Kindan said, glancing toward Metal first, then Fiona. "We have less than 3 flights of dragons at Bendon."
"Not even 2 wings here," Fiona added, her brows meeting in a frown as she followed the thrust of his words. "None at Eigen, only 5 wings at Fort." Her words trailed off and she bit her lip before looking up at Kindan once more. "We don't have enough dragons, do we?" "Enough dragons for what?" asked Lorana, standing at the entrance to the dining cavern, a desperate Becca following her in train. "My lady, you need rest," Becca said. Lorana turned back to her and smiled gently, reaching a hand down toward the younger girl, who took it shyly, as Lorana told her, "As do you." Becca glanced apologetically in Fiona's direction, saying, "I fell asleep, weyrwoman." "Well, that's a first," Fiona said, waving off Becca's anxiety and asking solicitously, "Are you still tired? I'd like someone with weyrwoman Gila when she wakes." "Tyrion's with her," Becca said, trying her best to stifle a yawn. "Taryn asked me if you'd mentioned anything about the box," Lorana said. She smiled shyly as she added, with her glance sliding toward Kindan before returning to Fiona. "She showed me her note and offered me her dragon." "She would," Fiona said, as moved by Taryn's offer as by Lorana's obvious refusal. "If you're not tired, we were eating, and Kindan was filling us in on events at Bendenweir." "And you'd just discovered that we don't have enough dragons," Lorana said, stepping toward them. Becca glanced at Lorana, then at Fiona for direction, and when Fiona nodded for her to join them, she followed beside Lorana, her grip on the older woman's hand tightening just a bit. "You'll think of something," Becca told her confidently. "You saved the dragons of Pern. There's nothing you can't do." Lorana kept her gaze on Fiona, and only she shared the great pain in her eyes as they both recognized the error in Becca's statement. "I'll get some claw," Shanice said hastily, putting actions to words with the air of one grateful for an excuse to avoid an awkward exchange. "It needs warming," Fiona agreed. At Kindan's beckoning, Lorana sat next to him, and he drew her head to his shoulder and rested his against hers for a moment. "Taryn told me that you met Mother Karina when you were back in time at Eigenweir," Lorana said, even as Kindan pushed a roll toward her suggestively. "We did," Fiona said. "I learned a lot from her." Lorana glanced at Kindan. "One of the traders had the gift of the sight, they said." His eyebrows went up in surprise, but he said nothing. "He left notes for Fiona and Taryn here."
"Did he?"
Kindan asked, impressed. Lorana nodded and continued, but Fiona was sure she felt anxiety growing in the other weyrwoman. "Yes, he left Taryn a harness fitting made of gold in the shape of a soaring dragon." Fiona suddenly stared at the twin of her own brooch gleaming on Kindan's breast. Teniz had said, "It will all turn out right." What had he meant by that? Why had he arranged for her to get a brooch identical to Kindan's? "Teniz's note to Taryn said, 'This is yours and no others,'" Fiona quoted. She glanced toward Kindan. "The queens will be rising soon."
"You think perhaps your friend Taryn will impress?"
Metal asked. "She's got the makings," Lorana said. "Her heart is in the right place." Kindan turned toward Lorana, glanced quickly toward Fiona, then back at Lorana with a question forming on his lips. Fiona beat him to it. "Will you stand on the hatching grounds again, Lorana?" Lorana held her breath for a long moment before letting it out again to say, "Perhaps I should see what Teniz wanted to say to me." Fiona turned to Kindan. She knew that he'd been left on the hatching grounds for over 10 turns, and that he was far too old for tradition, but all the same she felt a sense of rightness in his riding a dragon, and she could feel Mittal steeling himself to say the same. Lorana beat them to it. "No matter whether I do or not, Kindan of Pern, you will be a candidate." Fiona met her eyes, and they exchanged a look of firm agreement. "No queen of my Weyr," Fiona began, only to be interrupted by Lorana, who declared, "No queen of Pern will keep you from the hatching grounds."
"And for what you've done, they would be glad to see you ride bronze,"
Mittal added solemnly. Kindan sighed heavily, signaling his defeat. Fiona, however, ignored him. Her attention was focused on Lorana. Her voice when making that declaration had sounded so startlingly familiar. "Did you bring us back in time?" Fiona asked her suddenly. "Me?" Lorana repeated in surprise.
"Lorana,"
Mittal said at the same time, giving Fiona an odd look.
"She was at Bendon the whole time."
"The whole time," Fiona repeated. Lorana looked no less confused, and Fiona dropped the notion with a frown, explaining by way of apology. "Someone brought Talent and me back in time to Eigen, a gold rider."
"You mean a weyrwoman,"
Kindan corrected absently, his attention directed toward Lorana. "I don't know," Fiona said to herself with some surprise. "Why is it that I always say Queen Rider or Gold Rider, but never weyrwoman?" "We wouldn't have gone if she hadn't urged us," she said. "If she hadn't made it sound like we'd already done it." She glanced toward Lorana. Her voice sounded something like yours. "Arith was too young to go between," Lorana told her sadly. "I'm not so sure," Fiona replied. "Talent was not much older than Arith, and she went." Kindan shot her an angry look that Fiona understood all too well. The loss of Lorana's queen weighed heavily on the both of them. "Would you," Fiona said softly to Lorana, "at least consider standing on the hatching grounds again?" "I might," Lorana said with a small smile. "It would be good to hear the hatchlings. I've never tried that."
"She hears all dragons," Mittal explained. "She feels them," Kindan corrected him, his hand unconsciously rising to pat Lorana's shoulder in comfort. "Before you have a hatching, you've got to have a mating flight," Mittal said, his gaze leveled at Fiona. Fiona felt herself reddening, and she ducked her head in embarrassment before answering. "Talent is old enough to rise any day now." "Who will be the lucky dragon to catch her?" Fiona shook her head. "The first queen to rise here will be senior, won't she?" Kindan asked with a quick, apologetic glance toward Lorana. "Gila's Talarth is just as ready," Mittal said. "But she'll be going back to Bendon, won't she?" Fiona asked. "Not if she's any sense," Mittal said with a chuckle. Fiona looked at him, confused, and he explained. "Talia can be a little difficult." "I imagine she'll be better now," Lorana opined diplomatically. She told Fiona she'd been timing it back at High Reach's Weyr, so her temper was difficult. "But you weren't like that, were you, weyrwoman?" Becca asked Fiona, bristling with loyalty. "No, I felt different," Fiona said. She glanced toward Mittal and Lorana. "I wasn't the only one. Tamar and several of the weyrlings felt much the same way. We were tired even before we went to Eigen, all except Taryn." Mittal murmured thoughtfully. He glanced inquiringly toward Kindan. The harper shook his head, lips pursed in a frown. "I recall nothing like that in the records." "But there wasn't much mention of timing," Lorana said. She glanced toward Fiona as she added, "I think the Weyrs were trying to keep it a secret." "With good reason, if Talia is anything to go by," Mittal agreed. "Speaking of secrets," Lorana said, glancing toward Kindan and Mittal, "when were you going to tell me that we don't have enough dragons?" "Lorana, that's not fair," Fiona rebuked her gently. "You've only just discovered the cure. Before that, there was no point in worrying about our numbers." Lorana ducked her head in acknowledgement. "So, how many do we have?" Kindan asked. "We've 40, plus 2 here," Fiona said, looking around for a slate and not finding one, gesturing for Becca to get one.
The young girl grinned at her, glad to be involved in the discussion, and raced off and back with the first slate she found. Fiona handed it back, saying, "This one has a recipe on it. I don't think Shanice will thank you if it's erased." Becca's next sojourn was longer, but more productive. She returned followed by a small procession of Weyr kids towing a large teaching slate. "Much better," Fiona agreed as she erased the board with the duster and wrote down the names of the Weyrs with columns for fighting strength and queens. She filled in Talgar first, with 40 and 2. She had arranged the chart from northeast to southwest, so Talgar was in the middle. With Lorana's aid, they soon had it filled out. High Reaches, 328, 2. Fort, 156, 1. Talgar, 40, 2. Eigen, 0, 0. Ista, 307, 2. Bendin, 197, 1. Total, 1,028, 8.
"We should have 3,000 fighting dragons for a pass," Kindan said sourly, "and as many as 30 queens."
He turned to Matal.
"As soon as possible, I'd like to visit Master Zist and Virilin." "This distribution is very uneven," Matal agreed. "We should have more dragons at Talgar. It's central to Pern, and has the extra burden of the falls it inherited when Eigen was abandoned."
"Fort's weak as well," Fiona added in fairness to her old Weyr.
"Perhaps we can get the Weyr leaders to meet soon and discuss this," Matal said thoughtfully. "I think that would be an excellent idea,"
Henez said. They turned to see him approaching from the Weyr bowl, pulling off his were-hide gloves and scarf. Behind him, in the bowl, other riders returned from drill were dismounting and sending their dragons to their Weyrs. He gave the group a tight smile as he continued,
"I was thinking much the same thing myself."
He found a seat opposite Matal and examined the chart silently for a long while.
"Harperkinden, Norik, am I right in recalling that the queens can be expected to rise twice a turn and produce an average of 28 eggs?"
Henez said, steepling his hands thoughtfully. "That sounds right from records I've read," Fiona told him, glancing at Norik and Kindan for any disagreement.
"So this turn we can expect—"
Henez paused as he did the sum in his head.
"The queens to produce at most 432 Weyrlings."
"I think—" Becca piped up hesitantly, then spoke with greater speed as Henez nodded for her to continue. "I think it's 448, my lord."
"Yes, you're right,"
Henez said after a moment's thought.
"Well summed."
"I did a lot of sums for my mother," Becca explained.
448,
Henez repeated, absently waving Becca back to silence. "And at least 2 turns before they're large enough to fight," Fiona added warningly.
"We could send them back to the past,"
Henez countered. "Where?" Fiona asked. "We've already used all the time at Eigen." Henez frowned.
"Well, couldn't we just send them again?" "It doesn't work that way," Matal told him. "If we would do it, then it would already have happened at Eigen back in time, and we'd know that we'd done it already."
Henez's eyes widened in confusion. "It could only happen in a place where we wouldn't have seen it already, Henez," Fiona told him. "It didn't happen at Eigen, or I would have met those riders from the future," she added. "There's only one past to go to."
"So, we didn't do it at Eigen,"
Henez conceded with mild irritation.
"Where else could we do it?"
"It's not just location, it's supplies," Fiona said. Henez gave her an inquiring look. 3 turns, 448 dragonets, riders, and there'd have to be others to care for them. That adds up to a lot of supplies. Where would they come from?
"You managed."
"That's my point," Fiona said. "We did manage, and we were noticeable. Another group, nearly 3 times as large, would be even more noticeable. The only decent place to hide them would be a Weyr."
"Talia hid at High Reaches,"
Henez pointed out. "Which means they couldn't be there," Fiona said. "Nor could they be at Bendin, nor Fort, nor Eigen, nor Talgar."
"That leaves Ista?" "I think that we can safely discount Ista, too," Matal said. "The island can only support so much, and Ista Weyr's never been all that short-handed. The difference would be observed, particularly by the traders." "Traders can keep secrets,"
Inez pointed out with a nod toward Shanice and another for Fiona.
We could just ask them, Lorana said. If they'd done so, now's the right time to tell us.
Good point,
Matal agreed, his face taking on the abstracted look of a rider communing with his dragon.
Sirion's Nadanth tells me no.
He shrugged and said to Inez,
Well, never mind. It was a good thought.
Inez frowned.
Even with those extra 400 fighting dragons, we'd still have only about half the dragons we'd need. And that's ignoring casualties,
Norik added glumly. He looked at Kindan.
I don't suppose you've determined the sort of casualties we can expect. I've an idea, Kindan replied, but most of our experience has been with the added danger of the illness.
He turned to Matal.
I'd like to get with Virilin and see what the records say.
We have records here, Fiona reminded him, and, in fact,
I suspect our records are more complete with regards to weird details.
You'd be surprised, Fiona.
Kindan interrupted her with a grin. It was a moment before he noticed the reproachful looks of both Matal and Inez, and even then it took him longer to realize their cause.
I mean, weyrwoman,
he corrected himself, flushing in surprise. To Fiona he apologized.
I'm sorry, but I still remember you as someone whose diapers I changed.
Fiona's eyes flashed angrily even as the warmth seemed to vanish from the room.
Thank you, Harper, she told him coldly. I still remember you as the one who couldn't save my sister's life.
But she was instantly contrite, even before Matal's exclamation.
By the first egg, Kindan! It still surprises me that you can be such a dull glow at times.
Fiona made a face and placed a hand on Kindan's arm.
I'm sorry. That was uncalled for,
she said, even as she flinched at the anguish in his eyes.
I will never forget that I owe you my life.
You've grown up,
Kindan said after a long, thoughtful silence.
I guess I haven't adjusted to it, weyrwoman.
I've lived 3 turns that you don't know, Fiona said, hoping to put the incident behind them. I've not just 13 turns. I've nearer 17.
I'll try to remember,
Kindan said. He pursed his lips tightly in consideration before adding,
And I'll try to remember that you're not your sister.
Again, I'm sorry, Fiona said. I can only guess how much you loved her.
Perhaps,
Inez suggested diplomatically,
we should examine the records?
Fiona could almost kiss the man for his tact. They were surprised to hear voices as they climbed up the Queen's Ledge and past the sleeping Talent.
So you were the only girl?
Gila's voice could be heard clearly.
Fiona was there too, Taryn said. After a while, we had the traders staying with us. Really? In the Weyr?
Gila sounded surprised and impressed.
You know I've trader blood. Hush, someone's coming.
It's just us, Fiona called as they entered her quarters. We didn't mean to interrupt. We're going to the records room. Taryn groaned and explained to Gila. Anytime she goes into the records room, it means trouble.
Can I come?
Gila asked, throwing off her blankets and sitting up.
Becca?
Fiona said, cocking her head to the young Weyr girl. Becca examined the older woman's forehead for heat, took her pulse, and checked her eyes.
How do you feel?
She asked the young Weyr woman.
I feel tired, but otherwise fine and a bit fidgety,
Gila confessed. Fiona glanced at her sharply. She felt fidgety herself.
Well, you're definitely not pregnant,
Becca declared. Everyone turned to her in surprise.
It's really all I know, now.
Whether someone's pregnant?
My mother's a midwife, Becca explained nonchalantly. After a while, you just know.
Fiona saw the way Becca's eyes lingered on Lorana and how the older woman's lips tightened in surprise. Fiona glanced toward Matal, and the bronze rider met her eyes with a slight, confirming nod of his own. The air went out of Fiona's lungs with a finality that surprised her. He'd told her that Kindan and Lorana had formed a bond. Why did it bother her so much now to see the truth?
Are the rooms over there?
Matal asked Fiona politely, rescuing her from another awkward moment.
Yes, she said. I haven't had a chance to. Shanice had them cleaned the other day, my lady, Taryn told her.
Perhaps I should stay here with Taryn, Lorana said. She glanced at Fiona. I could see this box that your Teniz left. Why don't you go on? Fiona called to the others. I'd like to see this as well. Kindan and Lorana exchanged a quick glance, after which Kindan nodded and followed the two bronze riders to the records room. The box is over here, Taryn called out cheerfully, pulling it down from the shelves. She continued breathlessly, even as she placed it on Fiona's work table. I wonder what you'll get and what your message will be. I hope yours makes more sense than ours. With an inquiring look at Fiona, Lorana opened the box and reached inside to pull out the final envelope, the one with her name on it. It's heavy, Lorana said nervously, and then she opened it and poured out its contents. Something golden and long, rod-like, dropped into her hands. She held it up and turned it until she made sense of the shape. That's odd, she said, as she held it up for the others to examine. It looked something like the twined serpents and staff symbol of a healer, but the top was shaped more like a dragon's head. The workmanship was brilliant but seemed somewhat incomplete. Fiona wondered at the small holes at either side, 1/3 of the way up and 1/3 of the way down. It looks like something else should hook there, Taryn said, her eyes narrowing. What's the note say? Fiona asked. Lorana smoothed the note out on the table, and as she read it, her face drained of all color. Anxiously, Fiona moved behind her to read over her shoulder. The way forward is dark and long. A dragon gold is only the first price you'll pay for Pern. Mine said that it would turn out all right, Fiona said, trying to reassure Lorana. I'm certain it will. Lorana gave her a small smile. Perhaps he was wrong, Taryn said. After all, he seems to think I'm going to be needing this. She fingered her gold dragon fitting longingly. He must have felt he was right, Lorana said, gesturing at the box. To go through all this trouble. Her lips pulled into a frown as she added, and he did know that I was going to be here. We can't be certain of that, Fiona said. He could have just expected me to deliver this. Fiona, Lorana turned to her bleakly. He knew that I'd paid with dragon gold. How many others knew that? Fiona couldn't argue her logic. Whatever is needed, I'll do, she swore. She waved angrily at the note. This will not be. You've paid enough already. Have I? Lorana asked her softly. She met Fiona's blue eyes squarely with her almond brown ones. What price would you pay to save Pern? She turned to Taryn. What price would you pay? But it's not fair, Taryn said. You've paid more than anyone. Have I? Lorana asked, gesturing toward the records room and Kindan. Hasn't Kindan paid as much? Or Selena? Or Seaban? Or all those who have paid, even with dragon gold? All the same, I agree with Taryn, Fiona said. It's not fair. No, Lorana said. And as you've promised to help me, I'll ask that you, both of you, say nothing of this to Kindan. She met Fiona's eyes. He's paid enough already. Very well, Fiona said. She chewed her lip thoughtfully before finding the courage to ask, Does he know about the child? Lorana shook her head. It's far too early for anyone to know. Except Becca, Taryn corrected with a giggle. You do seem to surround yourself with the most amazing people, Lorana told Fiona. Just lucky, Fiona said with a shrug. Luck? Lorana said. Or something more. Fiona shrugged again. Whatever it is, I'm grateful for my friends. She looked toward the records room. We'd best join them unless you want Kindan to ask why we've been here so long. What should I do about this? Lorana asked, gesturing to the brooch. Fiona thought quickly and pulled out her brooch, passing it to Lorana. Here, wear this. It looks just like Kindan's, Lorana exclaimed as she examined it. Which is why I think there must have been a mistake, Fiona said. She felt Lorana's reluctance and told her firmly, Look, if you don't wear it, Kindan will wonder. With a sigh, Lorana took the heart brooch and attached it.
I don't like lying to him.
You're not lying, Fiona assured her. You're wearing a brooch.
And if he asks about yours?
I'll tell him it's none of his business, Fiona said waspishly. She shook her head and gave Lorana an apologetic look. I'm sorry, but I'll handle it.
You probably will, Lorana said.
She grinned then and gestured for Fiona to lead the way.
Just as you'll figure out what to tell him about the note.
Oh, that's easy, Taryn piped up. Just tell him that it said that you'd pay a dragon gold to save Pern. Lorana and Fiona turned back to face her, eyebrows raised. Well, it's not a lie, is it? Taryn said. Fortunately, when they entered the records room, they found all the others deep in concentration as they combed the older records.
They're mostly either too new or too faded to be useful,
Kindan said as he irritably replaced a stack of musty records, shaking his head.
The weather here is harder on paper than it is at Bendon.
Eigen had clean records, Fiona said.
Perhaps we should go there,
Inez said.
That might be a good idea,
Kindan said, his eyes slipping toward Fiona before returning quickly to the records.
But I've got some numbers to go by.
His words trailed off as he grimaced over a slate filled with numbers and terse lettering. He found another slate, glanced at its contents, and absently wiped it clean before transferring a cluster of numbers to it.
Can someone check my numbers?
Kindan asked after a moment. Something in his tone alarmed Fiona. She reached for the slate, even as she said, I'm not all that good with numbers. The numbers were dragons lost in a series of threadfalls compared with Weyr's strength. She did a quick tally of each, divided the total losses by the total strength, and then glanced at Kindan. My numbers say nearly 3 dragons in every 100.
3 in 100?
Inez asked, surprised. Her fall, Fiona added grimly.
So a full-strength Weyr lost nearly 15 dragons every fall?
Mittal said, gesturing for Kindan's slate and reading through it quickly. He put it down and glanced around.
Is there a clean slate about?
Fiona passed him one and a stick of chalk. Mittal's eyes narrowed in thought as he drew numbers on his slate. Finally, he glanced up at the others.
That's better than Bendon's average. We've been losing 5 for every 100. But we can't be sure how much of that was due to the illness,
Kindan said.
All the same, it lends credence to your number,
Inez said. Lorana had been working on a separate slate of her own.
It tallies with the Queen's clutches, too.
The others looked at her in surprise, so she explained.
Well, it makes sense that the Queens would have to replace the losses, so a quick tally of clutches should roughly match the losses, and it does.
With what, 5 queens and 6 Weyrs?
Kindan asked.
30 queens,
Lorana agreed.
We've only 8.
We can make more, Fiona reminded them, her lips quirked upward.
But will we have the time?
On Inez's suggestion, they agreed to say nothing of their findings to the rest of the Weyr.
We've Threadfall tomorrow,
Inez reminded them as they made their way back into Fiona's quarters. He glanced at Lorana.
Will the dragons be fit to fly by then? They could fly now,
Mittal said.
Talia's Minith had less time before she went back in time to high reaches.
But it would be better if they rested as much as they could,
Lorana said.
The fall's not until afternoon,
Inez said.
Wouldn't have to start getting ready more than 2 hours before then. That will be plenty of time for them to recover,
Mittal assured him. Inez regarded Mittal for a long moment before saying,
Thank you, Bronze Rider. I think we have relied on your kindness more than enough.
Mittal looked at the rangy bronze rider with amusement in his eyes.
Are you dismissing me, Inez?
Inez looked slightly flustered.
It's just that I'm sure you have duties to your Weyr, and I wouldn't want to delay your return by imposing on your kindness.
Lorana gave Fiona a sympathetic look. Lord Mittal, Fiona said, you are welcome to stay in Telgar as long as you'd like. She gave Inez her brightest smile as she added, smugly, You might have heard that my talent will be rising soon, and I'm sure she would be very pleased to have your great Gaminth as a suitor.
Fiona!
Taryn murmured warningly under her breath. Matal inclined his head toward the weyrwoman, his eyes twinkling as he glanced toward Henez.
I shall certainly consider the offer, weyrwoman.
I'd like to stay here, Gila added from where she sat in Fiona's bed. Talarth will be rising soon. She glanced toward Henez. And I think that Telgar would benefit from 2 queens. But doesn't weyrwoman Talia expect you back in Bendon? Fiona asked quickly, suddenly feeling less smug.
I suspect that weyrwoman Talia would be glad to see Talarth established here,
Matal observed, inclining his head toward Henez.
For the benefit of all Pern.
With 2 queens so close to rising, Fiona began, feeling suddenly very outmaneuvered.
Not to worry, weyrwoman,
Henez assured her.
As you know, it is easy for the other queen to take herself away temporarily.
You want the best for your Weyr, don't you? Gila added. Of course, Fiona said. Sonia's Larinth has told me that High Reaches will fly this fall with you, Lorana said. She glanced toward Fiona. If you want, you could form a queen's wing.
With both queens ready to rise, that might not be wise,
Matal said, his lips pursed tightly. Dinner that evening was a subdued affair with undertones of tension that Fiona could not fail to notice. She was certain that some of the tension was from the spreading awareness that, although the dragon sickness had been cured, the Weyrs were still gravely under strength. Another part of the tension, Fiona guessed, was from the presence of so many new and different faces at the high table. Shanice noticed it too, and spent much of her time hovering near the Weyr leader's table, eyeing Fiona anxiously. At Fiona's request, Maciar was seated with them, and she'd had him show some of his work to Matal and Kindan, both of whom were impressed. Still, Fiona found herself ceding most of the conversation to Gila. The Bendon weyrwoman was a thin-boned, animated person who charmed everyone around her, including Shanice, who was thrilled to have another of the trader's blood in the Weyr. Fijian and Taryn were seated nearby and locked in their own intimate conversation, only occasionally exchanging words with the others at their table. Before dinner, Fijian had made a special point to thank Lorana for her sacrifice and Kindan for his persistence, remarks that both pleased and nettled Fiona. Tamar was seated at yet another table, a cluster of his riders mingled with the Telgar weirfolk. Fiona glanced his way several times, but he never seemed to look at her during the whole meal. She couldn't say why that irritated her so much. She shrugged. It seemed she was just a little touchy tonight.
She's going to rise soon,
Maciar spoke up softly from his place beside her. Pardon? Fiona asked, leaning politely toward the older man, remembering that he'd once ridden a brown dragon, turns before she was born.
Your queen,
he said.
She's going to rise soon.
He nodded firmly.
I can see it in the way you're acting.
Me?
Yes,
Maciar replied.
You don't quite know how to feel. You can't concentrate. You're irritated, happy, sad.
How did you know? Fiona interrupted sharply.
I've seen many a mating flight,
Maciar told her. He gave her a grim smile.
Judging by you, I'd say you're going to have your hands full when the time comes.
11. Heart pound, blood flow, soar high, mate nigh. Talgar Weyr, late evening, AL 508.2.10. Shanice had already arranged to have a Weyr cleared for Gila and her Talarth, and had also cleared another Queen's Weyr for Lorana. If anyone deserves it, it's her. So all Fiona had to do was politely see the others settled in and arrange for her own rest. Taryn wanted to stay with Fijian. Fiona wasn't sure how that would work out, as the bronze rider would be flying a fall the next day, so she found herself tossing and turning in her large, empty bed. She hated empty beds. Finally, with a growl of defeat, she got up, dragging her blankets with her, and settled herself against Talenth's belly. That didn't seem to help. Even though Talenth was warm and comforting, Fiona wanted something more. She dozed fitfully. A chorus of noises and whispers woke her, and she opened her eyes enough to see Zinna and Taria herding their charges into place. "We thought you could use some company," Taria confessed to her quietly as she passed by. Fiona gave the youngster a bright-eyed smile in thanks, grabbed a couple of the smaller children, and nestled them softly against her before drifting back to sleep again. She wasn't quite asleep when a deeper voice spoke up. "Are you all right?" Fiona opened her eyes and saw Lorana crouching nearby her, a quizzical look on her face.
"I'm sorry," Fiona replied softly. "I hope they didn't disturb you."
"I wasn't sleepy,"
Lorana said, deftly avoiding an answer. Fiona gestured invitingly with one free hand. "There's plenty of room." Lorana's look was hard to fathom, especially in the dim light of distant glows. "You could bring Kindan," Fiona said. "Zinna and Taria are somewhere around here." She rested her head against Talent's chest, near one of the younger boys. His hair smelled pleasantly of lemon, freshly washed. She sensed Lorana's reluctance and added, "I used to sneak out of bed when Kindan was visiting and curl up with him when I was younger." She smiled fondly at the memory, then gestured to the children nearby. "It made me feel like I had family, sleeping all together, so I'm passing it along." Lorana's expression changed, and Fiona felt the other woman's sorrow. "What?" Fiona asked, her eyes open again, staring intently at the other woman.
"I was the last of my family," Lorana said. "My mother, brother, and sister all died when I was feverish."
Fiona could tell that the memory was hard on her, and Lorana recalled it with difficulty. Lorana took a ragged breath before continuing.
"My father was a breeder, ranging between the holds, and the locals thought we'd brought the plague. They were going to kill him and us."
She squeezed her eyes tight against the memory.
"I remember feeling cold, oh, so cold, and then realized that my mother, brother, and sister were cold and stiff. I cried out, and Sanal, my father, rushed from the doorway. It was then that he realized what had happened, and he turned back to the holders, shouting, 'They're dead! Now leave me with my daughter while we've still a chance.' So my last memory of family is with the cold and the dead."
Lorana was silent for a long moment, her head hung low.
"And then I had Garth and Gren, and I lost them and Arith to the illness."
She raised her head to meet Fiona's eyes grimly.
"So you see, everything I love dies."
She glanced nervously back toward the weir she'd left, the one with Kindan sleeping in it. Fiona reached out a hand toward Lorana. Lorana examined it for a moment before shyly reaching out to touch it. "I won't die," Fiona swore to her softly. She nodded toward the children. "They'll live, and their children will live because we say so." Beside her, little Ariar stirred and looked up at Lorana, her eyes wide with wonder.
"Are you Lorana?"
Lorana nodded.
"My father says you saved his dragon," Ariar said, pushing herself up from the ground and wrapping her arms around Lorana's waist. "He said you gave your dragon to save all the other dragons."
"That's—" Lorana began, shaking her head, her eyes wet with tears. "She did," Fiona told Ariar firmly, her look daring Lorana to argue.
"Does she have half a heart, weyrwoman?"
Ariar craned her head around to ask Fiona in all seriousness.
"Maybe she does,"
Fiona said with a lump in her chest. She looked up at Lorana and tightened her grip on the other woman's hand. "But if she does, we'll help her grow it back, won't we?"
"Yes,"
Ariar said emphatically. She glanced up toward Lorana and added,
"And if that's not enough, you can have my heart, too."
A sob escaped Lorana, and Fiona pulled her down close to her, settled her in against her in the spot Ariar had vacated. Ariar needed no prompting to snuggle on Lorana's other side.
"Talent is big and soft," Ariar assured her. "Her cough is all gone. You'll have good dreams."
"Good dreams?"
"Yes," Ariar said. "You can sleep and grow your heart again."
Shyly, she added,
"If you get scared, I'll be here for you."
Fiona felt Lorana tighten her hand on hers in a brief spasm before the other woman said to Ariar,
"Thank you,
And if you get scared, I'll be here for you."
"You will?" Ariar asked, suddenly all awake and wide-eyed. Lorana reassured her with a smile and softly pulled the youngster back down beside her. "I will," Lorana promised as she leaned forward and kissed the crown of Ariar's head. "But first, you must sleep." Ariar let out a great, contented sigh, nestled her head into Lorana's shoulder, and fell asleep. Fiona kept Lorana's hand loosely in hers even as she fell back to sleep, feeling warmer and more comfortable than she had since the last time Kindan had visited Fort Hold, back when she was still little. The sound of feet moving quietly and the rustle of fabric roused Fiona enough that she squinted one eye open. She smiled as she made out Kindan's form in the darkness and heard him quietly settle next to Lorana with Ariar sleeping snug between them. When Fiona woke again, it was morning. Sunlight filtered wanly into the Weyr and lit Tallenth's lair with a cold, drowsy light. She woke because she was cold. Lorana was standing up beside her, saying softly to Taria as the other tried to quietly corral the children, "How can I help?" "We'll manage," Taria assured her tersely. Fiona could sense that the youngster did not want her competence questioned. "She's not trying to correct you," Fiona told her muzzily. "She's trying to help you." "We'd be glad of it," Zinna spoke up as she herded a small group of children toward Fiona's quarters. She gave Fiona an inquiring look to which Fiona replied, "Of course they can use the bath." She smiled impishly at the youngsters arrayed before her. "We wouldn't want stinky children wandering around today, would we?" The youngsters giggled and agreed loudly before trundling off, their faces full of glee. Lorana looked back toward Fiona and then at Zinna, who gestured for her to precede her. "I'll be right behind you, weyrwoman." "It's just Lorana now," Lorana corrected. "I'm sorry," Zinna said, flustered. "I didn't mean—" Lorana raised a hand and shook her head. "No harm done." She smiled as she strolled briskly after the youngsters, following them into Fiona's bathroom. Zinna paused long enough to give Fiona an anxious look. Fiona responded with an encouraging smile and a deliberate nod toward the bathroom and the now loud children inside. "Ariar has the right of it," Fiona said to herself as Zinna disappeared, still not entirely relieved.
"That with our love, she'll grow her heart back?"
Kindan spoke up, startling her. Fiona realized that the harper had been awake in the other room for the whole exchange, merely feigning sleep, and now the way his eyes explored her left her feeling uncomfortable. His maleness, the spicy smell of him, unnerved her. "Yes," she said, rising from her position all too near to him and moving toward her quarters. Her eyes flashed as she looked back at him and snapped, "You, of all people, should know that." Kindan's look of hurt and confusion almost made her relent and return to him. Almost. "He's supposed to be a harper," Fiona murmured to herself as she followed the sounds of splashing into her bathroom and saw that it was full of children, mostly bathing, all wet. "How are you today, Tallenth?" Fiona asked as she turned back to her bedroom and pulled out fresh riding gear. "I'm feeling much better," Tallenth replied. "Are we going to fly today?" "Oh, dear heart, I doubt it," Fiona told her, a small smile flashing across her lips. "I think that Jila and I should stay here. When we have 3 queens, then we'll have a proper queen's wing." "That will be nice," Tallenth agreed. A moment later, she added, "Talarth asks what can Jila do to help?" "Have her meet us for breakfast and we'll plan from there." "I did," Tallenth responded. After a slight pause, she added, "He is quite confused." "He?" Fiona wondered to herself. "Kindan." She remembered another time, turns back, a time before she'd gone to Eigen, when hatchling Tallenth had woken, creeling. "What is it?" Fiona had asked, rushing to the young queen's Weyr. "He hurts," Tallenth had said with a whimper. "I'm sorry," Fiona had said, not knowing how else to respond. "He hurts, and you feel it," Tallenth had said. "How is it that you feel it?" He? Kindan? Did he still hurt now? And did Fiona still feel it? He shouldn't be hurting now. He had Lorana, and she, Fiona, shouldn't be feeling his hurt for the same reason. Still, it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair to Lorana. It wouldn't be fair to Kindan. And, she thought, it wouldn't be fair to Tamar, either. But does that mean it has to be unfair for me? Fiona shook her head, dislodging the thoughts from her mind. He'll feel better when he eats, she assured Talent absently, cocking her head toward the sounds in the bathroom and deciding that it was time for her bath. It's a good morning for it, Shanice said as she met Fiona at the entrance to the dining cavern and gestured her toward the high table. I've hot claw waiting. Thanks, Fiona called as she passed through. Tamar, Hinez, Fijian, and Matal were talking low among themselves when she sat at the table. Tamar smiled at her, as did Fijian and Matal, while Hinez gave her a quick nod before returning to the conversation. Sonia asks if they can meet us here, Talent relayed to her just as Fiona had taken a gulp of claw. Let me check, Fiona said, swallowing quickly.
I think that would be a good idea,
Matal said when she relayed the request, glancing toward Hinez. The wiry bronze rider looked nonplussed by Matal's deference.
You're the senior rider here. Only temporarily. We'd be foolish not to take every advantage of your experience,
Hinez said, shrugging his shoulders.
And I expect that you know Weyr leader Devin better than I.
Matal turned to Fiona.
Please tell the weyrwoman that we'd be delighted. What about the firestone?
Fijian asked.
We don't have enough firestone for them.
Their own firestone problems had been temporarily solved by a loan from Fort Weyr. I'll remind them, Fiona said, sending the message to Talent. Fiona was just thinking how difficult it was to relay messages from one dragon to the other before getting it to the rider when she spotted Lorana entering along with Taria, Zinna, and all their charges. For the first time since she'd seen her, the ex-Dragonrider seemed at ease, almost happy. Her reflections were interrupted when she saw Norik bearing down on her with Becca following in tow. The man looked intent, on a mission.
Weyrwoman,
Norik began as soon as he was within earshot. Fiona glanced at Becca, but the young girl's expression was unreadable, her gaze intent on the old harper. Harper, Fiona said, giving him a smile. Have you a song for us today?
No,
Norik said brusquely. He looked at Lorana, then spotted Kindan entering the dining cavern. His expression changed.
I was wondering,
he began, then broke off and closed his eyes in pain. When he opened them again, he met her eyes unflinchingly.
I was wondering if perhaps Harper Kindan and I could change places.
He paused, choosing his words carefully.
I loved this Weyr, but after...
He broke off, a harper groping for words.
There's too much pain for me here.
The illness is past, Fiona began soothingly, even as her heart leaped at the notion. Surely...
The memories, weyrwoman,
Norik cut in, gesturing to those around him.
The memories are here every day for me.
And it would be different in another Weyr? Norik pursed his lips thoughtfully before answering.
Yes, I think so.
He grimaced.
I hope so.
The pain in his eyes was evident.
I won't know unless I try. Kindan was assigned to Bendin at my request,
Matal spoke up softly from beside them. Norik glanced at him in surprise. Matal glanced toward Fiona, his eyes gentle.
It may be well for me to consider changing Weyrs, and if I did, it is possible that Kindan might choose to follow me.
Lady Selina, Fiona began, but Matal cut her off with a kindly shake of his head.
I believe that Selina would, just as Harper Norik, appreciate a change of Weyrs,
Matal told her, adding,
In fact, that consideration weighs on my offer.
What would Hinez say? Fiona wondered, her eyes going wide with a wicked sense of delight. Then she sobered as she thought, what would Tamar think? And if Talent rose, would it be possible for her to refuse Gamint, a superb bronze with proven ability? Matal must have sensed her worry, for he told her gently,
This is not something to be decided this day.
He added,
In fact, after the fall, I'd like to invite Selena here to see if Telgar suits her."
"I think that would be an excellent idea," Fiona said. She turned back to Norik. "I suppose, if Kindan agrees, you could possibly go to Bendin then for the same purpose." Norik nodded, looking relieved. Matal glanced over at Fiona thoughtfully before saying,
"Perhaps it were best if I talked to Kindan on this matter."
"Of course," Fiona said. She glanced at Becca, who seemed agitated over something. "What is it?" "Well," Becca said nervously, darting a look at Lorana, "if she's staying, we'd better find a midwife." She added, "I've watched many times, but I don't feel ready just yet."
"We've 3 midwives, lass,"
Norik assured her, rustling her hair fondly. He turned back toward Fiona as he added,
"I'll miss her most of all."
Then he turned back to Becca.
"Though how you can say that Lady Lorana is with child and hope not to get beaten for it is beyond me."
"She is," Becca said emphatically. "My mother and I used to play a game. I had to guess whether and when." She pursed her lips as she added, "She's about 7 days along."
"That's too early for any to tell,"
Norik chided her. Becca gave him a haughty look. The harper laughed.
"You're a caution, you are."
Fiona only half listened to their banter, her eyes turning to Lorana. She remembered the hand gesture. She'd seen it before with other expectant mothers.
"Caranth flew manith,"
Matal murmured close to her ear. Fiona turned to him, realizing that the bronze rider had been watching her carefully. "I'm glad for her, then," Fiona said, trying to sound as if she meant it. She'd caught the older rider's meaning easily enough and was perversely irritated that he should make the comparison between herself and Talia.
"Being a weyrwoman sometimes means putting your hopes behind those of others,"
Matal told her sympathetically. He patted her shoulder.
"But it doesn't mean that you should be miserable."
"Being a weyrwoman means doing my duty," Fiona replied, her eyes grim. She rose from her seat and said in parting, "And if you'll excuse me, I must be attending to it." "What's got you so upset?" Zinna asked as Fiona approached her. "Nothing," Fiona snapped, keeping her eyes from straying toward Lorana. "Shanice suggested that your young ones might be good help setting up the aid tables." Taria moved over to them with an inquiring look on her face. "The weyrwoman wants our help with the aid tables," Zinna told her. She leaned closer to Fiona. "I suppose Shanice figures that if the little ones help, it'll shame the older ones into helping?" "Something like that," Fiona agreed. Raising her voice, she said, "We'll have riders from High Reaches Weyr, and they may need our help too." Fiona watched with amusement as the word spread from one excited child to another along the table, and finally to the cooks and helpers in the hall. She sensed a mixture of apprehension and pride growing in the hall. Pride that High Reaches was coming here, apprehension that they might not find the sort of welcome they deserved. Suddenly, every adult in the cavern was bustling, some rushing off to others. Fiona glanced meaningfully to Zinna, who merely shook her head, unsurprised. "Thread won't fall until afternoon," Fiona said, "but it's best for us to be ready now." She glanced at Taryn, who caught her eye and rushed over to her. "We'll need someone to see to the firestone." "I can spare you some of mine," Zinna offered, gesturing to the youngsters. "No," Fiona said. "Better to have them help with the tables. We need stronger backs." Taryn sought out Shanice and found that Makiar was ready to help with the firestone, having organized a group of sturdy weirfolk already. Fiona was busy laying out medicinal supplies and bandages when a shadow alerted her to another presence. It was Lorana. "Can I help?" "It'll be messy," Fiona warned. "I'm used to it from Bendin," Lorana said. "Although with 40 dragons I think we can hope for few injuries." "We might even get away with none," Fiona agreed. She glanced around at the tables set up nearby. "In which case all this effort will be for nothing." "I would be happy with that." "So would I," Fiona said with a grin. Her expression slipped as she added, "I just hope it's not too bad." "You never really get numb to all the pain and screaming," Lorana said absently. Fiona gave her an intense look. "They say that you can feel dragons." Lorana nodded. "What's it like?" "It's like breathing," Lorana told her. "Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it's marvelous. But always it's just something I do." "But you didn't always." "Actually, I think I did," Lorana told her. "I only knew what I was doing after I impressed Garth and Gren." "Your fire lizards." A ghost of a smile crossed Lorana's face as she nodded. "When I thought I was dying, I sent them away to save them." Lorana explained how she'd been lost overboard in a storm, how the fire lizards were sick even then, and how she'd sent them away from her. "I would have done the same," Fiona said, even as privately she wondered if she would have had the courage. "Somehow Gren survived." "He survived?" "He went back in time, the first pass or the end of it," Lorana said. "I think he was sick then, and his sickness alerted them to our problem." "So you saved Pern 3 times," Fiona said. Lorana looked at her quizzically. "Kindan told me all about it, first when you sent your fire lizard back as a warning, and then when you lost your queen. You said your locket had a piece of your riding harness in it, and finally when you called—" Fiona paused, looking at Lorana in growing surprise. "You called across time, didn't you?" "I must have," Lorana agreed. "I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to save Dagan and the others, to save Corinth, and instead—" "And that's how Windblossom and Amora, 500 turns back in time, knew what to put in the ancient rooms found at Benton, and how you found the cure to the illness," Fiona finished when it was clear that Lorana was unable to speak. She reached out to the older woman and touched her gently on the shoulder. Lorana looked up and met Fiona's eyes. "Thank you," Fiona said, her eyes sparkling with emotion. "I'm sorry you lost your queen, but you saved mine, and if there's anything I can do—" Her words were cut short by Gnerth's bugle, immediately echoed by the other dragons as they swarmed down into the bowl. "It's time," Fiona said. Silently she asked Talent to take station as watch-dragon, and was surprised to see Hinez's grateful look as he climbed aboard his great bronze. "Is that a habit of yours?" Lorana asked, gesturing to Talent. "Well, someone's supposed to keep watch," Fiona said, wondering at Lorana's tone of surprise. She thought about it for a moment and decided that she'd probably developed the idea from all her time with her father's guards at Fort Hold. A hold, or weir, should always have someone responsible looking out for its safety, not to mention those times when she and Talent had stood guard back in time at Eigenweir, in penance to Tamar for one of her more foolish stunts. The cold winter sun had done its job of burning through the early morning fog and was now, triumphant, nearly mid-sky, highlighting Talent's gold hide and burnishing it to a brilliance that even the harsh glare of Eigen's desert sun couldn't rival. Suddenly the air above the weir was full of dragons, bronzes, browns, blues, greens, all arrayed in formation, wing after wing. High Reach's weir had arrived. A gold sparkle separated itself from the amazing display of color and dropped quickly into the weir bowl. Talent bugled a greeting that was answered by the gold as she passed by. "Lorinth," Talent told Fiona unnecessarily. High Reach's senior queen settled quickly nearby, and her rider jumped off. Fiona had a momentary glimpse of long dark hair punctuated by a shocking white forelock streaming behind a running figure before she found herself confronted by a pair of intense green eyes that scanned her quickly, dismissed her, and turned themselves upon Lorana. Weyrwoman Sonia was several centimeters shorter than Fiona. Her body was tight, muscled, wiry, an intense reflection of an intense personality. "You must be Lorana," Sonia said. She stopped her forward motion, suddenly, as still as a stone. "Weyrwoman," Lorana said with a nod by way of greeting. Fiona was surprised at the ex-queen rider's wariness. Sonia surprised her further when she barked a quick laugh and declared, "Talia's a bitch!" Sonia ignored Fiona's startled gasp, keeping her attention on Lorana, eyeing her reaction critically. Somehow satisfied by Lorana's surprise, she continued, "It's not a requirement for weyrwomen, even seniors." "Sezga's nice," Fiona said. Sonia turned her eyes to her briefly and dismissed her with a flick of her head before returning her attention to Lorana. Fiona's eyes narrowed at the insult. "I wanted to thank you for what you've done," Sonia told Lorana. "I'm sure you haven't heard it enough yet." Fiona's temper flared, and her eyes flashed angrily as she thought that perhaps Lorana's worries about the manners of senior weyrwomen were not so misplaced after all. "We appreciate your help, weyrwoman," Fiona spoke up, calling upon her memories of her father in his moments of diplomatic fury. "Is there anything we can provide you with, or will you be returning to your weir for lunch?" Sonia glanced at Fiona with a look of amusement before turning back to Lorana and asking, "Is there anything we can get you?" "Weyrwoman Fiona has already seen to my needs. Thank you," Lorana said, shifting her position to stand closer to Fiona, resting a hand on her shoulder. "Sonia!" a voice shouted, and a blur of a figure flung itself onto the dark-haired weyrwoman. It was Jila. She stepped back from the embrace quickly, saying, "It's good to see you here." "Jila," Sonia said, "what brings you here?" Before Jila could answer, the weyrwoman guessed. "Talia?" "I asked for her to be here so that we could use Talarth's blood for the cure, if necessary," Lorana said. "Jila did not feel well, so we had her stay the night here." "And where will you spend this night?" Sonia asked, cocking her head questioningly toward Jila. The other weyrwoman's eyes slid over to the Dragonriders, picking out Henez. Fiona was surprised by her own feelings when she noticed the other girl's look. How dare she? Lorana's hand tightened on her shoulder comfortingly while Fiona fought to control her jealousy, even as she sought to analyze the strength of the emotion. It wasn't like her. She had no real feelings for Henez, did she? Sonia took in the tableau with one quick look and smiled. "Oh." Jila flushed and met Sonia's eyes with a suffused look on her face. "Talarth is close to rising," Sonia said to Lorana by way of explanation. "As is Fiona's talent," Lorana said. Sonia held up a hand to Jila. "Are you hoping to be Telgar, Senior?" Jila snorted and shook her head, her free hand moving behind her toward Fiona. "I would be happy to be Fiona's second." "Really?" Sonia said, her tone prickly with surprise. Fiona felt somewhat vindicated by Jila's declaration and Sonia's sudden reappraisal, but before she could fully appreciate it, Sonia angled her head toward her and asked, "And do you feel ready to assume such a burden?" She examined Fiona critically from head to toe. "You seem rather young for it." "She was weyrwoman at Eigen," Taryn spoke up, having moved unnoticed toward the knot of weyrwomen. "And you are?" Sonia asked, her eyebrows raised demandingly. "Taryn was my head woman," Fiona said. She smiled at the younger girl before explaining to Sonia. "She's a bit impetuous, but she means well." "So you were her head woman," Sonia said. "And now?" "I am," Shanice said, stepping forward, attracted by the same play of emotions that had attracted Taryn. She bowed to Sonia. "We've met before, weyrwoman." Sonia's eyes narrowed as she strained for recognition. Then she brightened. "Shanice, weren't you Lena's head woman?" "I was," Shanice said, a look of sadness crossing her face before she continued. "And now I'm Fiona's." "I see," Sonia said in a doubting tone. She made a tossing away gesture with one hand, dismissing the issue, asking Shanice, "Do we have some time for Claw?" "I could bring it here," Shanice offered, "or you could join us in the dining cavern." "Come to the cavern, weyrwoman," Fiona said decisively, slipping her shoulder out from under Lorana's hand and grabbing it with her own to urge the ex-queen rider to accompany her. "We still have plenty of time before the Threadfall, and I'd like to show you something that you might find interesting." "Really?" Sonia repeated, clearly intrigued by Fiona's excitement. "I'll stay here," Jila said, glancing at Henez, who was making final arrangements with his wings, "until they're off." Fiona felt that Jila was making her some sort of offer, but she couldn't quite fathom it. She hesitated, feeling that perhaps she should wait, but Jila waved her on. I'll keep watch for you, weyrwoman. The dark-eyed woman's declaration was so firm, so warm, that Fiona smiled once more in response, nodded in agreement, and led the others off toward the dining cavern. "Talent, could you ask Maciar to attend us?" Fiona asked. Beside her, Lorana jerked, and Fiona realized that the other woman had heard the exchange. She clenched Lorana's hand in hers, her eyes darting up to Lorana's, dancing with joy at the notion that the other woman could share her moments with her queen. "Talent enjoys company," Fiona told her quietly. "I know," Lorana responded. Her tone sounded hesitant, shy. "What?" Lorana began, then cut herself short, shaking her head. "Nothing." Fiona felt Lorana's desire to drop the matter, and out of her gratitude for the other woman's sacrifices, decided not to press it even as her curiosity welled. Lorana, she was certain, was going to say something important, something that would answer a lot of Fiona's questions. She felt Lorana's hand twitch in hers, and forced her thoughts into a different direction. "This is amazing," Sonia declared as Maciar guided her through her first finished vase, her eyes wide with the delight her fingers were reporting as they shaped the clay. She glanced longingly at Fiona, then Maciar. "How hard would it be to set up one of these?" "I imagine you'd have to inquire of the mastersmith," Fiona guessed. "But Zeleny may be amenable." "You mean he owes you for those new flamethrowers?" Sonia observed.
"Actually, my lady,"
Maciar told Fiona demurely,
"these pottery wheels are something we make here in Telgar."
Fiona picked up on the other man's undertones, and her brows rose as she inquired, "And this is a Telgar craft secret?"
"Well," Maciar huffed, "not so much a secret as—"
"I understand," Sonia said, sounding deflated. She turned her head up to Maciar, who was standing above her seat. "Perhaps you'll let me visit?"
"Weyrwoman,"
Maciar said, at a loss for further words. "Nonsense," Fiona declared firmly. "Maciar, too many arts were lost in the plague. This one clearly gives such pleasure that we would be churlish not to share it." Maciar started to protest, but Fiona forestalled him. "Weyrwoman Sonia clearly has a gift for this, and will doubtless make many remarkable works that will command high trade, but there will always be a need for vases, for plates, for mugs, and I don't doubt that the glazes and colorings that will be favored by high reaches will be quite different from those favored by us here." Maciar's protests died in a sigh. "I'm sure we can convince Pilar to search out clays," Sonia suggested, "and we'd be willing to trade our clays and pigments for your wheels and expertise."
"Weyrwoman,"
Maciar said, with a quizzical look toward Fiona.
"It will be our pleasure."
Beside them, Lorana murmured a grunt of agreement, lost in her own forming. From behind Maciar, Gila coughed delicately. "Sonia, if you're done, could I try?" Sonia looked back down to her hands and the figure she was forming. "I'm not done yet." Gila sighed in resignation.
"Weyrwoman,"
Maciar said, taking pity on her.
"I believe we can set up another wheel before the day's end."
He paused, adding,
"Although, if you'd like to try free-forming, you could work on the table over there."
Maciar strode over to the clay barrel and dug up a nice lump of clay that he placed invitingly on a nearby table, arranging a pitcher of clean water close to hand. Fiona giggled and, in explanation to all the heads turned to her in surprise, said, "Who would have thought that getting dirty could be so much fun?" Sonia did not take her eyes off her work as she replied, "Me for one." "Sonia!" Gila exclaimed in a reproving tone. The High Reaches weyrwoman snorted in delight at the younger woman's outrage. "They've met the Dragonriders," Talent called suddenly, even as Talarth and Larinth bugled loudly. "How are they doing?" Fiona heard a voice ask Talent. She glanced behind her to Lorana, who met her eyes with a wide-eyed look of amazement. "You heard me," Lorana said, her voice soft with shock. Fiona grabbed her hands and nodded her head. "Yes." 12. Chew Stone, Breathe fire. Wheel, turn, fly higher. Telgar Weyr, Threadfall, AL 508.2.11. With Matal's approval and encouragement, Henez arranged his 40 dragons into 2 light wings, with Fijian flying with him and Tamar leading the other. Devin of High Reaches had asked the Telgar riders to fly above the High Reaches flights until they had taken over the fall from Bendon. However, Henez had seen how poorly the tired Bendon riders were faring against the fall and committed his 2 wings early.
"This thread falls strangely,"
Gunnerth remarked minutes into the fall. Henez agreed but was too strained, swiveling his head in all directions to respond. The thread did indeed fall strangely, roiled by currents of warm air rising from the tops of the mountains. A Telgar dragon, thread-scored, cried in pain before going between.
"Zarenth,"
Gunnerth told him.
"Tamar was scored badly on the leg." "Have Fijian take over the other wing,"
Henez said, turning around in his seat to spot Fijian and make a broad arm gesture to the same effect. The young rider pumped an arm in acknowledgement, and his bronze Ladurth wheeled sharply out of formation to race toward the other, now leaderless wing. Thread was falling strangely. Lorana's sharp intake of breath alerted Fiona just an instant before a cold prickle of dread coursed down her own spine. "Come on," she said, racing out of the dining cavern and into the Weyr bowl. On the far side of the bowl, at her station near the hatching grounds, Taryn looked up at Fiona's form, shouting, "What is it? It's too early!" As if in answer, Talent bugled loudly in warning, and a bronze shape winked into existence. "It's Tamar!" Fiona cried, racing toward the injured pair even as she heard Lorana and Kindan following fast behind her. "It doesn't look too bad on this side," Lorana called after Fiona. "It's his leg!" Taryn called from her vantage point on his right side. As though in response, Tamar raised his left hand to wave Fiona off, and that's when his riding straps broke. He plunged off Zarenth's right side. With a cry of pure terror, Fiona put on an extra burst of speed. Taryn, who was closer, was slower into motion, startled by the sudden turn of events. Zarenth did what he could and side-slipped toward the Weyr walls in hopes of scooping up his fallen rider with his foreclaws. The effort was well-intentioned but ill-timed. Instead of catching him, his foreclaw threw Tamar hard against the rock wall. The bronze rider went limp, bouncing off the stone to tumble toward the ground. Zarenth gave a heart-stopping cry. Time seemed to stop for Fiona as she cried, "Don't let him go between!" She reached with all her energy toward the panic-stricken bronze dragon, even as she stretched her legs and arms in frantic motion, making a desperate attempt to get under Tamar. Somewhere in her mind, she knew there was no way she could possibly catch him. She was too far away. He was too large for her. She could never take his weight. But nothing seemed to matter but getting under him and cushioning his fall. Zarenth side-slipped away from the wall, his wings clawing for air as he tried to gain enough altitude to go between, unable to sense life in Tamar's body. "No!" a voice cried. "I won't lose you!" Later, Fiona couldn't say whose voice it was. She fervently added her strength to the cry, even as she ran. And then, as she saw Tamar's legs pass her outstretched arms, she felt a hand touch her shoulder, and she knew that she would catch him, alive or not. Energy coursed through the hand and into her. It redoubled again even as a voice shouted, "Hold him! Don't let him get away!" Fiona glanced upward and gripped Zarenth in her thoughts. The bronze dragon roared in agony and writhed in the air as though fighting off an entanglement, then gave another defiant bellow and angled his flight back down to the ground. Time returned to normal as the weight of Tamar's body fell full onto Fiona's outstretched arms and, with a grunt of pain, she collapsed on the ground under him, his head and arms cradled on her lap. "Don't move," Lorana ordered hoarsely. "Are you all right?" Taryn asked, her voice near hysterical. "Kindan!" Fiona was surprised that she heard Lorana's call, and then the harper arrived beside her and knelt over Tamar's head. He examined it carefully, his eyes taking in everything, before he moved his hands.
"We've got to get his headgear off,"
Kindan said. Blood was on his hands, and Fiona realized with a start that Tamar's scalp was bleeding. She made to wipe it away, but was halted by Kindan's harsh,
"Don't move."
Kindan turned to Taryn.
"Get scissors."
Taryn paused mid-stride, then turned and ran back to her station. "How is he?"
"He's breathing,"
Kindan said, pointing to Tamar's chest.
"So he's still alive."
"Look at his leg!" It was Becca. Fiona followed the youngster's finger and was horrified to see that Tamar's right leg was not only broken from the fall, but also chewed up by thread. She could see bone near the knee. "Becca, get your gear," Fiona said. The girl nodded once and tore off to her station.
"I'm worried about his head and his neck,"
Kindan said aloud. He glanced toward Fiona.
"If his neck is broken, one wrong move will kill him."
Fiona nodded, then checked the movement, afraid of jostling Tamar. "Zarenth thought he was dead," Lorana said, her words coming with great effort. "Not yet," Fiona said. She glanced toward Lorana. "How did you hold on to him?" "I didn't," Lorana said in surprise. "I thought it was you."
"I thought it was you,"
Kindan said to Lorana.
"You did much the same when you pulled Coranth back."
"I felt like I was pulled this time," Lorana said, glancing at Fiona. "I didn't think it was me," Fiona repeated. "I thought it was you." Taryn arrived with the scissors, and a moment later, Becca returned with her aid bag.
"Taryn, Lorana, hold his head steady while I do this,"
Kindan said. "What about his leg?" Becca asked.
"Wait until I get his helmet off,"
Kindan said. Gently, he cut along the top seam of the warehide helmet, peeling it slowly away from Tamar's head. Fiona gasped when she saw what lay beneath it.
"His skull's been smashed."
"Will he live?" Fiona could see the white of his skull amid the freely flowing blood, could see thin lines where the bone had cracked, but otherwise the wound did not look as bad as others she had seen. She had never dealt with a head wound like this. If it had been his leg, she'd have given him a month before trying him on crutches. Kindan pursed his lips.
"It will depend upon him. He's been concussed. He might be in a coma."
"That would explain Zarenth's behavior," Lorana said. "He couldn't hear Tamar, so he assumed the worst."
"If Zarenth had gone between, Tamar wouldn't have survived,"
Kindan said. "So what do we do?" Fiona asked.
"All we can do is wrap the wound and keep an eye on him."
"We should get him to the healer hall," Fiona said.
"I don't think he'd survive the trip between."
"Then we should get a healer here," Fiona said. She gave Becca an apologetic look as she added, "Someone who could help Becca in her learning." "Perhaps Ketan would come," Lorana suggested to Kindan. The harper pursed his lips thoughtfully.
"Perhaps."
"Get a stretcher, and let's get him to the infirmary," Lorana said. "No, put him in the empty Queen's Weyr," Fiona said. The other two looked at her. "Zarenth will want to be near him, and the stretcher-bearers can negotiate the Queen's ledge easily enough." "I'll get a stretcher," Lorana said, standing up, pausing only long enough to say to Fiona, "When I come back, I want you to take a cold bath. You strained all the muscles in your arms and back." "I'll show you where the stretchers are," Becca said, trotting along after her. It was only when Lorana mentioned it that Fiona thought to take stock of her own injuries, and she realized that the other woman was absolutely right. Ruefully, she asked herself, "Does she boss weyrwomen around all the time?"
"Usually,"
Kindan said with a grin. Fiona's eyes widened in surprise. Lorana was back moments later with Becca, two sturdy weyrfolk, and a stretcher. Between her, them, Kindan, and Fiona, they managed to gently place Tamar in the stretcher, his neck braced, legs straight. "Zarenth, we're putting Tamar in the other Queen's Weyr," Fiona called. Ahead of her, Lorana snorted, turned her head, and said, "I told him already." "You heard me talking to him too?" Fiona asked in surprise. "Of course. I thought you just heard dragons." "Usually I do," Lorana said with a bemused look. They reached the start of the ledge, and conversation stopped as they carefully negotiated it and their way through the empty lair to the quarters beyond. Tamar was delicately moved from the stretcher onto the empty bed. "Thank you," Fiona said to the Weyrfolk, who nodded and, with a worried look toward the comatose bronze rider, left with their stretcher, heading back to the aid area. Becca leaned over Tamar and gently rested the back of her hand on his head for a moment, testing his temperature. When she was done, she moved her hand lower so that it hovered over his nostrils and she could feel his breath. Satisfied, she straightened up and moved back to tell Fiona, "He's not too hot, and resting gently." "We should get back," Fiona said, turning toward the entrance even as she looked back at the stricken rider. "I could stay with him," Lorana said. A rustle of wings and the sound of Zarenth's claws alerted them to the arrival of the bronze dragon, who quickly entered the weir, circled once around, and poked his head through the gap between the weir and the quarters to eye Tamar worriedly.
"I'll stay with you,"
Kindan told Lorana, pulling 2 chairs closer to the bed and gesturing for her to take one. Fiona turned her head back to the entrance, then back once more toward Tamar, Lorana, and Kindan, giving them a quick nod before gesturing for Becca to come with her. As she stepped back down into the weir bowl, Fiona saw Sonia with Lorinth nearby. "I must get back," Sonia said as she started to climb up on the gold's foreleg. She nodded toward the recently occupied Queen's Weir. "They'll be injured at high reaches soon, too." "Do you need help?" Fiona asked, glancing around for Gila. She spotted the swarthy weyrwoman striding toward them from the aid tables, dressed in riding gear, and waved to her. As Gila got closer, she said, "We think alike, if you're thinking of helping at high reaches." Gila smiled and nodded. "With Kindan and Lorana, I think you've got enough helping hands." "They're with Tamar," Fiona said. She gestured toward Becca. "But I'm sure Becca and I can manage." Gila smiled at the younger girl, who smiled shyly in return, awed to be under the approving gaze of no less than 3 weyrwomen. "I'll come back as soon as I can," Gila said, as her Talarth landed close by. "Stay there and rest if you need it." "Don't worry," Sonia said. "I won't let her fly if she's too tired." The 2 queens were soon airborne, their departure cheerfully acknowledged by Talent from her place back on the watch heights. "Come on," Fiona said to Becca as the 2 queens winked out between. "We should rest while we can." She led the young girl back to the aid tables. They spotted Seaban, and in no time Becca had squirmed into his lap, closed her eyes, and curled up tight against his chest. "She's not sleeping, is she?" Fiona whispered to the ex-Dragonrider in surprise.
"This is about all the sleep she ever gets,"
Seaban said with an answering grin and an affectionate glance for his youngest.
"She takes little naps, worse than a baby fire lizard, and then she's up again, just as much trouble."
Becca got to nap for little more than 20 minutes before the next injured dragon arrived. Fiona had no more than finished dousing the injured rider with numbweed before another dragon arrived, and another. Somewhere during the tumult, Talent and the other dragons sounded the keen that indicated that a dragon had been lost, and then another, and another. At the end of it all, Hinez, Fijian, and Matal returned leading only 26 dragons and riders. 8 others, beside Tamar, had returned beforehand. 2 were severely injured and would take many months to heal. 6 were more lightly injured, but not so lightly that they would be able to fly for many falls to come.
"High reaches had it worse,"
Matal said as he and the others regrouped in the dining cavern. He glanced around the room.
"Where are Kindan and Lorana?"
Hinez heard the question and looked around, adding,
"Where's Tamar?"
"He's in a coma," Fiona said. "Lorana and Kindan are keeping watch on him." She explained how he'd fallen, victim of a thread-scored riding strap, how she'd caught him, but not before he'd banged his head on the rock of the weir wall so badly that his skull had been fractured.
"It's a wonder you didn't lose Zarenth," Matal said. "With an injury like that, the dragon wouldn't hear the rider, and might think the worst."
"We nearly did," Fiona said. "I think Lorana convinced him to stay."
"Like she did with Coranth,"
Matal mused. No one who had a dragon could forget that day when Lorana had pulled all their power for her desperate failed grab for the dragons of Telgar Weir and her subsequent successful grab of Coranth from between. "Something like that."
I should go check on him,
Inez said, forcing himself wearily to his feet. That's my job, wing leader, Fiona said, waving him back into his seat. You should rest. You should all rest, Shanice said, approaching the table and glancing around the nearly empty cavern. She glanced toward Matal. If you'd like, we can put you and your brilliant Gaminth in a weir for the evening. I put Tamar in the empty queen's weir, Fiona said apologetically, or I'd let you have it. Matal rose and gave her a gracious half-bow.
I think that Gaminth will have no trouble giving me a lift to our weir.
Fiona rose as well, pausing as Inez rose more slowly from his chair. Do you need a hand?
I'll be fine.
Don't be such a baby, Fiona said, grabbing his arm at the elbow. You can barely stand, much less walk. Inez tried to move away from her, but Matal blocked the wing leader's movement with a deftly timed lurch of his own. If anyone's watching, they'll just think that the weyrwoman is conferring with the weir's senior rider, Fiona assured him.
I need to check on the riders,
Inez protested. They've been seen to, my lord, Shanice said, coming up behind them and deftly propping Inez's other elbow. Telgar takes care of its own. Realizing himself overborne by both weyrwoman and headwoman, Inez permitted them to escort him back to his quarters. I'll walk you back to your quarters, too, Shanice said as Fiona started across the weir bowl. Thanks, but I don't. You won't be as stubborn as he is, will you? Shanice asked, jerking her head back toward Inez's weir. No, of course not, Fiona said with a long, relenting sigh. Wise? Fiona waited only long enough to be certain that Shanice wouldn't see her before she left her weir to check on Tamar. Zarenth roused at the sound of her feet outside his lair and regarded her quietly for a moment, his multifaceted eyes whirling a slowly green before returning to his slumber. Zarenth's actions alerted Kindan and Lorana. They looked up expectantly from their seats placed beside Tamar's bed. How is he? Kindan frowned.
His breathing is steady.
That description didn't sound very reassuring to her. She moved closer to the bed, standing behind Kindan's chair, to peer down on the sleeping bronze rider. He looks peaceful, Fiona said. She turned to Kindan. Does he have a fever? Kindan shook his head. Halfway through, the motion dissolved into a wide yawn. Fiona frowned toward Lorana, who, as expected, followed the harper a moment later with her own yawn. With a look of exasperation, Fiona joined them a moment later. Where are you going to sleep? Fiona asked, trying to imagine where to set a bed. She saw the way Kindan set his jaw and gathered that the harper and Lorana had discussed this earlier and had decided to sleep in their chairs. Oh, no, you're not. Talent, Fiona called. Would you be a love and ask Seaban if he and Becca can watch Tamar tonight? I was sleeping, Talent responded petulantly. Just be a dear and ask. There was a pause before Talent responded. They come. Fiona shivered in the cooling night air. It's too cold. She went into the bathroom and came back out with a bundle of blankets. Kindan reached for one, but Fiona pulled it away from him. These are for Seaban and Becca. The sound of approaching footsteps alerted them to the ex-Dragonrider's approach. He was carrying his daughter cradled in his arms. Oh! Fiona cried in surprise. I didn't mean to wake you. Seaban smiled and shook his head.
I was still awake when Talent called.
He glanced down tenderly at Becca and added,
And she'll want to check on Tamar.
I can kit you out with blankets, Fiona said, gesturing with a firm nod of her head for Kindan to relinquish his chair. I'm going to take Kindan and Lorana to my weir. That way they'll be close by and rested if there's any need.
That sounds wise,
Seaban said. He waited until Fiona was satisfied with her arrangement of blankets before taking his seat, and was immediately wrapped with another set of blankets over him. Warm enough? Fiona asked, wondering if they might need more blankets.
We're fine, weyrwoman,
Seaban told her with a smile. Then we'll take our leave of you and wish you a good rest, Fiona said, gesturing for Lorana and Kindan to precede her.
We could sleep somewhere else,
Kindan said, glancing toward Lorana for confirmation. What, and have me freeze? Fiona retorted, stepping forward and linking her arms with the other two. I'll sleep at the outside, so that I can be closest to Talent," she added winningly. "The bed's so large, you two probably won't even notice me at all."
"I doubt that," Kindan said.
He glanced toward Lorana.
"When she was still a child, her favorite trick was to figure out a way to get me to stay the night at Fort Hold, then crawl into bed with me."
With a snort, he added,
"By morning, she'd have me either on the floor or stuck in a corner."
"I've gotten older," Fiona said with a sniff. "I'm much better at sharing." She shivered again, pulling the other two closer to her and asking with wide-eyed woefulness, "Besides, you don't want me to freeze?" "No, not after all your kindness," Lorana said. She glanced at Kindan. He frowned, but said nothing. Talent did not stir at all as they passed her, stepping quietly into Fiona's quarters. Lorana glanced back at the Golden Queen, her expression unreadable. Fiona followed her gaze and was surprised to see Talent twitching in her sleep, as though flying away in a dream. "She'll quiet down, I'm sure," Fiona assured them as they passed into her quarters. Fiona urged the other two into bed before her and climbed in quickly after them. Settled, she turned the glows at the head of the bed, and the room got dark. It wasn't long before all three were warm, and not much longer before they were asleep. Fiona woke abruptly, alarmed. She sat up quickly, tilting her head to identify the source of the sound. A girl's voice, high, nervous, followed by a man's voice, soothing but feigning confidence.
"Zarenth, it's all right,"
the man called. "Seaban." The girl was Becca. There was a roar from Zarenth, followed by the sound of him launching himself skyward. "No!" Fiona yelled, reaching across Kindan for Lorana. The other woman was instantly awake. More bugles were heard in the bowl outside, deep, loud, threatening. Bronzes. "See to Talent," Lorana ordered, pushing Fiona out of bed in front of her. As she rolled over Kindan, she snapped to the drowsy Harper. "Get up! Talent is rising!" "Rising?" Fiona thought in horrified surprise.
"Stay with her. Don't let her gorge,"
Kindan said as he suddenly erupted into motion, joining Lorana in pushing her out of the bed. "We have to see to Zarenth," Lorana said to him as the two stood on the cold stone floor, grimaced, and quickly found their slippers. Kindan sprinted ahead, shouting,
"We're coming!"
And Fiona found herself left behind, still in shock. Lorana turned back to her at the entrance to Talent's weir. She mustered a soothing smile. "You'll do fine." "Fine?" Another dragon bellowed in the morning air. Talent twitched in her sleep, turned her head toward the bowl in puzzlement. Fiona reached her thoughts to her queen lovingly. She jerked when her mind met a roil of emotions, of intense desires. Echoing back from the far end of the bowl, Fiona could dimly make out the sounds of herd beasts crying out in surprise and fear before being silenced by the rapacious bronzes. Talent's eyes snapped open, whirling a brilliant, dangerous red. "Talent!" The gold dragon turned her head toward Fiona for a moment, her whirling eyes slowing, and then, with a bellow, she leaped out of her weir, into the sky, and down toward the waiting herd.
"You mustn't let her gorge,"
a voice called to her urgently. Fiona looked up in surprise. It was Kindan. He grabbed her arm and dragged her out onto the ledge.
"Reach out to her. Control her."
Fiona reached and found her jaws locked on the neck of a felled herd beast, the hot blood enraging her. She hissed at Kindan and twitched away from him. She would eat this beast whole. "No," a voice called to her. The voice was strangely familiar. "Lorana? Don't let the dragon control you. Control her." The blood tasted so good, so hot. She could smell the fear of the dead beast, hear the rising panic of the others, and she wanted more. She wanted to rend, to tear, to rip. "No!" Fiona cried out loud. With a grunt, she lashed back at Talent, who recoiled in surprise, then resisted as Fiona exerted herself. "Only the blood!" "No!" Talent roared, her thoughts emphasized with a bellow that filled the whole weir and echoed on. Yes, Fiona thought back, tightening her grip on her bond with her dragon. Drop it, now. There's another nearby. Drink the blood. Hot blood. You want it. With a cry mixed equally with anger and anticipation, Talent launched herself up high and dove on her next victim. Fiona reveled with her in her flight, in her pounce, and felt the hot, warm blood course into her veins. Fire. She was fire. She was wind. She was heat. She was queen. "More!" a voice cried, and Talent leaped again before Fiona could even wonder if the voice was hers or her dragon's. Was there any difference? Again Talent pounced. Again she resisted. Again she relented to Fiona's will. A rush of feet punctuated the morning air, and Fiona had a brief flash of anxious faces gathering around her, their excitement both arousing and threatening. "More!" Talent cried, pouncing on her fourth buck, the largest by far. She tore its throat out with a quick, deft movement and drained the dying beast's blood into her waiting jaws. Sated, she lifted her head up and cried in delight and challenge, then turned back to her kill only to startle all the waiting bronzes by launching herself in the air. Fiona gasped as Talent bounded into the air, her wings clawing, pulling her higher and even higher with each muscle-straining beat, up through the thick, cold air of morning and into the thinner, warmer air above. With a cry of pure delight, Talent dove and rose again, higher and higher, until even the Telgar mountain seemed only tiny dots below. "Yes!" Fiona cried in exultation. "Higher! Higher!" Below them, Talent could make out the bronzes, dots striving piteously to match her prowess. With a bellow of anger, Talent noted that there were only 4, just 4, dragons following her. It was an insult. She was half tempted to fly to Fort Weyr or High Reaches in search of greater honors, but something held her back. She craned her neck down again, examining her escort. There was Gaminth, a noble and wise dragon, able to lead a Weyr, and Ledurth, young, virile, able. There, leading the pack, was Gnurth. Talent let out a bellow and dove down, 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 scattering the group of bronzes before soaring back into the air, the strain on her wings pulling at her muscles and causing her chest to heave with the extra exertion of her climb and the thin air. Another bellow below her. Zarenth. There was an interesting choice. Talent remembered something odd about Zarenth and glanced back at the bronze once more. The dragon seemed colored differently. Lighter. Tired? No, that wasn't it. Talent flipped a quick circle on her wingtip, reversing her course, and allowed herself a squawk in pleasure when the bronzes only noticed moments later. She dove again, this time directing herself toward Zarenth, curious. Gnurth bellowed a challenge, climbed up toward her, and reached for her with his claws, but she folded her wings and slipped by him easily. Nearby, Gaminth roared in delight and turned sharply to give chase. Ledurth was last, flagging. Zarenth was ahead of her, and, to her surprise and consternation, the bronze beat away from her, pulling farther away. With a roar of outrage, Talent put on a burst of speed and clawed her way up beside him. Just as she looked toward him again, to issue a challenge and a triumph, the bronze flipped himself on his side, his claws reaching out for her and grasping her tightly. Talent screamed in surprise at the maneuver, and then they were falling, rolling over and over, Zarenth on top, then on bottom, Talent on top in his stead. As they plummeted, Zarenth would beat his wings when he was on top, his bugle challenging her to emulate him. Intrigued, Talent tried and discovered that their plummet became a dance in the air. She bellowed in delight, and then Zarenth's neck twined around hers, his tail about hers, and they were one, and more. Fiona felt the explosion of pleasure, the primal lust sated, and found herself clinging tightly, passionately, lost in the moment that reflected the joining of the dragons thousands of lengths above. Just as Talent was locked with Zarenth, she was locked with who? "It is time to bring them home," a voice spoke low in her ear, respectful, soothing, loving. Lorana. The man whose body was wrapped around hers was too short to be Tamar. Fiona recovered her senses enough to realize that Tamar was still in bed, eyes slitted open but otherwise motionless. Who? An arm touched her shoulder, soft, warm, not the man holding her. Fiona felt the love of that touch. Even as she started to recover from the frenetic events that had so completely controlled her, Fiona recognized the depth of that love, and as she did with a mental gasp, she knew without doubt whose body was twined around hers. Kindan. Don't, a voice touched her softly, stilling her incipient alarm. The voice sounded something like the strange voice Fiona had heard so many times before, but she realized, just then, that it was only Lorana's voice. It had none of the echo she had come to associate with that other voice. Kindan must have felt her stiffen, for he suddenly surged backward, away from her. No, Lorana spoke aloud. Fiona felt the arm that had touched her shoulder slide around her side and felt the tension as Lorana moved her body closer to them, holding them together in her arms. This is my moment, too. We must bring them home now, Lorana continued in thought. Fiona reached out to Talent and felt, to her surprise, not just Zarenth, but the presence of Lorana and Kindan, and the fainter presence of Tamar, all bonded with the bronze and, through him, with her. We must come back now, Fiona said to Talent. She felt her gold's languorous response, Zarenth's delicate, loving agreement, and then the two broke their grasp, spun upright, and started to glide back toward the Weyr. Fiona opened her eyes quickly to see Kindan's blue eyes focused intently on her. She settled her clothes. Kindan blew a rueful snort, but followed her actions. When she glanced up again, he was looking at her once more, his eyes dancing.
You arranged this, didn't you?
Kindan, Lorana said. When dragons rise, passion flies. You felt it, Fiona said to Lorana. You felt it all. I did, Lorana agreed. She looked to Kindan. And you felt Zarenth's passion. You responded as a Dragonrider. But Tamar... They all turned guiltily toward the still form of the bronze rider. I saw his eyes open earlier, Fiona said. Kindan frowned. I felt him, Lorana said. She turned to Kindan. I think the mating flight roused him.
One would hope,
Kindan replied feelingly. Outside, the air darkened, and Zarenth landed on the ledge. They drew aside to allow the bronze dragon entrance to his Weyr. He blew a quick breath of thanks in their direction, peered into Tamar's quarters, and made a soft, wistful sound at his still form, then curled up swiftly into a deep sleep. A bugle from nearby alerted them that Talent had also returned, and at a motion from Fiona, they moved outside to watch the gold land and scamper into her Weyr. You were marvelous, Fiona called as they entered after her. Talent turned to greet them, her eyes whirling with the green of contentment, her body radiating a newfound strength and maturity. I'm tired. Get some rest, love. You earned it.
We should get someone to check on Tamar,
Kindan began, only to be interrupted by the sound of feet approaching from Fiona's quarters.
The flight went well,
Seaban asked, his arm draped over his daughter's shoulders. Close behind were Matal and Hinez, who had left the room when their dragons had lost their chase of Talent.
Zarenth flew her,
Kindan said in answer to the ex-Dragonrider's unspoken question. Seaban's eyes widened.
Zarenth? And Tamar?
Please check on him, Fiona said. Seaban nodded quickly, his expression full of curiosity. Fiona took pity on him, blushing lightly as she said, Zarenth flew Talent with aid from Kindan and Lorana.
A good mating flight,
Matal's voice boomed out. He nodded toward Fiona respectfully.
But it solves nothing,
Hinez said, brooding.
Zarenth flew Talent. Does that make Tamar Weyr leader? So it would seem, Matal agreed. But he is not capable,
Hinez protested. He gestured irritably toward Fiona, Kindan, and Lorana.
So incapable that we don't see him where he should be.
He was there, Fiona said softly. And what he could not do himself, he ceded to Kindan for him.
He's not even a Dragonrider. How can we call him Weyr leader? This discussion needs to come later, Matal declared, pointing Hinez toward the door. Now it is time for the dragons to return to the Weyrs, and for their riders to rest. Huh,
Hinez snorted, but he preceded the other bronze riders to the exit.
Kindan,
Seaband repeated, glancing toward the harper in surprise.
Lorana can talk with any dragon,
Kindan said, his own face flushing with embarrassment,
and formed a link with Zarenth into which I was drawn.
Seaband glanced at Fiona, then back to the harper. A smile blossomed on his face.
Then congratulations are due to all.
Tamar stirred, I think, during the flight, Fiona said. Would you please check on him and keep him company?
Of course.
What now? Fiona asked herself as she eased into the warm tub. What do I do now? I didn't mean for this to happen. Lorana and Kindan had a bond. She had no right imposing herself on it. And yet, if it hadn't been for Lorana, Tamar's Zarenth would have gone between forever, and just as surely as the dragon died, the rider would have been lost with him. She couldn't lose Tamar. She cared for him too much, and the Weyr needed him as Weyr leader. Inez was too rigid, too much like the old leadership. But Lorana, what about her? Surely she deserved better than— Don't. Talent? Fiona thought, reaching out to her queen only to find the slow, steady, sleepy feeling in return. The gold was asleep. Lorana. Lorana had given her a gift beyond measure when she'd arrived with the cure to the dragon sickness. She'd saved her beloved Talent, and now she'd given another priceless gift again. Was that what Teniz meant with, "A dragon gold is only the first price"? Was this part of the price Lorana must pay? Fiona's brows furrowed in anger at the thought. No, she would not let it be. She was no thief of hearts, and she would do everything to avoid hurting this woman who had paid so much already. With determination, she scrubbed herself down, rinsed, and rose from the bath, dressing quickly. She needed to be seen by the rest of the Weyr and to check with Shanice in the dining cavern. Besides, she was sure that Kindan and Lorana would be grateful for some time to themselves. She went through Talent's Weyr to check on the sleeping queen, who looked well pleased with herself even as she snored, deep in slumber.
"Good flight, weyrwoman,"
Jagerd called as he spied her entering the dining cavern. "Thank you." It was the first of many such accolades Fiona accepted, maintaining a graceful air even while entertaining the notion sardonically that she had had very little to do with the outcome. As if in answer, the ex-dragon rider Makiar sat gruffly next to her, nodded brusquely in her direction, saying,
"Seen many mating flights. You did well. Didn't let her gorge. Let her fly high. Made it look easy."
Fiona found her cheeks heating at the potter's compliment.
"You did well,"
Matal chimed in agreement as he pulled up the chair opposite Makiar and sat. "I'd be surprised at any less than 30 eggs, and a queen among 'em," Shanice added from behind Fiona's shoulder, startling Fiona with her quiet approach. The head woman reached around Fiona and set a plate of fresh scrambled eggs in front of her and another plate of fresh hot rolls to the side. As a garnish, she plopped down a small bowl of sliced red peppers. "Try them if you need more waking," Shanice challenged. "Fresh claw should be enough," Fiona said, eyeing the red-hot peppers warily. "Huh, how many mating flights have you seen?" Shanice snorted disrespectfully. Fiona shook her head in acknowledgement but reached instead for the black pepper and sprinkled some on her eggs. "If this isn't enough, I'll try the other," Fiona promised. She took a mouthful and savored it, closing her eyes in relish. When she opened them again to reach for another bite, she noticed Matal eyeing her thoughtfully.
"How long have you been tired?"
he asked, his voice soft but not concealing some intense urgency. "Ever since I impressed Talent," Fiona said with a shrug. "I thought it was from timing it back to Eigen."
"Do you get edgy? Irritable?"
"Sleepy, muzzy-headed," Fiona said. "Some days worse than others." She couldn't suppress a grin. "Today I feel more awake than not." Matal shared her grin with one of his own. "Tamar felt the same, and many of the Weyrlings," Fiona said, wondering what had caused the bronze rider to consider this particular issue interesting.
"Headaches?"
"Yes," Fiona said, her eyes narrowing. "Do you know something?"
"Talia had similar symptoms.
Mittal said, stirring in his chair, a frown on his face.
She had been acting odd pretty much since she'd impressed her Minith, 3 turns back.
And? Fiona asked, raising a hand and motioning peremptorily for the ex-Weyr leader to continue. Mittal's eyes flashed briefly with amusement before he continued.
Sometimes, weyrwoman, you have flashes of her behavior.
I take it you don't approve?
Only when it's uncalled for,
Mittal said. He waited for her response, but she merely smiled at the jibe and pleaded with her eyes for him to continue. Mittal relented, pursing his lips for a moment as he recovered his thoughts before saying,
Now I wonder if some of your behaviors aren't related in another way.
Timing?
Talia went back 3 turns in our time to high reaches, Weyr, Mittal said. Seems that being in the same time caused her bad temper in both times.
But we went back in time, Fiona began in protest.
So far,
Mittal agreed. You think that perhaps sometime soon we will go back in time again? Now? A moment later, Fiona expanded. I mean to this now. Why?
I have no idea.
Fiona distracted herself with another bite of food. She chewed carefully and took a drink of her claw before continuing. What effect would timing have on Talent?
I don't know,
he said with a frown.
I assume that you're referring to her eggs.
Fiona nodded and then sighed, shaking her head. I can't see myself leaving Talent with a clutch on the hatching grounds.
Perhaps you will take her someplace else,
Maciar said, looking from weyrwoman to bronze rider and back. But where? Fiona asked. It can't be Eigen. There are riders recovering all through the last 10 turns.
Perhaps it is something else,
Mittal said, his expression troubled. Else? Fiona said. Worse?
It's never wise to borrow trouble,
Maciar reminded them. Fiona snorted acidly. No, certainly when we've enough of our own already. A noise from the entrance attracted her attention, and she turned in time to see Kindan and Lorana saunter through the entrance. Something in Lorana's walk made Fiona curious, and she sent a thought toward Talent, only to find her queen still deep in slumber. Thwarted, Fiona tried an experiment and focused her attention on Lorana. The dark-haired woman glanced up toward her, her eyes dancing, cheeks flushed. Caranth flew Minith. Fiona whipped her head back around to catch Mittal's eyes, but the bronze rider showed no signs of having heard the news. Caranth flew Minith, Fiona told him. Did you know? Mittal looked abstracted for a moment, then shook his head.
No, Gaminth is still sleeping.
He quirked his eyebrows up at her.
How did you know?
Fiona turned her head toward the approaching pair, and Mittal followed her gaze.
You guessed, he said, just because they're late?
Lorana can talk to any dragon, Fiona said by way of broaching her new notion.
Yes, that's rare, very rare,
Maciar said, glancing toward the approaching couple.
The last one who could was Taurine of Bendon, wasn't she? I believe so, Mittal said with a note of home pride in his voice. But as far as I know from the records, Taurine could only hear and talk to the dragons.
He paused, forcing a quick grimace from his face.
It appears that Lorana can also feel the dragons.
It's not all bad, Lorana said as she and Kindan drew within earshot. Kindan gestured for her to take the seat near Mittal while he strode quickly to sit opposite her beside Maciar. Did you say that Caranth flew Minith? Fiona asked, even as Shanice efficiently bustled about with 2 more place settings and fresh mugs. Lorana grinned, her eyes dancing. You heard. I thought maybe you did, but I wasn't sure. I heard, Fiona thought, glancing at Lorana and smiling when she noticed the woman's reaction. She turned to Mittal. If a person can talk to all dragons, is there any reason that they might not also be able to talk to people the same way? Mittal turned to Lorana, then back to Fiona.
She told you?
Before Fiona could respond, Lorana gave a large gasp and turned to Mittal. Quickly, Gila comes! The bronzes! Mittal jerked in unison to a loud, raucous bellow, which was instantly reinforced by several others.
The bronzes are blooding their kills!
Jagurd shouted from near the doorway. Tamar! Fiona cried, rushing out of her chair. No, stay here, Lorana called to her, jumping to her feet. "Kindan, come with me," she assured Fiona. "We'll go to him." Fiona nodded once quickly in agreement and waited until they had turned the corner out of the cavern's entrance and out of her sight before sitting back down with a heavy sigh.
"I've never heard of so many mating flights in one day,"
Maciar said, his eyes rheumy with pain. He rose from his seat slowly and raised a hand invitingly to Fiona.
"Perhaps you'd care to join me in some clay?"
It took Fiona a moment to recognize that the ex-Dragonrider was offering her a chance to throw some pots on a potter's wheel. The thought of sensuously occupying her hands and mind was deeply appealing to her. She smiled and reached for his hand. They were seated and deeply engrossed in their work when Gila's Talarth bellowed near the Starstones, her tone lustful. "Tell them to meet in Zerent's Weyr," Fiona thought hastily to Lorana, anxious about the one time when she, as weyrwoman, couldn't perform her duties as weyrwoman. Fiona was relieved to hear Talarth glide toward the Queen's wing before tearing off to bellow challengingly in the pasture at the far end of the Weyr. She caught a fleeting snatch of thought from Lorana, partly accepting, mostly amused, and snorted as she realized that the older woman would probably have selected that course of action without Fiona's prodding, and had gathered the bronze riders in Zerent's Weyr. Her concentration faltered, and she twitched in her seat, feeling the urge to rise, to be there, to help Gila, who was not much older than herself, to know that Tamar and Zerent were all right.
"Stay here, weyrwoman,"
Maciar's voice came to her, calmly, firmly. She glanced at the ex-rider.
"Your dragon is only sleeping now,"
Maciar reminded her.
"This is Talarth's time. You don't need me telling you the dangers of fighting queens."
Fiona forced herself to sit back down, nodding slowly. She sent a quiet, fleeting tendril of thought toward Talent, and was glad to note that the gold was still slumbering, although her dreams were clearly becoming influenced by the sounds and emotions rising around her. Fiona realized that she too was feeling those emotions, and found her breath quickening when she heard Talarth's challenging bugle warble as the Queen soared into the sky above.
"If you put your mind to it, the clay can be your lover,"
Maciar told her softly.
"Done right, you can make the most beautiful works."
"How?" Fiona asked, aware of the rising emotions all around her, filling the Weyr as the bronze dragons, including one from High Reaches and another from Bendon, bellowed and leaped into the air after the challenging Queen.
"Close your eyes. Still your breathing. Put your mind in your fingers. Shape the clay with your thoughts,"
Maciar told her calmly. She drew a breath to ask for more guidance, but he forestalled her.
"Hush now. Quiet. Close your eyes. This is a time of silence."
Fiona closed her eyes and found herself soaring through the air. Startled, she opened them again. Zerent. She had been with Zerent. She reached out to Lorana, felt a welcoming echo tinged with concern, and forced herself, regretfully, to withdraw once more. "Lorana and Kindan are flying with Zerent," Fiona said quietly.
"It would have to be if Tamar is still unconscious,"
Maciar replied, his tone not wholly devoid of emotion, but also not overwhelmed by it.
"Ride with them if you wish."
Fiona caught some hint of disapproval. No, it was less than that, in the older man's tone. Caution. Fiona thought she understood even as she felt the passions grow. She forced her feelings back to her fingers, felt the clay, reached for some cool, wet water with which to slick up the shape she was working, and felt her fingers flow once more over the shape as her leg pumped the wheel round and round. Even as her fingers reported their sensations, Fiona felt a counterpull from high above her as wings beat, hearts pounded, lungs pumped, all joyfully, purposely. Tension grew, threatened to pull her apart until, finally, Fiona felt the maleness of Kindan come to her through her connection with Lorana. She felt Tamar's steady, calm breathing, felt the passion of his breath on her cheek, felt the roar of the wind high in the sky above, felt Lorana's heat as she stood next to Kindan, felt Zerent's growing elation mixed with approval,
felt herself at the potter's wheel, felt— Suddenly she gasped and opened her eyes. The clay was a misshapen mess, all mashed together.
"Sometimes that happens, too,"
Maciar said softly from beside her, his words sounding somewhat forced. She looked up at him and he smiled calmly. Then she saw his work. He must have stopped spinning his wheel early on, for on his wheel stood a mix of wings and limbs, as though dragons and riders were each clutched in the same mating embrace. He frowned at it.
"I'm not sure if that'll fire well."
"It's beautiful all the same," Fiona said, even as her breathing returned to normal.
"I'm afraid we can't keep it,"
Maciar said sadly, folding the wings inward and slowly lumping the shape back into a ball.
"Some beauty is only for an instant, to be admired just in the moment."
Fiona nodded in understanding.
"Thank you for sharing it with me."
"My pleasure as well, in your company,"
the ex-Dragonrider said. From on high, a loud, contented bellow filled the sky.
"G'nurth,"
Fiona said.
"About as I would have expected,"
Maciar said. Fiona raised an eyebrow at him questioningly.
"There was a way the lass looked at the lad, and she came back here on purpose."
Fiona nodded once more in understanding. Then a thought struck her.
"And me? Could you tell?"
Maciar smiled.
"You, weyrwoman, love everyone."
Fiona looked at him in confusion.
"It's your way,"
he told her gently.
"And it would be foolish to deny it."
He saw the pained look in her eyes and added,
"If your heart is big enough, there is nothing better than to love as many as you can."
"And is my heart big enough?"
"Only you know the answer to that."
13. Bronze and gold, fleet and bold, entwined as one, passions done. Talgar Weyr, morning, AL 508.2.13.
"So, Gila plans to stay here,"
Matal said as he saw her and Henez arrive for breakfast the next morning. Fiona glanced over at the two, nodding and smiling encouragingly in their direction. Gila responded with a big grin, while Henez merely gave her a dignified nod. Gila leaned in close to the taller bronze rider and said something that Fiona didn't catch. Henez jerked upright, then glanced down in surprise at the diminutive woman by his side. Gila looked back toward Fiona, shaking her head ruefully, but her eyes were dancing.
"She seems to have him well in hand,"
Matal said quietly, even as Gila changed their direction toward the head table.
"Weyrwoman,"
Henez said stiffly as they approached. Fiona schooled her expression, gesturing to empty seats, saying, "Wingleader, please join us." Henez sat woodenly, seeming surprised at the offer.
"A good flight, from all accounts,"
Matal said, nodding to Gila and Henez. He grinned at the tall, thin bronze rider and added with a gleam in his eyes,
"Although you'd best be careful next time. Gamint swears that he's got the way of it with 2 mating flights in the same day."
Henez regarded the ex-Weyr leader seriously for a moment, until Gila's snort alerted him that Matal was joking.
"G'nurth is ready any time, sir,"
Henez said, joining into the spirit of things.
2 queens on the hatching grounds at the same time,
Matal said.
"I don't think I remember a time when such ever happened at Bendon."
Kindan and Lorana insisted on spending time in the records room to see if they found any records of that occurring here, Fiona said. She smiled at Gila as she added, "But I'm not worried. Neither Talenth nor Talarth seem at all concerned." "I'm hoping for a queen egg and 30 others," Gila said as she snagged a roll and put it on Henez's plate. She gestured for the butter, which Matal pushed in her direction, and lathered the roll with it copiously before pushing it toward Henez's mouth. The bronze rider looked askance at the treatment until he caught the look in his mate's eyes, and resignedly took the roll and ate it whole. She nodded appreciatively as he did, saying, "You need some more padding if you're going to continue to share a weir with me." To Fiona she said, "I thought I was bony."
"Petite,"
Henez corrected her, his near hand reaching unconsciously for hers.
"thin-boned."
Perhaps for not much longer, Gila said, glancing up doe-eyed at the bronze rider. Will you still want me when I get all bloated with child?
You're with child?
Inez asked, his eyes going round with alarm.
I mean, I didn't think.
Gila's chuckle silenced him, and as he strove to recover his composure, Inez looked around the table, daring anyone to comment on his reaction. Taking pity on her mate, Gila turned to Fiona, saying, "And how about you, weyrwoman?" Inez cleared his throat hastily in alarm. Gila leaned over to him, and he bent down for another whispered conversation. When he straightened up again, Gila was looking in Fiona's direction with great interest. "That must have been quite a mating flight," the smaller weyrwoman told her. "It was," Fiona agreed. "And how is Tamar?" "When I checked on him this morning, he seemed better," Fiona said, working to keep her worry out of her voice. "Seemed?" "You were there in his quarters during your mating flight," Fiona reminded her. Gila glanced up at Inez as if to check his response, before nodding in agreement. "I didn't pay much attention to Tamar, or anyone in the room," Gila said. She pursed her lips as she added thoughtfully, "except that I was surprised, at first, to see Lorana there and not you, and then I was suddenly grateful to have someone there talking me through Talarth's gorging." Fiona nodded sympathetically. Her eyes caught Gila's, and the two shared a moment of understanding, tabling parts of the discussion for a time when they could be alone together. Again, Fiona found herself warming to this kind, perceptive person. "Anyway, Seaban said that afterward he thought he heard Tamar murmur something," Fiona said, returning to their original topic.
He spoke?
Matal asked, surprised.
What did he say?
3 times, Fiona answered, trying and failing to hide her blush.
3 times?
Inez repeated in confusion.
What does that signify?
When we were back at Eigen, I decided that I needed some instruction. Fiona found herself blushing even redder. With Tamar? Gila asked, her eyebrows arching high. She pursed her lips tightly, even though there was a definite upward curve to them, before adding judiciously, "From all I've heard, he would have been an excellent instructor." Anyway, as with all his lessons, I insisted that we perform the exercise 3 times, Fiona finished lamely.
I see,
Inez said, his voice more diplomatically neutral than Fiona had thought possible. He glanced at her, asking,
So you feel that he was recalling the same reference? A 3rd mating flight will revive him? Matal wondered.
He furrowed his brow.
Here, or could it be any queen's mating?
Because Minith and Coranth, Fiona began thoughtfully, only to find herself interrupted by a sudden call from Talent. "Come quickly!" "I must go," Fiona said, rising from her chair. "Talent wants me in Tamar's quarters." Fiona raced across the weir bowl toward the Queen's Ledge. Her intent expression was such that weirfolk and Dragonriders alike veered out of her way, rather than delivering polite greetings and congratulations on the multiple mating flights. She acknowledged their kindness with a quick smile and a wave, keeping her pace quick and her course firm. She was so quick that she was breathless by the time she made it up the ledge past her quarters, Gila's quarters, and finally to the Queen's quarters that had been allocated to the injured bronze rider and his dragon. Zarenth regarded her warily as she approached, his head flinching away from her, his eyes whirling a slow, steady red. In Tamar's quarters, Fiona found Seaban, Becca, Lorana, and Kindan all huddled around the Dragonrider's bed. "What is it?" Fiona asked, edging her way in to look down at Tamar. He was sweating and tossing from side to side.
I don't know,
Kindan said, shaking his head.
Seaban called me when he first noticed, and Tamar's been getting steadily worse.
His blue eyes met Fiona's, his expression somber.
With a head injury, there's a great deal of pain, headaches, nausea, and sometimes memory loss.
Memory loss? Fiona said, wondering how much Tamar might forget.
Lorana and I were looking for similar cases in the records,
Kindan said. By his tone, Fiona gathered that he hadn't found any matches and that what he had found was disturbing.
Sometimes a serious knock on the head can cause the loss of months of memories. Most often the memories return slowly, over time.
Most often?
Sometimes they don't,
Kindan said, confirming her worst fear.
The records suggest that a person who is in familiar surroundings recovers quicker than those who are in a strange location.
He waved at the quarters here. He grimaced as he added,
Also, the presence of a long-term relationship, a partner of long standing, has been shown to aid recovery.
Is this why he's thrashing about so?
No,
Kindan said, shaking his head.
There was no mention of this in the records.
Among those who survived, Lorana added darkly. She glanced to Kindan, saying, Tell her the rest. Kindan sighed heavily and beckoned for Fiona to bend her ear close to his mouth as he whispered,
A person who doesn't regain consciousness in the first day rarely survives at all.
But why is he moving so? He seems upset, Fiona protested. And didn't Seaban hear him speak earlier? Isn't that a good sign? Her eyes narrowed as she examined Tamar closely. Pushing the others aside so that she could kneel, she grabbed his hand and leaned over his face, trying to follow the movements of his lips. 3 times. Is that it, Tamar? Fiona asked. She was certain that his hand had spasmed briefly around hers.
If we have to wait for another mating flight, half a turn or more, he won't make it, Kindan said.
No, not here, Fiona said, rising and turning to examine Zarenth. Fort.
Fort? Kindan said. I've heard nothing of Malurth rising.
Lorana's eyes grew distant for a moment, and then she grabbed Kindan's arm and pulled him away forcibly, crying, Come on!
Where are we going?
Kindan asked, holding his ground with a worried look toward Tamar. We're going to Fort, Lorana said, dragging him after her. The Bronzes are blooding their kills. We have to get there in time.
But you don't know the coordinates,
Seaban cried in warning. I do, Fiona said, turning to start after them. Stay here, Lorana told her. Just give us the image. Aloud, she said, Zarenth, rouse yourself. We're going to Fort Weyr. To Fiona's surprise, the bronze dragon stood up quickly and raced out of his weir, jumping over the Queen's ledge and sidling up close to it, ready to receive Kindan and Lorana. You've no straps, Fiona cried. Then we'd better not fall off, Lorana said, increasing her pace into a full sprint. Kindan followed her lead, his reluctance lost. What are they doing? Becca asked in confusion. She gestured toward Tamar. All the noise seems to have made him worse.
No, Seaban said. Not the noise. The dragons at Fort.
He glanced up at Fiona in confirmation.
He knows that the Bronzes are blooding their kills.
Yes, Fiona said. Outside she heard Zarenth's bellow and the sound of the bronze beating his way into the air, then silence. The bronze, with Lorana and Kindan as his riders, went between to Fort Weyr. But if they're blooding their kills now, how will Zarenth arrive in time for the mating flight? Becca asked. Won't he need to blood kills too?
Yes, he will,
Seaban said. He shot a glance toward Fiona before adding,
Which is why weyrwoman Fiona sent them back in time.
Fiona took a deep breath and nodded, hoping that Lorana had realized her intent. A noise from Tamar caused all eyes to turn to him. I'll watch him now, Fiona said. Seaban caught her eyes and nodded, placing his hands on Becca's shoulders and guiding his daughter towards Zarenth's weir and the Queen's ledge.
He shouldn't exert himself too much, weyrwoman,
the ex-Dragonrider cautioned her. I understand. If you have Talent call us when it's over, we'll see about changing his bandages, Becca said, a hopeful look flashing across her face when she mentioned Talent. Fiona smiled and nodded, guessing how exciting it was for the youngster to have Telgar's senior queen talk to her. Fiona was pleased to realize that there was a little girl still lurking inside Becca's earnest, adult demeanor. Her eyes dancing at this revelation, Fiona nodded in agreement, keeping her eyes on Tamar while their footsteps faded away. She turned then to look at his bandaged leg. Yes, Becca was not mistaken. The leg would need rebandaging soon. Fiona frowned as she compared Tamar's still body with the lively, energetic dragon rider she knew. Kindan's words came back to her. A person who doesn't regain consciousness in the first day rarely survives at all. But if Tamar didn't survive, what would happen to Zarenth? Would the bronze remain, bonded to Lorana and Kindan? And what of the Weyr? How would the riders react to having someone like Kindan, a respected harper indeed, but no dragon rider, in the position of Weyr leader? Would Kindan stay? Would Lorana want to stay under those circumstances? Why did they want to stay now, anyway? For a moment, Fiona regretted Tallenth's choice of mate and the strange outcome that had produced. But was it Tallenth, really? Fiona asked herself, recalling her thoughts from the day before. How much of the outcome had been her own desire? You love Kindan, she told herself. You always have. Ah, but how much of it was because he was safe, she taunted herself. How much because he was always there, out of reach, a constant reminder of things lost, of hopes never achieved. He had Lorana now. And you would poach his love away from her? She chided herself. It's only poaching if you refuse to share. The thought came to her with the force of the spoken word. This was not herself, Fiona realized. This was Lorana. I would never hurt you. I know, Lorana responded. Fiona got the impression that Lorana was straining, exerting herself, and needed to focus solely on the events immediately before her. With a soft touch, Fiona released the attachment, with the gentle wish that Lorana be happy. What am I? Fiona asked herself aloud. Did other Queen Riders behave this way? Had there ever been such a connection? What would happen? How could she handle this? Below her, she heard a change in Tamar's breathing and looked down. The bronze rider's face was contorted in a mixture of pain and pleasure. Touched by his pain and wishing to help, Fiona used her free hand to stroke his cheek.
Fiona.
The word was the barest whisper. I'm here, she assured him, even as her heart leaped and her mind struggled with yet another worry. Do I love him?
3 times,
Tamar breathed. Yes, 3 times, Fiona agreed quietly. Malurth rises. Zarenth is there.
Seska?
Tamar's brow furrowed, his expression troubled.
I love her.
Of course, Fiona said. Tamar's expression eased, his lips curling up slightly. Why shouldn't he love her? Just then a wave of emotion engulfed Fiona. A murmur from Tamar proved that he had felt it too. Tamar's hand spasmed around hers. Gently, tenderly, with a passion no less intense for her controlling focus, Fiona traced his face with the fingers of her other hand. She traced his brows, which boldly framed thoughtful, passionate eyes, his gentle cheeks, the firm line of his nose, the sweet curve of his lips. She could see the child still in the man, and railed that she'd never had a chance to meet Tamar when he was younger. She could see, mirrored in the crow's feet around his eyes, the easy smile, the long days spent squinting against the brilliant sun, the pain of friends lost, wounds not healed. I love you. The words were hers, and in saying them, she realized it to be true. He was a hard taskmaster, a person steadfast in his convictions, sometimes angry, always thoughtful, often kind, but as his heart beat, so did hers.
Kindan.
Tamar's question was barely above a whisper, but the name was spoken clearly. I love him too, Fiona said. She gave him a sad smile. You'll have to make do with someone who loves more than one man.
Of course. You're a weyrwoman,
Tamar said, struggling to open his eyes.
It's your job.
Shh, Fiona whispered, gently rubbing his brow. Close your eyes. You've got to rest. Regain your strength.
As you say, weyrwoman.
She moved back then, thinking to call Becca and Seaban, but his hand tightened around hers once more, begging. Rest, and I'll stay with you a bit longer, she told him softly. You've had a nasty fall, near smashed your skull. You might have headaches or worse, so rest easy." Again, his hand tightened on hers in an unspoken plea. With a sigh, Fiona relented, not too reluctantly, and resumed her examination of his tanned face, looking more lively now with just the slight animation that his consciousness provided it. They remained that way until she heard the noise of Zareth's return and, not without misgivings, had Talent send for Becca and Seaban. Footsteps, a pair of them, approached from Zareth's Weyr, and when a hand reached gently for her shoulder, she reached up behind her and clasped it gratefully. "He woke," she said quietly, even as Kindan came into view at her side. "He spoke."
"That's good,"
Kindan said, sounding weary. "I've sent for Seaban and Becca," she told them. She smiled at the fatigue in Kindan's voice. "You two should get some rest. Timing it is very exhausting." Lorana snorted humorously.
"Ugh, to say nothing of mating flights."
The sound of another 2 sets of feet, one quicker and softer than the other, heralded the arrival of Seaban and Becca.
"He woke?"
Seaban asked as he joined them. Fiona nodded. Seaban gestured to her politely, and reluctantly she released Tamar's hand and stood back, allowing Becca and Kindan to examine him. Kindan's face was lined with more than exhaustion when he was finished. Fiona met his eyes demandingly, and the older man gave her an astonished look in response. "What is it?"
"I don't know,"
Kindan said.
"I'd like to send for Tintaval."
"Talent, are you up for a flight?" Fiona asked her dragon. "We should pay our respects to Malurth and Seska." Talent's response was an enthusiastic,
"Of course."
"I'll see if she'll come," Fiona told him. She nodded to him and Lorana. "You two should get some rest."
"A bath first,"
Lorana said wistfully. "Just be careful not to fall asleep in it," Fiona warned. "Timing it can make you that tired." Lorana raised an eyebrow in surprise, then nodded compliantly when she saw that Fiona was deadly serious. Fiona was still so concerned with their weariness that she put off her departure until they were both safely in bed.
"Are you going to tuck us in?"
Kindan teased sleepily. Fiona shook her head silently, her face going red. She quietly put on her riding gear, went to Talent's Weyr, put on and double-checked the riding straps, and then urged her queen out to the queen's ledge. Talent was glad of the exercise, even though Fiona could feel that the gold had some muscles that were still sore from the previous day's exertions. To warm her up, Fiona had Talent do a slow, lazy circuit above the Weyr, before fixing the image of Fort Weyr firmly in her mind and giving Talent the order to go between. The cold of between was a tonic to Fiona, seeming to banish all the nagging thoughts that had been quietly demanding her attention. She counted slowly to herself, 1, 2, 3, and burst out above Fort Weyr without any bother. The watch dragon challenged her, and Talent bugled a response, the watch rider waving at her. Fiona waved back, surprised to see Valex again, even though it hadn't yet been a fortnight since their return from their journey back in time to Eigenweir. Fiona smiled to herself as she remembered the mating flight of Valex's green Sarinth, the first mating flight she'd ever experienced after her impression of Talent. Beneath her, Talent rumbled in amusement. "Soon you'll be a mother," Fiona thought to her queen with a mixture of pride and teasing.
"I'll clutch,"
Talent corrected her, adding wistfully,
"Maybe there will be a queen egg."
"Or 2.
2 would be more,"
Talent observed abstractedly. All the same, Fiona understood her dragon's meaning. While 2 would be good, it would be more than Talent could imagine. It was another question for the records, Fiona thought as she guided Talent in a spiral down to the Weyr bowl below. Did queens ever produce 2 gold eggs in the same hatching? The thought of 2 queen eggs hardening on the hatching sands brought another thought. Would Lorana stand again? Briefly, Fiona entertained the notion of Lorana dragonborn, smiling and waving as she soared on a beautiful gold. Or would it hurt too much? Fiona pushed the question from her mind, uncertain of how much of her thoughts were shared with Lorana. "Lady Fiona!" A woman's voice came to her from across the bowl, toward the dining cavern. Fiona turned in time to see an older woman bearing down on her. She was familiar, Fiona realized, her mind straining to match the features, and then, "Merica!" Fiona called in response. "How are you? I'm sorry that I've been monopolizing Becca, but she's—" "Ah, you've been doing me a favor," Merica said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Her expression changed as she added feelingly, "Not to mention the good it's done for her father." "But I'm sure that you miss her." "I do," Merica said with a savage nod. "I miss her every day, and I send a special thought her way." She straightened. "But she's doing good, as you say, and good for her father." Her eyes danced as she added, "And for all that I love her, and she's the youngest of my 4. She's worse than a nest of tunnel snakes some days." "Which is probably why she's so dear to my heart," Fiona said. "I made a fair number of marks hunting tunnel snakes." "I thought you two were well matched," Merica said in a tone which indicated that had been a part of her willingness to let her youngest go to Telgar. "And I'd be doing both of you a disservice if I didn't admit that I was much the same at the same age." She smiled as she added, "After all, it takes a fair bit of flirting to catch the eyes of a blue rider, duty or no." "Well, I know for certain that Seaban loves his daughter," Fiona said, not certain how to deal with the question of blue riders and their duty. Merica nodded wisely. "Love knows love," she recited. Or perhaps it should be, "Love loves love." The phrase echoed thrillingly down Fiona's spine. "Yes, that about sums it up between them." Merica brought a finger to her nose as though sharing a secret. "And not just them, for all the words bin." Fiona was startled to think that her exploits were the talk of the Weyr, and then, on reflection, somewhat pleased. "It seems that I'm in good company," she teased the older woman. Merica chuckled. "It's not for nothing that they made up that saying about love knowing love." "I suppose not." "You'll be looking for the Weyr leader or the weyrwoman?" Merica said, glancing toward the senior queen's Weyr. "Actually, I'm hoping to get Tintaval for a consultation," Fiona said. She smiled toward the queen's Weyr. "I imagine that Lady Seska probably won't want to be disturbed." "Probably," Merica agreed, her eyes dancing once more. "It was quite a mating flight." She leaned in closer as she confided, "I wasn't sure if Malurth was ever going to come close enough to any dragon to mate. After all, she'd just risen not a 7-day before." "The Eigen records said that it happens sometimes, especially when there are other mating flights that day. A second flight gives plenty of eggs," Fiona said. "Indeed," Merica said. "But it seemed for the longest time that Malurth was torn between Reneth and Zarenth." "If so, I'm glad to hear it," Fiona said. Tamar regained consciousness. Briefly, she told the older woman of Tamar's injuries and their worries. "Perhaps that was it. Perhaps Malurth was encouraging him to recover," Merica said, although she didn't sound convinced. "And by the first egg, we've never heard of one bronze rider being Weyr leader to 2 Weyrs." She shook her head and chuckled. "Awkward that'd be." "Awkward indeed," Fiona said, wondering if such a thing had ever occurred in all the records. Once again, she regretted the necessity that kept the records of the Weyrs separate. She wondered how much more could be gleaned from reading the records of all the Weyrs combined. She pushed the thought from her mind, returning to her present issue. "Is Elor about?" "You'd find her in the dining cavern if she is," Merica said. She gestured toward the far end of the Weyr. "I've got to check on Perilla. The mating flight's probably brought on her contractions." "Do you need help?" "Shards, no, weyrwoman," Merica said with a laugh. "I've been doing this for turns now since before you were born. I'll manage." And with that, the older woman continued on her way, leaving Fiona behind, shaking her head at the similarities between Mother Merica and daughter Becca. As predicted, Fiona found Elor in the dining cavern, bending over a pot gently simmering and ordering the attendant to add more spices. "There'll be a lot of hungry mouths here later on," Elor said. To herself she muttered, "and no one can say when they'll wander in." She looked up at the sound of Fiona's footsteps, her expression cloudy, Her lips pursed for an angry outburst, only to burst into a huge grin when she recognized the weyrwoman. "Fiona!" Elor said, rushing forward to crush the younger woman in a tight hug. She pushed herself away, gripping Fiona's shoulders as she examined her. "I swear by the first egg you've grown a full hand since I last saw you, and that not even a 7-day ago." She shook her head. "They must be feeding you well at Telgar, and well they should, after all they've been through and you've done for them." "Elor," Fiona said, more to find the time to regain her breath and her thoughts than for any chiding. She laughed, saying, "They've been most kind to me at Telgar. Shanice is the head woman, and she's quite something." Elor's lips pursed disapprovingly. "I've heard of her," she said shortly. "She's got traitor's blood, hasn't she?" "There's nothing wrong with traitor's blood," Fiona rebuked her softly. "And, in case you've forgotten, I'm beholden to traitors for my time in Eigen." Elor allowed her frown to fade. "Of course you are," she said. "Not that they didn't profit from the encounter by all rights." "Profit was had by all," Fiona agreed. "And is there harm in that? The Weyrs work to the profit of Pern by providing protection. Our wares cannot be bartered. Should we frown upon those who can?" Elor shook her head, her expression mulish as she admitted, "No, I suppose we can't." She looked up and met Fiona's eyes squarely. "Why, you certainly have your father's way about you to shame me in my own hearth." "I don't mean to shame you," Fiona said soothingly. "I merely wish to be fair." "Fair!" "And it's not that you aren't, Elor," Fiona hastened to add. "If it weren't for you—" "What?" "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know half of what I know about running a Weyr," Fiona told her. "Not to mention how to cook." "Ah, hungry are you?" Elor asked, relieved to find the conversation turning to matters closer to her mind. "I am," Fiona said, surprised at the admission. "It's been a strenuous—" She ignored Elor's accusing chuckle. "Several days, and I've not eaten as well as I should." She raised a finger and waggled it at the head woman. "But don't tell Shanice. She'd be desolate after all she's done to feed me." "Are you eating for two now?" Elor asked. Fiona made a face. "I don't know." "It'd be early days yet," Elor agreed. She glanced up to Fiona's eyes. "And perhaps you've enough on your plate with all that's going on." "I promise to tell you all, if you feed me," Fiona said, glancing wistfully toward the nearest table. Elor snorted once more and waved her to a chair. "For all that I've heard of Shanice, even with your pining, I'd be addled not to know that she sets a good table, good enough that you wouldn't be here just to be fed." As she spoke, she bustled up a plate, soup bowl and mug, and filled each, setting them and utensils in front of Fiona and gesturing for her to start eating. "What is it, then, that brings you here?" Predictably, the question was asked when Fiona had just swallowed. Fiona gave Elor an apologetic look as she cleared her throat. "Tamar's conscious. I want Tintafal to check on him." Elor pursed her lips thoughtfully before responding. "You'll bring her back?" Fiona gave her a look of surprised hurt in reply. "It's just that so many people seem to stay in your wake once attracted," Elor said, working hard to keep her expression neutral. "Lorana, Kindan, even that weyrwoman from High Reaches, Jila." "I think Jila chose Telgar more for Hinez than me." Elor shook her head. "And why do you think Hinez is at Telgar?" The question caught Fiona off balance. "He'd been fighting with Kalior. He wanted to be posted to another Weyr." "All true," Elor said, clearly believing none of those reasons to be the principal one. "I've no love for Hinez." "No," Elor said, "and I'm sure he knows that, too." "So why would he want to be at Telgar?" Elor sighed, clearly debating something with herself before deciding to say, "Because you are good for him." Fiona raised her eyebrows in response. Elor gave her a quick grin. "Sometimes, even when we don't want to admit it, we know that someone has something we can learn from them." "Hinez can learn from me?" Elor nodded. "And you can learn from him." He's not without his strengths, Fiona admitted reluctantly, and Gila seems a good judge of character. And while I've never known him not to be a bit bull-headed, Inez is perceptive enough to know his weaknesses, Elor said, and driven enough to strive to remove them. I certainly see driven, Fiona said, taking a sip of her claw. Elor smiled in agreement. Deftly changing the subject, she asked, "And how long do you think you'll need our Tintaval's services?" "How about if I promise to have her back in time for dinner, unless there's an emergency?" And so it was agreed. Fiona found Tintaval in her quarters, and the healer was more than willing to accompany her, on one condition. "I want us to stop at the healer hall and see if Master Healer Betroni has any journeymen or apprentices he'd like to have consult on this." Fiona grinned. "Thinking of educating the next generation?" "That," Tintaval conceded, adding with a grin, "and perhaps to tantalize some with the allure of Weyr life." "Well, anything that gets me more healers is all to the good," Fiona said, adding, "But, as I recall, there were 3 apprentices sent there from Fort Weyr." "There were, and I've made sure that Sescott and Kalior know how grateful we are for it," Tintaval replied. "They're able, too, but they've a ways to go before they'll walk the tables." They stopped briefly at the healer hall. Fiona had just enough time to look wistfully toward her father's hold before Master Healer Betroni packed to length with 3 journeymen, 2 men and 1 woman, all older than Fiona, and sent them on their way.
"They've never been between before,"
he warned Fiona just before she mounted. He smiled at her. He'd been one of the healers who tended her many scrapes as a youngster, so they were well acquainted. "I'll be careful with them," Fiona said. She paused, thinking of Becca. "And Master," Betroni gave her an expectant look, "would you be willing to take on another apprentice?"
"How old is she?"
Betroni asked, wryly guessing that Fiona's candidate was a girl. "She has 12 turns," Fiona said. She saw Betroni's look, but forestalled him. "Her mother is one of Fort Weir's midwives, and her father was a Dragonrider."
"Was?"
"He lost his blue to the sickness," she replied sadly. "I think it's only her love of life that's kept him going."
"So, I'd be getting a package, eh? Father and daughter?"
Fiona nodded. She hadn't thought of it that way.
"Is she as bad as you were?"
"Worse. She doesn't sleep," Fiona said. The Master Healer's eyes widened in surprise. "She takes little naps from time to time."
"Oh, like our Tintaval,"
Betroni said with a sideways look at the Weyr healer.
"Does she follow orders?"
"She's dutiful," Fiona allowed, "but willful."
"And I've never dealt with that,"
Betroni muttered sardonically, nodding toward Tintaval, who stuck her tongue out at him in response. Betroni snorted and shook his head. Then he turned to Fiona.
"Where is she now?"
"She's at Telgar with me," Fiona said, "and I'd need a replacement for her." He nodded toward the healers.
"Those are my best,"
he told her.
"I'd not let them go, only you say that she comes with her father."
"Seaban," Fiona agreed. "Between them, they know enough about healing to handle a Threadfall." Betroni's eyes widened in admiration.
"Very well. If you wish, you may send her whenever you can spare her."
"Thank you," Fiona said, turning back to Talent. He took 2 long strides toward her and spoke quietly into her ear.
"You can use this time to see which of these healers might work with you. I was about to send them off to the holds, so they're all packed and ready to leave."
"If they don't work out, I've got Kindan and Lorana," Fiona said.
"And,"
he wagged his head at her with a grin,
"from what I've heard, you've learned a fair bit yourself."
Fiona nodded. "All those lessons you gave me."
"I thought you were asleep."
Fiona smiled, shaking her head. "Not all the time." She turned to hug the Master Healer, who took the opportunity to say,
"When you see Kindan, you might remind him that there are several people here, at both the Healer Hall and the Harbor Hall, who are eager for a word with him."
"I will." As she climbed up behind Tintaval, she said loudly, "Healer, be sure the others are properly hooked on with the riding straps. The Weyr folk are under strict orders to let plummeting healers fall." Tintaval turned back long enough to give Fiona a droll look, recalling their first meeting and how Fiona had been rebuked for risking the life of a queen and her rider for a mere healer, before turning back to be certain that the others were secure. Fiona craned around her side to make her own inspection and, satisfied, sat upright before ordering Talent to leap once more for the sky. "Remember, between only lasts as long as it takes to cough 3 times," Fiona shouted loudly before giving Talent the image of Telgar and the order to take them between. They arrived as predicted on the 3rd cough. Fiona was certain that she heard one hastily stifled, and Talent began a gentle descent into the Weyr bowl. Fiona was pleased by the exclamations and pointing hands of the journeymen gawking at the sights of the Weyr below them. "I'm taking us to the Queen's Ledge," Fiona told Tintaval, as Talent altered her course slightly, did a half-circle, and gently landed within a wingtip of the Queen's Ledge. Fiona was the first off, then Tintaval. Between them they got the other 3 down. The girl, she looked to have perhaps 17 turns, was the last down and lightest. The middle man looked to have 2 more turns than she, and the last was the eldest, seeming closer to Tamar's age, old to be a journeyman. The man sensed her curiosity and smiled at her as he introduced himself.
"Berenter, formerly Harper of Red Sands Hold."
He gestured to the other 2.
"These are Sura,"
the woman,
"and Lindorm."
"I'm glad to meet you," Fiona said, giving them all a brisk nod. She clambered up the side of the Queen's Ledge and was surprised when 2 arms fastened on her legs and gave her a boost. She turned back and held out a hand for Tintaval, who took it and accepted a second boost from Berenter and Lindorm. Sura had balked at the ascent and had trotted to the end of the ledge, climbing the rise as quickly as she could. Berenter turned to follow her progress and, with a polite nod to the 2 women on the ledge, elected to follow her less strenuous route. Lindorm looked torn between clambering up and trotting around. Tintaval decided the issue by waving him toward the others. "Master Betroni would have my hide if you were hurt climbing the ledge." Fiona, feeling slightly guilty, waited for the others to join them, then led them into Tamar's quarters. "This is Siban and Becca," Fiona said as the other 2 rose at the sound of their arrival. A slight sound caused Fiona to glance over her shoulder, and she was surprised to see Tintaval step back to the wall, where she leaned with arms folded, nodding pointedly to Fiona to indicate that she was going to monitor the proceedings rather than lead them. Fiona accepted her decision with a nod of her own and turned back, and, noting that Lorana and Kindan had joined them, she stretched her hand toward them, adding, "And this is—" "Kindan!" Sura cried, rushing toward him. "It's good to see you!"
"You must be Lorana,"
Berenter said with an engaging smile, raising a hand in greeting.
"There are not enough thanks on all of Pern to repay you for what you've done."
Lorana shook her head wordlessly. Fiona moved to her side and touched her hand briefly, just enough to let the older woman know that she understood her ambivalence, as she whispered, "You paid." Lorana twitched at her words, but said nothing. Changing the subject, Fiona turned to look down at Tamar. "How is he?"
"Awake and wishing you'd all be quiet,"
Tamar spoke up tetchily.
"If you're hoping to speed my recovery by shouting, it's not working."
Berenter's features twisted into a frown as he bent down to the bronze rider, looking over his shoulder to ask Lorana,
"How long since his concussion?" "This is the 2nd day," Kindan said. "When did he regain consciousness?"
Berenter asked, turning back to gaze at Tamar. "Today, after the 3rd mating flight," Fiona said. Berenter glanced her way with a dismissive look. Fiona felt her temper rising and was surprised to feel Lorana's hand on her shoulder, soothingly.
"Mating flights are a strong emotional stimulant," Berenter said. "And you said it took 3?
"Mine, Gila's, and Malurth's at Fort," Fiona said. "What of his dragon?" Sura asked, looking over her shoulder toward the sleeping bronze. Berenter glared at the interruption. "If he was unconscious, who controlled Zarenth?" Fiona nodded at Kindan. "You?" Sura asked in surprise.
"Lorana and I, actually,"
Kindan replied, reaching to grab Lorana's free hand. "If they hadn't, Zarenth would have gone between forever," Fiona told her.
"Who flew Talent?"
Lindorm asked, glancing from Fiona to Tamar.
"Zarenth flew her," Siban said. "And would you all, As our patient has asked, talk more softly." "Sorry," Lindorm replied, glancing down at Tamar. "Does it hurt very much?"
Tamar nodded, unwilling to trust himself to words. Berenter was still absorbing Seaban's revelation.
"If Zarenth flew your queen, then who—"
His voice trailed off as his eyes settled on Kindan. "We're here for Tamar," Fiona reminded the older healer testily, glancing pointedly in his direction.
"Master Harper Zist will be eager for your report," Berenter told Kindan. "I'm surprised you—"
"Oh, please," Sura cut him off. "Would you get out of the way so we can see to the patient?"
"I am examining him," Berenter said haughtily.
"No, you're not," Fiona declared, gesturing for him to move away from Tamar. "In fact, you're just leaving. I think you'll find some food in the dining cavern."
"You can't," Berenter spluttered in amazement. "I'm the senior here, and you're just a girl."
"Shh, Talent," Fiona called as she felt her queen readying to bellow in angry support of her rider. "You idiot!" Becca snapped, with an impertinence that surprised everyone. "She's the weyrwoman. She can do anything she farting well pleases." "Shh," Fiona said to Becca. "You're hurting Tamar's ears." She turned to the older healer, saying coldly, with all the dignity learned from turns watching her father deal with such arrogance, "Journeyman Berenter, I believe that we no longer have need of your services."
Berenter's
eyes shifted around the room nervously, and he licked his lips.
"I'm sorry if I offended, weyrwoman."
"I'm sure," Fiona agreed, gesturing for him to move away. "My head woman's name is Shanice. You might meet her in the kitchen cavern." Reluctantly, Berenter rose and backed away from the group, his lips moving as he searched for some words that might heal his breach. Fiona turned her back on him, gesturing towards Sura and Lindorm to take the older healer's place. After he'd left, Fiona leaned over to Becca and shook a finger at her warningly. "Sorry," Becca said contritely, "but he wasn't listening to the patient." She glanced up at her father. "And if you don't listen to the patient, how can you know what's wrong?" "We'll talk about this later," Fiona said, turning her attention back to Tamar. Sura ceded her position to Lindorm, saying, "I've not had much work with head injuries."
"I'm no better,"
Lindorm said, kneeling beside Tamar.
"Really, weyrwoman, for all that he's an ass, Berenter probably knows the most of the three of us." "No, he doesn't," Tamar corrected him softly, his eyes closed against the pane. Sura raised her eyebrows in surprise. "If he did," Kindan explained, "he'd know better than to irritate a weyrwoman in her own weir."
"We haven't moved him much," Becca said, deciding that everyone was spending far too much time on unimportant matters, like manners, and not enough on her patient. "His leg was thread-scored. We've dressed it and changed the bandages. We haven't given him Fellis for the pain nor numbweed for the wound for fear of affecting his coma," she continued briskly. "But I'm getting worried about keeping him in the same position for too long. He'll get bed sores if nothing else." Lindorm glanced at her in surprise, then asked calmly,
"So, what do you recommend?"
Becca frowned in irritation. "If I didn't know any better, and I could be certain that he had no spinal injuries, I'd say that we should try to move him in his bedsheets into his pool to let him soak a bit." She frowned. "It'd be difficult with the bandages. Maybe we'd be best off removing them while he's bathing, but I think the warm water would aid in circulation." "Who did you study under?" Sura asked her, amazed. Becca shrugged. "My mother, mostly." She threw a hand toward Fiona, adding, "And weyrwoman Fiona knows a lot about thread injuries, human and dragon."
"Your mother?"
Lindorm asked, his eyes going to Seaban.
"Merica, midwife at Fort,"
Seaban said. "Have you considered apprenticing at the healer hall?" Sura asked. She glanced up to Seaban, adding, "She has the gift." "Actually," Fiona chimed in, "she's a place at the healer hall as soon as we can let her go." Becca's eyes lit up, and she leaped into the air in excitement, but with an apologetic look toward Tamar, did not shout in glee. The import of Fiona's words were not lost on the two healers, and they exchanged wary looks. "I know something of spines," Sura said. She glanced up to Becca approvingly. I think if we follow Apprentice Becca's suggestion, we could use the chance to examine Tamar's spine in the water.
The only danger is in moving him, Lindorm pointed out. I've got to move sometime, Tamar said.
If only to use the necessary, Fiona said, surprised at herself for not considering that need sooner.
He flew a Threadfall when he was injured, so he was dehydrated,
Seaban said.
And his metabolism was slowed by the coma, Lindorm added.
If he's to get better, he'll need to get mobile, won't he? Fiona asked, glancing down to give the bronze rider an encouraging smile. Let me check his neck, Sura said, glancing up to Lindorm for agreement. When he nodded, she turned to Becca and beckoned to her. Kneel beside me, she said. Becca knelt and was surprised when Sura turned to her, placing her hands on either side of her neck. Your fingers are smaller, more gentle, so you'll go first, she told the young girl. Feel how I'm moving my fingers? I'm probing for anything out of place, anything that doesn't feel right. Becca's eyes widened in brief panic, then she closed them, her expression intent as she absorbed Sura's movements, ready to replicate them. Now, you do it to me, Sura said. That way I'll know that you've got it right. 'Cause if I don't, he could die? Becca asked, wide-eyed.
It's possible, but not likely, Lindorm spoke up.
Perhaps,
Seaban began, only to stop himself with a deep sigh. Most likely, with your small fingers, you'll do no harm, Sura assured the young girl. That's why we'll start with your hands. Becca took a deep breath, glanced up to Seaban for an instant, then placed her hands gently behind Sura's neck. Okay. Sura closed her eyes and said nothing as Becca ran her fingers up her neck, fingering each vertebra in succession. There's a spot here, just before the last bone, Becca said, opening her eyes. Sura raised an eyebrow in surprise, put her hands to her neck, and felt the spot before nodding. Yes, there is, she said, smiling at the youngster. Good for you. It's nothing, just a misalignment. She twisted her head quickly, and Becca jumped as the apprentice's neck gave a loud pop. There, back in place again. She smiled at Becca and gestured for Lindorm to join them. Lindorm, let her practice on you, too. The other healer was only too willing and, after Becca repeated her examination, pronounced himself completely satisfied with her abilities.
You'll make a great healer,
he told her with a smile. Shyly, she smiled back. Then he nodded toward Tamar.
Are you ready for the examination now?
Are you ready, Weyr leader? Becca asked, standing up and bending down over the Weyr leader, poising her hands on either side of his neck.
I'm in your hands,
Tamar said. Becca ignored the remark, instead closing her eyes and reaching her hands down to delicately touch his neck. She went over it twice, before standing up and turning to Sura. I can't feel anything wrong. Okay, let me, Sura said. Becca was happy to move away, particularly after Kindan assured her,
whenever possible, healers like to get a second opinion.
And a third. After Sura had finished her examination, she moved aside to let Lindorm repeat the examination.
I don't feel anything broken,
Lindorm said as he straightened up after his examination. He smiled at Tamar as he added,
I think it's safe to move you, Weyr leader.
Good,
Tamar said, a bit distractedly.
In which case, the soonest the best.
Becca and Fiona scurried aside, willing to let the larger and stronger adults take on the burden of moving the fully grown Weyr leader in his bedsheets. Fiona watched the proceeding carefully, noting how Lindorm had no hesitation when it came time for him to step, fully clothed, into the warm bath so that he and Kindan could be on the far end of Tamar's makeshift stretcher.
We're going to just lower the whole thing into the water, Lindorm said to Tamar. You'll float off.
That sounds quite relaxing,
Tamar said. Becca quickly lifted her skirts and, with a quick twist, knotted them higher up as she stepped into the pool, declaring, I'll keep your head above water. Hold his shoulders, Sura said. Soon the whole maneuver was completed, the bedsheets removed, and Tamar, still in his clothes, was floating in the water. His features relaxed into a look of pleasure.
I'm afraid we're going to have to remove your clothes to complete our examination, Lindorm said.
I'll be glad to get them off, Tamar said. Perhaps Becca should be excused, Lindorm said.
Not if I'm going to be a healer, Becca said. Her expression changed and she glanced down to Tamar. Unless you don't want me, Weir Leader. Tamar smiled.
Were you the one who changed the bandages on my leg?
Yes, Becca replied offhandedly, not seeing any connection.
She's been watching mothers give birth since she could crawl,
Seaban said by way of assurance. But if you're going to be embarrassed, Weir Leader, I promise I won't look, Becca said in assurance. Tamar's lip twitched.
Do what you must, healer.
Becca's face flamed into a brilliant smile at the compliment. Safely in the water, Sura had Becca repeat her performance, this time checking Tamar's spine. First she, and then Sura, and Lindorm pronounced themselves satisfied.
But this is no guarantee, Weir Leader, Lindorm warned. Your head injury could have caused injury to your spine as well. It could be that if you move the wrong way, you'll sever your spinal cord. And if I do?
You'll be paralyzed, Becca told him. The spinal cord is the nerve that runs the length of your body.
Which would make it difficult to fly thread,
Tamar said drolly. But not impossible, Fiona said. Tamar glanced at her in surprise and exasperation before saying,
With you, I believe it could be done.
Be certain of it, Fiona told him.
Very well, Tamar said. With such assurances, I think we should give it a try.
Sura glanced at Lindorm, who turned to Becca. What would you suggest? To see if he's paralyzed? Becca asked. When the others nodded, she continued. Well, he's not. How do you know? Because he couldn't help twitching when I bandaged him, she said. If he was paralyzed, he wouldn't have been able, would he? Lindorm exchanged a surprised look with Sura before shaking his head.
No, I suppose not.
And having said that, Sura continued, the chances of his having a spinal injury are slight. Because if he had, he would already have severed the cord? Becca guessed. Yes.
Well, that's a relief,
Kindan said, glancing at Tamar's face. So he's all right? Fiona said.
He still had a major brain injury, Lindorm reminded her. That can cause long-term problems.
Memory loss, mood changes, and other such like, Fiona said, glancing toward Kindan. That's what Kindan said.
Harper Kindan has the right of it.
We should get him out of the water before he turns into a giant wrinkle, Becca said. It was not quite as difficult an operation as the job of getting him into the water, particularly once Sura and Lindorm had satisfied themselves that Tamar could move all his limbs freely.
Does this mean I can get some fellas for my head?
Tamar asked testily as he reclined in his bathrobe, with Fiona gently drying his hair by rolling it in a towel and squeezing it.
I'd recommend against it, Lindorm said. I know you're in a lot of pain, but with a head injury such as yours, until we know you've fully recovered, we don't want to do anything that might dull your wits.
That way we'll know if your wits are dulling from the blow, Fiona said. Sura gave her a surprised look. Lindorm merely nodded in agreement.
When can I get back to my duties?
Duties? Becca snorted as she worked to bandage Tamar's leg. Your leg has to heal yet. She shook her head. A month at least, just for that. Probably 6 weeks, Fiona said, glancing at the rebandaged wound.
You can try sitting up later this week, Lindorm said. You shouldn't walk, though, without someone to help you.
Seeing Tamar's frown, the healer explained.
You were in a coma. It's doubtless that you have a concussion. That can leave you disoriented, even feeling like you're walking on air, which is not recommended with stone floors.
When you do sit up, have a care for any signs of dizziness or muzziness, Sura warned. Muzziness? Fiona repeated, glancing at Tamar. Muzziness can be caused by head injury?
Often, Lindorm said. His eyes narrowed. Why do you ask, weyrwoman? Because Fiona and I, and many others, have been suffering from some sort of muzziness for the past several turns, Tamar said in answer. Like Talia,
Kindan spoke up suddenly. That's what Matal said, Fiona said. Tamar looked at her questioningly, so she said, Talia timed it back to high reaches, Weyr, and was there for the last 3 turns. That's where Manith clutched, and the sickness-immune hatchlings grew. Gila's Talarth is one of them.
During which time at Bendenweir, Kindan picked up the tale, Talia was the most difficult, irascible, and vindictive. He shot a glance at Lorana, person I'd ever seen. Matal thinks we could be timing it too? Tamar asked. Or is this a result of our timing it back to Eigen?
If it is, Fiona said, then wouldn't all the injured riders from the other Weyrs feel the same effects?
The Bendon riders were tired, but they recovered quickly,
Kindan said, glancing at Lorana for agreement. His brows furrowed as he turned back to Fiona.
Are you saying that you still feel this way?
Fiona nodded.
And it slowed you down?
Kindan asked. When she nodded once more, his lips twitched and he said,
I was hoping that you'd just calmed down.
Fiona's eyes flashed and she deliberately turned away from him. Catching sight of Tintaval, who had observed the entire proceedings without saying anything once, a feat Fiona recognized was beyond her own capabilities, she asked, nodding toward Becca, So, do you think she'll do? Sura? Lindorm? Tintaval said, deferring the question to them. Lindorm smiled and Sura ruffled Becca's hair affectionately. She'll do, the young woman said. She frowned thoughtfully before adding, In fact, I'm worried that she'll outshine some of the older apprentices.
And it may be a detriment having her father with her, Lindorm added thoughtfully.
Seaban goes with her, Fiona said, even as Becca started to make her own protest. Seaban, how would you feel about apprenticing yourself to the healer hall? Seaban took a step back in surprise. What were your plans? Lorana asked the ex-dragon rider. Seaban furrowed his brow.
I suppose I hadn't thought about it,
he said, glancing toward Becca.
My only thought was to help my daughter here.
He pursed his lips as he added with a sad look toward Becca.
But that includes, one day, leaving you to your own devices. Here's my request, Kindan said, glancing to Fiona briefly, then smiling at Lorana and grabbing her hand. I ask that you go present yourself to the halls, harper and healer, as an apprentice.
He smiled at an old memory, adding,
There has been a long tradition of Weyr folk finding a calling at the halls. You're not thinking of my call?
Seaban asked, surprised at the comparison. McCall, ex-dragon rider, had become a legend among healers in his lifetime before the plague.
Yes,
Kindan said, catching Seaban's eyes with his own.
I most certainly was.
You're a natural teacher, Lorana said. Seaban gave her an incredulous look. She's right, Tintaval said. Half of teaching is knowing when to be silent and... She gestured to her position at the outside of their group. Observing.
If nothing else, your memories of Weyr life would be invaluable,
Kindan said. It was Becca who brought up Kindan's unspoken meaning as she stepped forward and slipped her hand into his. And, Father, you know what it means to lose a dragon. Seaban's face twisted with pain, and Becca tightened her grip, continuing. I promised to become a healer so that this would never happen again.
Dragons are lost to Threadfall, Seaban murmured in response. You can't save them all.
No, Fiona said, remembering Vidan and his blue Redorth, and glancing sympathetically at Lorana. We can't.
You are a healer in your own right,
Seaban said, also looking at Lorana. And if she wants to go, she'll go with all my support, Fiona said, nodding at Kindan and Lorana before adding, But with her ability to hear any dragon, I would hope that she would stay at the Weyr. Seaban nodded. Kindan gave Lorana an inquiring look that the older woman answered with a quick jerk of her head toward Fiona, saying, Someone has to keep her from bullying all the other Weyr women. Fiona surprised everyone, including herself, with an indignant squeak. Kindan, Lorana, Becca, and Seaban allowed themselves a quick chuckle at her reaction, while the healers all looked on, too anxious to make any noise, although Fiona was pretty certain that Tintaval's eyes danced with glee. Well, Seaban? Fiona asked with all the dignity she could muster.
Master Zist and Master Betroni would be overjoyed,
Kindan said. It's a lot of hard work, little sleep, and you'd have everyone muttering about your age, Tintaval cautioned. Fiona bit off a retort, realizing that the healer was taunting the ex-Dragonrider with exactly the right tone.
"And you think that I'd let my daughter take up a challenge her father couldn't handle?" Seaban snorted. "Can we think about it?"
"No," Fiona said. "I've promised to get Tintaval and 2 of the healers back before dinner, and you're to go with them." Seaban turned his eyes toward Tamar, who had watched the whole exchange silently.
"Weyr leader, I will stand by your decision,"
Tamar told him softly. "If you go as an apprentice in your own right, no one can say that you are there to guard Becca," Fiona said. Seaban gave her a look that made it quite clear that he'd arrived at the same conclusion, and Fiona felt her cheeks blushing at the unspoken rebuke his eyes conveyed.
"Very well,"
Seaban said, reaching down fluidly and pulling Becca up into his arms.
"We'll go."
Becca buried her face in his shoulder, but even so, her squeal of delight filled the room. "You said 2 healers?" Tintaval asked, facing Fiona. She turned quickly toward Zareth's Weyr and the Weirbowl beyond, saying, "I'd best get Berenter." "Leave him," Fiona said. The others all looked at her. Apologetically, she told Sura and Lindorm, "I don't question your abilities, nor your desires, but as I have been recently reminded, sometimes my duties require me to learn new abilities." Lorana smiled at her in agreement. "Berenter came to the healer hall not long after the plague," Tintaval said, her expression grave. "As a patient," Fiona guessed. Tintaval nodded even as her brows rose in surprise. "When he recovered, he, like our Becca here, made a vow." "Yes," Tintaval said. "How did you know?" Sura asked in surprise. "I'd even guessed that he had a daughter near my age," Fiona continued, "and lost her in the plague." "Yes," Lorana said, following Fiona's line of thinking. "Arrogance is usually born of fear," Fiona said, nodding toward Kindan, who had told her that many turns ago. Kindan jerked in surprise, delighted that she'd remembered. With a wry grin, she added, "I seem to have made it a habit to collect arrogant people."
"It's because you conquer your fear,"
Tamar spoke up from his bed. All eyes turned toward him.
"You still feel it, but you don't let it rule you."
"I don't know about that," Fiona said. The thought flustered her, and she sought a means to divert herself from it. "Regardless, I think that we should get everyone back soonest, including Becca and Seaban."
"I don't think Talent is up to 8,
Kindan said, a quick gesture including himself and Lorana in the count.
"Zareth needs exercise,"
Tamar said. Kindan and Lorana turned to him in surprise. Tamar met the ex-Queen Rider's eyes, saying,
"If you wish, I'm certain he'll be happy to carry you."
"And we'd like to work on this experiment," Fiona added with a nod toward Tamar for his planning. "We've been trying to see if we can mix riders and dragons."
"Uninjured riders paired with uninjured dragons?"
Kindan asked, glancing from Tamar to Fiona and back. He pursed his lips thoughtfully.
"That's an interesting proposition." "So go test it,"
Tamar said.
"Some more?" Lorana asked. "Remember that we already brought Zareth to Fort Weyr."
Tamar's eyes narrowed.
"Really?"
He looked distracted as he probed his memories.
"I hadn't realized."
"You've been through a lot," Fiona told him. "You're lucky to be alive, and if you don't get some rest," she gestured for the others to leave, "I'll kill you." Tamar's lips twitched, but he closed his eyes, resolutely following her orders. Fiona left it to Lorana and Kindan to organize the loading of Zareth and Talent while she went to the dining cavern. She was not surprised to find Berenter at one of the pottery wheels, working the clay under the tutelage of Maciar. "How is he doing?" Fiona asked, startling the older healer and causing him to ruin the bowl he was forming on the spinning wheel.
"He is learning,"
Maciar replied drolly, glancing up to Fiona.
"I would say that at this moment he is learning patience."
"Good," she replied. "See that he does." Berenter looked askance at her words. "You're staying," she told him. Berenter's eyes widened further in surprise. "Becca and her father are going back to the healer hall, and I don't need you there causing her grief on a daily basis."
"You would prefer me causing daily grief here?"
Berenter asked with a flash of humor. You won't be causing me daily grief, healer, Fiona assured him. She softened her tone as she confided, I'm more worried about fighting Thread without enough dragons.
I'd heard,
Berenter said, rising from his chair, his expression grave.
How bad is it?
No one really knows, Fiona said. She shook her head, adding, We all know that it's bad, but we haven't exact numbers until we can figure our losses per fall.
Master Archivist Virilin could help with that.
Fiona cocked her head at him measuringly. So, when you get over the fact that I'm nearly the same age as your late daughter, and deal with me for myself, you are willing to think, aren't you? Berenter flushed hotly, and Fiona held up a hand in apology. I don't recall seeing you whenever I visited the Harper Hall, Fiona said. Were you hiding?
I was studying.
You're older than most. Berenter nodded in acknowledgement. Tell me about it, Fiona said.
It was the plague,
Berenter said.
I lost my whole family, wife, 2 boys, 3 girls.
He glanced into her eyes as he added,
My youngest would be about your age now.
I've nearly 17 turns, Fiona told him.
Yes,
Berenter said.
She had 5 turns when the plague struck.
I had only 2, Fiona told him. Berenter gave her an inquiring look. I spent 3 turns back in time at Eigenwehr. Berenter's eyes widened.
I hadn't heard.
We haven't been back for very long, and we were sent here after... Her voice trailed off, but Berenter nodded. The news of the death of Telgar Weyr had traveled quickly to the Harper Hall. Fiona shook herself. So, you'll be staying here, she told him. I'll ask Master Betroni to give me your stuff, and we'll put you in the healer's quarters.
Are you certain, even with my daily grief?
Fiona smiled at the taunt and nodded. I'll be sure to bring your gear back from the healer hall, she told him.
Thank you,
Berenter said, and Fiona knew he wasn't referring to her promise about his belongings. She smiled again and, with a wave, hurried out of the dining cavern in time to climb up behind Becca and Seaban, who were already perched on her eager queen. The older man had stored their gear and secured them ably onto Talent. To Becca she asked, Are you ready? I hope so, Becca said. You'll do fine, Fiona assured her. Silently she gave Talent the instruction to rise and, after they circled the watch heights once, went between. When they came out again, Becca took one look down and gasped in surprise. She turned back to face Fiona, an accusing look on her face. I promised Elor I'd get Tentaval back first, Fiona said, stifling a laugh. Her expression softened as she added, And I thought you might want to see your mother, too. Thank you, Becca said, peering down intently into the weir bowl below. Zorenth appeared just behind them and followed Talent as she spiraled down for a landing. They were met by Elor and Marika first. In the distance, Seska could be seen on the Queen's Ledge, walking quickly toward them. Should we wait? Fiona asked Seaban, glancing in Seska's direction. But Becca rendered the question pointless, quickly untying herself and jumping down, running toward her mother while screaming at the top of her lungs, Mother! I'm going to be a healer! Seaban gave Fiona an apologetic look, but Fiona waved it aside. Grinning, she jumped down from Talent, patting the Golden Queen softly on her leg while Seaban clambered down.
Queens are a lot bigger than blues,
Seaban said, glancing back up at their perch on the Queen's neck. Talarth is even bigger, Fiona reminded him.
Is that a complaint?
Seaban teased. Oh, no, Fiona said, patting Talent once more. My queen and I are exactly the right size for each other. She turned to face him, asking softly, Wasn't it that way with you and Cirth?
It was,
Seaban said in a choked voice. I'm sorry, Fiona said, reaching out a hand consolingly. Seaban glanced at it and took it, wrapping both his hands around it.
Here's the weyrwoman,
Seaban said, glancing in Seska's direction. Let's go see her then, Fiona said, turning and using his grip on her hand to tug him along beside her. Seska met them halfway across the bowl. Fiona, is that Zorenth in the distance? It is, Fiona said. We're bringing back some healers to the hall and needed another dragon. She gestured toward Lorana and Kindan, adding, Tamar's still recovering, but he was willing to oblige us with his bronze. And not for the first time, Seska said, giving the blonde weyrwoman a knowing look. Fiona met her eyes squarely. If it weren't for Lorana and Kindan, we would have lost both Zarenth and Tamar. Come with me, Seska said, waving toward the kitchen. It's far too cold to converse out here. You'll have to forgive my manners. Inside, seated with warm claw and fresh rolls, Seska was much more relaxed. Congratulations on your flight, Fiona said, raising her mug in toast. And on yours, Seska said, raising her own mug in response. She glanced around at a sudden eruption of noise and spotted Becca with a group of friends, helping themselves to a snack. Glancing at the youngster, she asked, "Did she wear you out, too?" "Hardly," Fiona said, smiling, "especially not with Seaban to mind her." She waved at Becca, and the youngster waved back before flying out of the kitchen toward the living quarters. But an opportunity arose to get her healer training, and so we're taking it. Wise. I learned from the best, Fiona said, nodding back at Seska. And you're here because of her? No, Fiona said. I'm here returning Tintaval. She explained how she'd purloined the Weyr's healer, had gone to the healer hall, and had acquired the 3 journeyman healers. So you kept the older grouchy one? Seska said when Fiona had finished. And why is that? Fiona shrugged, not quite certain of her reasoning. Seska gave her a thoughtful look, then cocked her head toward Lorana and Kindan. Are you keeping them, too? I don't know if keep is the right word, Fiona said defensively.
We really haven't made any plans,
Kindan said, looking over toward Lorana. We are staying with Fiona, Lorana declared. She glanced to the younger woman. If you'll have us. I don't see what's in it for you, Seska said, pursing her lips thoughtfully as she gazed at Lorana. Well, for the time being, they get to ride Zarenth, Fiona spoke up quickly, and of course Lorana can ride to Length any time. She thought furiously for more inducements, but just then Kalior entered the cavern, and the conversation ebbed as they all waited for him to seat himself beside Seska.
You're not twitting her, are you?
Kalior asked Seska after he'd had his first revitalizing sip of claw. Seska pretended not to know what he was talking about, and Kalior snorted in response, telling Fiona,
She's jealous, you know.
I am not, Seska said, her eyes flashing with anger.
Just the other day she said that she wanted a group of men, too,
Kalior said, smiling wickedly at Fiona. Fiona was out of her chair in an instant, her cheeks burning. Fiona! Seska called, even as she batted at Kalior, and Kindan and Lorana rose from their chairs to follow the Telgar weyrwoman. I did not say that. I merely said that it must be hard. But Fiona merely turned back to her, saying carefully, Weyrwoman, we've taken too much of your time, before heading out to the Weyr Bowl and her queen. Talent, tell Seaban and Becca we're leaving. Fiona! Lorana called from behind her. Fiona turned toward her, furious, her lips trembling. When Lorana caught up to her, she grabbed Fiona's shoulders and looked into her eyes. I don't think she was trying to be mean. I think Kalior's right. She's just jealous. Of what? Fiona cried. Of a mating flight? No, Lorana told her softly. Of us. What we are. What are we? Fiona asked quietly. Friends, I should hope, Lorana said. And more? How can we be friends? We love the same person, Fiona cried. She shook her head, tears flowing down her cheeks as she continued. I can't take him away from you. I swore I wouldn't. She looked up at Lorana. Maybe it's best if you and he were in another Weyr. And what about Tamar? I love him, Fiona said, even as she realized with the words that he could be her anchor. He could save her from her misery. If we leave, what about Tamar? Lorana said, and Zarenth? Fiona absorbed her words slowly, her tears stilling and her eyes going wide. Are you bound to them like you are to me? I don't think so, Lorana said. She smiled at Fiona as she added,
but I'm glad to see that you realize we're bound to each other." "I don't want to hurt you." "Well, that's something that you're going to have to get over," Lorana told her firmly. Fiona took a step back, straining at Lorana's hold, her eyes wide. "If you love someone, you have to accept that sometimes you'll hurt them, too." "But I don't want to hurt you," Fiona repeated. Her tears started again as she added, "And I love Kindan. I'm sorry, but it's true." "Shh," Lorana said softly, pulling Fiona closer to her. "Why shouldn't you love him? You've got a big heart, and you give it to everyone." The sound of footsteps broke the moment, and Fiona looked up to see Kalior and Seska standing by them.
"I'm sorry," Kalior said. "I spoke without thinking."
"He does that sometimes," Seska agreed, punching him lightly on the arm. "But you know he always means well."
"Will you forgive me?" Kalior begged Fiona.
"Of course she will," Lorana spoke up firmly. "She knows that sometimes we hurt those we love the most." "At least I do now," Fiona said, dabbing away her tears. "Come on back with us and we'll give you a proper fort lunch," Seska said, gesturing toward the kitchen cavern. "Besides," she added, "Elor would never forgive me if she didn't get to feed up Lorana here." "Oh?" Fiona said, trying for a lighter tone. "So this is all about Lorana, is it?" "Of course it is," Seska said, holding out a hand toward Fiona. "It's only because she can talk to all the dragons, you know." When Fiona accepted her hand, Seska maneuvered the smaller weyrwoman until she had her arm wrapped around her shoulder. As they walked back to the kitchen cavern, she leaned down and said quietly, "You have a knack for making your life difficult." "My father preferred the word interesting," Fiona said, glancing up into Seska's warm brown eyes. "Well, just so you know, I'm not jealous," Seska told her. "I've seen a few of these relationships with the Blue Riders and Green Riders, and—" "They don't last," Fiona finished for her. Seska's eyes widened. "I know. I've seen them too." "Just so you know what you're getting into," Seska said. She looked measuringly at Fiona and then added more kindly, "Although sometimes they do work out." "I know that too," Fiona said. "It takes a lot of work." "All relationships take work," Seska said. She shrugged. "Really, when you think about it, anything you care to do well takes work." "Now, you be good and listen to your father," Marika called up from the ground below as Becca settled into her perch behind Seaban and in front of Fiona on Talent's golden neck. "I will," Becca promised. "And you," Marika said, wagging a finger at Seaban, "be good and listen to your daughter."
"I will," Seaban called back with a chuckle.
"And both of you," Marika went on, waving a hand in disgust at Seaban's amusement, "remember that there are those who love you, and they're only between away." "We will," Becca called back loudly. "You too, weyrwoman," Seska called, jumping up and down to gain Fiona's attention. "We will," Fiona called back just as loudly, causing Seska to gape in surprise and then laugh. "Come on, Talent, let's go," Fiona said to her queen as she waved goodbye to the Fort Riders and Weyrfolk gathered to see them off. "Fort hold." The gold and bronze climbed up quickly in the afternoon air, circled the starstones once, and were gone, between to Fort Hold. Fiona insisted upon circling Fort Hold's great hall before they glided down for a landing in the field outside the healer hall.
"So, you're back,"
Petroni said as he approached from the healer hall.
"And you've brought trouble?"
"We'll need Berenter's gear, sir," Fiona said.
"Berenter, eh?"
Petroni said, his eyebrows arching.
"Good choice, good choice."
He glanced inquiringly toward Seaban and Becca. Fiona got the hint and gestured toward them. "Master Healer, may I present with my compliments Seaban, formerly rider of Blue Cirth, and his daughter Becca." To Becca and Seaban she said, "This is Master Healer Petroni."
"Kindan!"
A loud voice boomed from the distance.
"Report!" "He's supposed to use a drum,"
Kindan growled affectionately. He turned to Lorana.
I'm sure he'd like to meet you, too.
And Kindan wants the protection, Fiona added with a giggle. She waved Lorana off with Kindan. I'll catch up when we're done here. Kindan waved a hand behind his back in acknowledgement. Don't be too long, and we'll drill on recognition points, Fiona shouted after them. She turned back to Petroni just as Lindorm and Sura strode by with Seaban and Becca in tow. We'll get them settled in, Master, Sura said in passing. Petroni waved them on, adding, I'll have a longer meeting with you later. Don't worry, Lindorm told Becca as she turned wide, worried eyes toward the Master Healer. He's not half as fearsome as the Master Harper. You'll be meeting him, too, tonight at dinner, Petroni added with a smile. Don't worry, Becca, Fiona told the young girl. I survived. You spent most of your time hiding up at the hold, as I recall, Petroni said reminiscently. Not true, Fiona said. Half the time I was down here, hiding from Father. Or hunting tunnel snakes. That, too, Fiona agreed. She glanced toward the retreating forms of Seaban and Becca as they entered the hall. They're really very good. We'll see, Petroni said judiciously. Of course, he cocked his head at her. If they are, you know I'll be wanting more. Fiona chuckled. She turned toward the hold and said to the Master, If you'll forgive me, I think I might have time to pay my respects. Your father's up with the Master Harper, Petroni said, gesturing in the other direction. Then I'm certain to have enough time to pay my respects, Fiona said, marching off toward the distant fort hold. The guards were overjoyed to greet her and waved her in through the great doors. Once inside, Fiona turned to her left, heading toward the kitchen. There's no use coming here. There'll be no food until this evening, as you should well know, a voice called out peremptorily as Fiona approached. Perhaps a cup of claw? Fiona asked in her most waifish, pleading voice. Fiona? The voice called. Nisa? Fiona asked as she rounded the bend. She was met and hugged immediately by a round woman with gray hair and bright eyes. Immediately, Nisa thrust her away again with her hands on her shoulders, crying, My, how you've grown! I've nearly 17 turns now, Fiona said. I was back in time at Eigen. Back in time, Nisa said. Salad, did you hear? Fiona went back in time. She did she? Salad said as she bustled forward. You're so tall. I grew, Fiona said with a small smile. And you've got your own Weyr from what I hear, Nisa said as she gestured toward the work table. Sit down. I want to hear all about it. That's good, Fiona said, moving toward the table. Something in her manner alarmed Nisa, who gave her a worried look and said, What? Fiona's face crumpled and she was in tears even before she found the bench. I think I've done something terribly wrong. Probably no worse than the tunnel snakes, Salad said, setting some mugs on the table and dragging a hot kettle from the nearby stove. Let me brew us some fresh claw and see how the rolls are doing. While you tell me all about it, Nisa said, sitting beside Fiona and wrapping an arm around her comfortingly. You'll hate me, Fiona said. I doubt that, Nisa said. But it's obvious you need to get this out of your heart. Slowly, Fiona told the two older women everything. Nisa had been her confidant, anchor, and disciplinarian all through her childhood at Fort Hold. The old cook doted on her and spoiled her, but only up to a certain point. You're a lady holder and must act like it, Nisa had told her many times. Now she haltingly told them about her time in Eigenweir, about going to Talgar, about Talent getting the sickness, how Lorana and Kindan came with the cure. He's always been a good lad, Nisa interjected. About Tamar's injury. And he was the one, Salad asked when Fiona got to that part of the story, and Fiona nodded. Oh. Keep going, Nisa prompted. Fiona told them about the mating flight and its consequences and how she was trying. You've taken a load on your plate, and that's no mistake, Salad said, glancing to Nisa. But you're not the first, Nisa told Fiona soothingly. What should I do? You do what's right for you, Nisa told her.
You do what your heart tells you. But my heart— If you go this way, understand that it's hard, Nisa said. For some it works, but for most it doesn't. Lorana said that there'd be pain. She's a smart one, Salet said. There's no love without pain. Don't let anyone fool you. So I'm not terrible? Fiona asked them. I can do this? I didn't say that you could, Nisa replied quickly. Nor did I say that you couldn't either. Fiona gave her a miserable look. It's your path, child. You're the only one who can know for certain, and you're not terrible. Nisa rose, and Fiona rose with her. You'd best get back to them, either way, Nisa said. You said you were going to drill them on going between? Fiona nodded. So it's best you be about it, then, Nisa said, motioning Fiona toward the door. Come on, I'll walk you back. When they reached the healer hall, Nisa stopped and hugged Fiona. You know, you had his heart a long time ago, Nisa said. Maybe you did him a kindness, taking those turns in the past. Fiona shook her head. I can't be Coriana. Nisa smiled at her. You never were. You were always your own person. She reached out a finger and touched Fiona's nose lightly. You remember that. Remember that you're special. I'll try. Good, Nisa said. Now leave. Fiona's eyes widened and the old cook grinned at her. The sooner you're gone, the sooner you can come back. 14. Sands heat, dragons prove. Times meet, eggs move. Telgar Weyr, morning, AL 508.2.15. Berenter's ministrations to Tamar the following morning proved Mikiar's point. The healer was courteous, attentive, and efficient. Tamar, however, was querulous, difficult, and restless. You be careful, Bronze Rider. Talent is certain that she'll rise before the turn's out, and she might choose a different dragon next time, Fiona chided him.
Was it the dragon or the rider? Tamar asked, giving her a knowing look. Or will you arrange it that there's another comatose bronze rider to suit your whim?
I might at that, Fiona answered calmly, her anger tempered by a warning glance from the healer. Although, seeing as I've gotten rather good at catching you when you fall, I might just stick with Zarenth. With a sour look, Tamar subsided. Berenter finished his inspection and rebandaged the bronze rider's leg in silence.
I'm sorry, I'm not much of a patient,
Tamar told the healer grumpily as he left.
A head wound is debilitating and can leave a person feeling out of sorts, my lord,
Berenter said. He glanced at Fiona, adding,
The weyrwoman assures me that your normal behavior is much more agreeable.
Tamar smiled at that. And how soon can we expect normal behavior? Fiona asked quietly as she and Berenter slipped by Zarenth onto the Queen's Ledge and into the Weyr Bowl proper.
If he doesn't improve in a 7-day, I'll ask you to bring the master healer here, Berenter said.
Fiona bit her lip anxiously until he added,
I haven't seen too many cases, but if my memory serves, he's progressing pretty much on schedule.
He paused.
But stress always delays recovery, and he's not sleeping as much as I'd like.
We've Threadfall here in 4 days, and not even a full flight to fly against it, Fiona said. She turned her head back to Tamar's Weyr. It's a wonder he sleeps at all. She frowned as she added, and the meeting today won't help either.
He's not to be moved or move himself beyond trips to the necessary and back,
Berenter warned. Which is why we're bringing the Weyr leaders here. The healer nodded unhappily. He had reluctantly consented to Fiona's suggestion only when she'd included the master healer among the attendees. She was glad that he'd agreed. The man had visibly mellowed in the past 2 days, but he still had trouble thinking of her as anything else than a tall lass of 13 turns with her father's lordly airs. Telgar was the logical choice anyway, Fiona continued, more to herself than Berenter. We're in the middle time zone, which makes it convenient to everyone.
Including the Istan Weyr leader,
Berenter remarked drolly. Including the Istan Weyr leader, Fiona agreed, her eyes dancing. Lorana had surprised everyone 2 days before when, just after their return from the healer hall, she announced that High Reach's queen, Larinth, was rising. No sooner had she made her announcement than she'd added that Ista's Bedenth was also rising.
"I'd better go. They'll need help at Ista. They've too few bronzes,"
Matal had said immediately on hearing the news, calling silently to Gaminth, who darted in to land beside him in the Weyr bowl. "Come back when you can. We've more to discuss," Fiona had told him. Matal had waved in acknowledgement before clambering up his bronze and departing between. What Fiona hadn't realized with her blithe dismissal was that the ex-Weyr leader would not be able to return until this day, and then only as Weyr leader of Ista.
"I thought he loved Selena,"
Kindan had exclaimed angrily when Lorana told them that Matal's Gaminth had flown Istan Dalia's Bedenth, making him the Weyr leader of the southernmost Weyr. Selena had been Matal's mate for turns. Her queen was the first to die of the sickness. "He does," Lorana assured him with a puzzled look at his outburst. "How big is your heart?" Fiona breathed to herself. She realized that Matal, in giving her advice, may also have been advising himself. Lorana had insisted on going to Bendon on Zarenth to ferry Selena to Ista. Kindan had gone with her. When they returned, they had several carefully wrapped parcels, and Kindan wore the expression of someone keeping an important secret. Knowing Kindan, Fiona had asked Lorana about the contents of the parcels. "They're ancient artifacts," Lorana had told her simply. "We use them to make the cure for the sickness." "And you want to use them here?" Fiona asked, her eyes going wide. "Is there more work to do?" Lorana shook her head. "Not with these, at least," she'd replied. "Emora's last request was that we honor her mother's promise and return them to the sea at Telek." She hefted a smaller parcel, adding, "The instructions are here." "Shouldn't we keep them, just in case we need them again?" Lorana shook her head. "I don't think we'd know what to do with them. Our training was very specific, directed toward this one problem." "Can I come with you? Do you need any help?" Lorana shook her head again, smiling sadly. "I don't think we'll need any help, but you're welcome to come with us." She glanced quickly at Kindan, who was hunched inward on himself. "We could use the company." And so it was arranged. They left midday the next day, after Fiona had assured herself that Tamar had settled in for the day, and that Shanice and Taryn, between them, had all the Weyr matters well in hand. Because High Reaches was to the west, the sun rose 4 hours later than it did at Telgar, allowing them to make a leisurely noon departure and arrive at first light. With Talent leading and Fiona carrying all the precious artifacts, and with Lorana and Kindan on Zarenth, they rose to the watch heights, circled once, and went between. When they emerged from between, Fiona could easily see the outline of Telekhold in the growing light of the sun. They had no trouble finding their landing. Zarenth landed so lightly that it was only when Lorana started to move that Kindan realized they were once again earthbound. A hoarse bugle greeted them, to be echoed more loudly by the dragons.
"Telesk,"
Talent said to both Fiona and Lorana.
"They've got a watch Weyr,"
Kindan exclaimed, a look of delight blossoming on his face.
"Disaller, at your service,"
a richly clad man said as they passed through the large gates of Telekhold. "Lord Disaller?" Fiona said, nodding slightly. Disaller nodded politely back, but his attention was fixed on Lorana. He strode up to her quickly, grasped her free hand, and bowed. He was a great bear of a man, one fully built for the needs of the premier Seahold.
"News of your deeds and your sacrifice were heard throughout Pern,"
he told her, his eyes full of sympathy.
"It is an honor to have you here."
He glanced at Kindan and pumped his hand firmly.
"You too, Harper,"
he said. He wagged his great bushy eyebrows at Kindan, and his bearded mouth twitched up in a smile.
"Perhaps we'll get a proper song of the events from you soon?" "There is no better song than Wind Blossoms,"
Kindan told the holder honestly. "But he is composing another," Fiona said, her lips curved and her eyes twinkling. "Aren't you?"
"I've only just started,"
Kindan said, giving her an exasperated look.
Pern is grateful to the both of you,
Desalar said, turning and waving toward his hold.
and we'd be happy to let you take your ease with us for as long as you desire. Not too long, my lord,
Kindan said with a shake of his head.
We've a promise to keep, and then we must return, Lorana added, gesturing at her carry sack.
Desalar directed them away from the gates.
My watchware relayed your message,
he said,
although I'm not sure I completely understand it. A rope, a bell, a raft, and a beach with low surf is all we need,
Kindan said.
Ah,
Desalar sounded relieved.
That is what we have, although I took the liberty of laying in wet weather clothing as well.
Thank you, Lorana said.
And some soup for the fog and chill of between,
Desalar added as he guided them through a narrow cut in the hill surrounding the hold. They walked less than a kilometer before they heard the roar of the surf and caught the smell of the sea.
In good weather, the children come here to swim,
Desalar told them as he indicated a stone outbuilding set well back from the shore. It was no more than 3 walls and a roof, with an opening facing onto the sea. Inside there were the supplies Lorana had requested and, on a trestle table, a large container of soup covered with a warming mitt. Desalar handed them all bowls and poured the warm soup into each, handing them large spoons after he finished. They ate standing, and the soup was quickly gone. Desalar eyed the sea critically.
Not the best day for the beach.
Not the worst, either,
Lorana said, shuddering in memory of her last moments on the Windrider.
True,
Desalar said.
I forgot you were aboard the Windrider.
He glanced at her thoughtfully, then added,
Was she a good ship?
Yes, she was, Lorana said, and fast.
Desalar grinned at that, satisfied.
I've got Tanner building me another at that half-circle sea-hold, in their deep docking caverns. He's almost a better builder than a ship's captain.
How will you get it up here?
Lorana asked.
I might not,
Desalar said with a shrug.
but as long as she's hauling goods, she'll turn a profit.
She will, Lorana said. She glanced at him curiously.
What will you name her?
I was thinking, if I might.
Desalar broke off. Then, somewhat abashedly, he asked,
Would you mind if I called her Lorana?
Quickly he added,
It's not much of a tribute, I know.
I'd be honored,
Lorana said, smiling. Desalar beamed at her.
Thank you,
he told her.
We'll take good care of her, you can be certain.
You needn't fear. She'll take a lot of punishment, and she'll be a good ship, with Tanner building her, Lorana told him. I wouldn't mind if you treated her gently, Fiona told the Lord Holder. Then we'd have at least one Lorana who wasn't overworked. Beside him, Kindan muttered a hearty approval. We should get to work, Lorana said, ignoring them. She moved outside of the hut, eyeing the gear Desalar had brought.
I presume you're hoping to set the bell up on the raft,
Desalar said as he approached.
Who are you hoping to attract?
Fiona and Kindan exchanged glances, wondering how Lorana would answer.
Dolphins,
she told the Lord Holder directly. Desalar nodded to himself.
Good,
he said.
If you were hoping to attract one of the deep ones, I'd say you wouldn't have a chance.
Deep ones?
Fiona repeated questioningly.
Surely you've heard the stories of the huge dwellers of the deep,
Desalar said, raising an eyebrow in surprise.
They go to depths well beyond the range of our trawlers.
Have you ever caught one?
Caught one?
Desalar repeated, sounding outraged. He shook his head fiercely.
We'd no more catch one than we'd harm a dolphin. They help us. Sometimes I think they herd the fish like the dolphins.
He nodded toward Kindan.
Harpers tell us they came on the Great Crossing.
Really?
Fiona asked in surprise. She turned to Kindan. I'd never heard anything about them.
Nor had I,
Kindan said. He had a faraway look in his eyes, which Fiona recognized as a desire to dive into records, a look rare for Kindan. My instructions say the dolphins, Lorana said, gesturing to the raft. We're to get their attention and then return their gifts.
Gifts?
Desalar asked, eyeing Lorana's carry sack carefully.
Gifts from the sea.
Lorana nodded.
Desaler's beard twitched again in a smile.
I checked our records,
he said with a nod toward Kindan.
I don't suppose it would surprise anyone to learn that Windblossom had visited here. I'm surprised your records survived,
Kindan said, eyeing the corrosive sea mist critically.
These did,
Desaler said.
They were carefully preserved, written by Lord Holder Malon himself.
His eyes twinkled.
He seemed to think it important.
He cocked his head to the distant hills.
Something to do with the dragons? Lord Malon was very perceptive,
Kindan said.
Windblossom said we had to return them,
Lorana said, her tone verging on anxious.
The tools used to save the dragons,
Desaler guessed.
What would the dolphins do with them?
I don't know, Lorana said, but Windblossom's daughter made it clear that it was important that they were returned.
Very well,
Desaler said, gesturing to Kindan to help him as he took one end of the raft. The two men hauled it to the surf, and Desaler, wearing oiled waders, pushed it behind the surf with a stiff pole, while Lorana and Fiona held firmly onto the mooring rope. Satisfied, Desaler returned to them and tugged on another rope that lay nearby.
This'll raise a sail,
Desaler said, tugging on the rope.
The wind's in the right quarter.
A small sail appeared above the raft, several dragon lengths in the distance. They could hear the faint sound of the bell ringing out on the water.
There,
Desaler said, satisfied by the raft's position. He jerked his small rope again, and the sail disappeared.
Now what?
We wait for the dolphins,
Lorana said.
And when they come?
Lorana hefted her carry sack.
We give them these.
Kindan rolled closer to Lorana to shelter her from the wind and keep her warm. In the next hour the others also huddled around her, keeping themselves nearly as warm as she was. The sun rose higher and the mist cleared. Lorana was dozing, half awake, when a noise startled her. The bell. It was ringing loudly. Desaler jumped up, peering into the distance.
I see fins,
he called back.
Dolphins.
Pull the raft back, Lorana said. We'll load it up. They pulled the raft back and loaded the contents of the carry sack on it. Desaler eyed the strange enclosures carefully.
I've never seen the like,
he said.
How do you open them? Are they watertight?
Yes, Kindan said.
We tested them.
Desaler pulled off a glove and ran his finger over the surface of the matte material.
It feels slick. Do you know what it's made of?
Kindan shook his head.
There are some records written on something similar, but we don't know what it is or how to make it. Pity,
Desaler said, putting his glove back on. He glanced at the handiwork of the others as they placed the enclosures on the raft.
They'll not stay. You'll want to tie them on.
No, Lorana told him. This is the right way.
Very well,
Desaler grumbled, shaking his head. He pushed the raft back out past the surf and raised the sail once more, sending the raft skidding out farther before lowering the sail yet again. The bell rang once more, then started pealing rapidly.
Something's jostling the raft,
Desaler said. Before he could react, the raft had overturned. Fins raced around it for a moment, and then were gone. Desaler turned to Lorana, worry and surprise on his face.
We could run back to the hold and maybe launch a ship.
Why?
To recover your artifacts,
Desaler said, glancing from Lorana to Kindan and finally to Fiona in surprise.
No, they're fine,
Lorana said, her eyes closed. She had a slightly quizzical look on her face. Kindan stepped closer to her, his arms held out protectively.
Lorana?
Lorana shook her head.
I'm fine, she told him, glancing up and nodding encouragingly. It's just that.
Look, Fiona said, pointing off to the distance. The others followed her finger and saw a spout of water burst into the air, followed by another and another.
The deep ones,
Desaler said, his eyes wide with awe. As they watched, something huge and stately broached the surface of the water where the last spout had appeared, and then dove below the water once more. Desaler could spot dolphin fins racing toward it. Lorana smiled.
They're beautiful.
They don't often come this close to land,
Desaler said, glancing at Lorana incredulously.
How did you know?
Lorana shook her head.
I didn't, she told him. They did.
Lorana? Fiona asked.
I can almost hear them, Lorana said. She turned to Kindan. They're like the dragons, only different.
Telepathic?
Kindan asked in surprise.
Almost, Lorana said. Or just different. She shrugged. They thanked us. I got the impression that there was more, but I couldn't understand it.
Sea dragons?
Desalar asked wonderingly.
No, Lorana said. Not dragons.
She stared back out to sea, hoping for one final glimpse of the deep ones.
More like dolphins, only bigger, much bigger, and different.
How different? Fiona asked.
Like I doubt I could ever understand them, Lorana said.
She turned to Desalar. You'll want to recover that raft, for the bell.
The bell?
Desalar asked, giving her an inscrutable look.
Yes, Lorana said. They like the bell.
Desalar's brows narrowed in surprise.
How did you know?
Lorana turned back to the sea, and that was answer enough for the Lord Holder.
They told you,
he breathed in awe, pulling gently on the mooring line. To the others he said,
That bell was the same one used by Windblossom.
They stopped at High Reach's Weyr on the way back. Weyrwoman Sonia was happy to see them, as evidenced by Larinth's proud bugling when she spotted Fiona's queen. "Congratulations on your flight," Fiona said to Sonia and Devin when they met.
And you on yours,
Devin returned. "On your 2 flights," Sonia added. "I take it that I've lost my queen to Telgar." She raised an eyebrow questioningly as she added, "Unless you're here to request a transfer." Fiona smiled and shook her head. "No, Kindan and Lorana were at Telek returning borrowed gear and insisted on stopping here." "They did they?" Sonia said, eyeing the pair speculatively.
"If we could, we'd like to check in your records room," Lorana said, hefting a carry sack onto her shoulder.
"Let me send for some claw, and we'll join you,"
Devin said.
"Actually, my lord, we'd prefer to do this ourselves,"
Kindan responded smoothly, gesturing to Lorana and himself. Fiona hid her surprise and hurt at the exclusion, giving Sonia a look of resignation as if to indicate that one had to make allowances for Harpers. "Well, then, we'll meet you in the kitchen," Sonia said, waving them away and motioning for Fiona to precede her. When Kindan and Lorana rejoined them half an hour later, Fiona saw the way that Sonia's eyes darted to Lorana's now empty carry sack and the Weyrwoman's thoughtful expression. Devin waved them toward chairs and continued saying,
"I understand that we'll see you tomorrow."
Sonia gave Kindan a triumphant look as if to say, "Take that," but the Harper merely nodded, saying,
"So you'll be at Telgar tomorrow noon?"
"A bit later than noon," Sonia said in response. "I'll need some sleep." Recalling the conversation now, with the arrival of all the Weyr leaders and Weyrwomen of Pern imminent, Fiona wondered if perhaps Sonia wasn't also obliquely giving Telgar more time to prepare. Certainly Shanice had worked wonders, although, to judge from the fatigue-smudged eyes of the cavern staff, she'd kept most of the Weyr folk up through the night. "I'll not have it said that Telgar doesn't know how to entertain," Shanice had said as soon as she'd recovered from the shock of Fiona's news. And indeed, the Weyr looked cleaner than Fiona had ever seen a Weyr look before. Even the dirt on the Weyr bowl floor looked freshly washed and raked. Hanez, for his part as senior wing leader, had ensured that all riders and their dragons were turned out smartly, in their finest. The watch dragon was a bronze. Fiona had offered Talent's services, but had quickly demurred under the weight of Hanez's affronted look and Shanice's gasp of indignity.
"If you've no further need for me, Weyrwoman,"
Berenter said as they neared the entrance to the dining cavern,
"I should make my rounds."
Fiona waved him away with a smile, entering the cavern alone. She was not surprised to see Zinna and Taria hustling their young charges through their breakfast. "Will we be able to see the Weyr leaders?" Ariar asked hopefully as she pranced alongside her older carers.
"I think they're going to be busy," Taria said.
"But will they hear our singing, with Harper Norick?" little Remy asked, eyes wide with hope.
"I'm sure, if there's time, we will be delighted," Fiona told her.
The group halted and whirled around, breaking away from their minders to rush over and crush Fiona in a hug and a chorus of giggles. "The weyrwoman's busy. You need to let her go," Shanice called crossly from across the kitchen. Fiona gently shooed the youngsters from her side, telling them, "And you'll need to practice very hard if you're going to sing for us." "We will," Ariar said, shoving the others back to Taria and grabbing the older girl's hand in hers, tugging her toward the exit into the back corridors. "Come on, Taria, we've got to practice." Fiona waved farewell and turned her attention back to the area prepared for the Weyr Leaders' Council. When they'd first planned for it, Fiona had naturally assumed that they'd just use the council room of the senior queen's quarters. But once she checked out the size of that room and tallied up the number of attendees, she decided that the room would be far too small to accommodate everyone. Not only were there to be Weyr leaders and Weyr women, but also many of their healers, wing seconds, and junior queen riders, as well as harpers from the Harper Hall, smiths from the Smithcraft Hall, and a smattering of interested lord holders. Fiona had despaired of housing them all, but Shanice had strung thick canvas curtains in the cavern to separate the designated section from the rest of the room. Fiona looked inside and was pleased to see that the chairs were also festooned with canvas covers, grouped in pairs on opposite sides of the long table, the backs and tops marked with Weyr symbols for Fort, High Reaches, Telgar, Ista, and Bendon. In addition, there were chairs for the Master Harper, the Master Healer, the Master Smith, Lord Beeman of Fort Hold, Lady Nera of Cromhold, and Lord Gadran of Bitrahold.
"That old Wary?" Kindan had snorted when they'd learned that he'd been invited by Benick of Bendonweir. "I suspect Benick's hoping for pointers on how to deal with the old goat."
"My father is a lord holder," Fiona reminded him. "I'd expect more deference from a journeyman harper."
"Ah, so you've not met him," Kindan said.
Fiona nodded in agreement, adding reluctantly, "And father made it a point to introduce me to all his favorite lord holders." Kindan smiled.
"That's when he was planning to install you as the next lord holder of Fort, so he was currying favor," he told her.
Shaking his head, he added,
"Gadran has too many sons to ever consider such an outrageous idea."
"So how ever did he approve of Lady Nera?" Lorana asked. "It doesn't take a majority to seat a lord holder," Fiona told her.
"Lord Gadran was the leader and sole member of the vocal minority," Kindan noted.
"So this meeting will be interesting on many levels," Fiona said. A rustle of wings and the bugling challenge of the watch dragon alerted them to the arrival of the first of their guests. "Matal and Daria, from Ista," Lorana told them as they left the enclosure. She cocked an eye at Kindan. "Are you ready?"
"Yes."
With a flourish and a bow toward Fiona, he said,
"By your leave, weyrwoman, my lady and I will start conveying the lord holders to this meeting."
"Who first?" Fiona wondered, feeling oddly stung at Kindan's reference to Lorana as his lady.
"Please, not Gadran."
Kindan snorted.
"Huh, you haven't been so ill-behaved recently as to deserve that fate."
"Thank the first egg."
"I think, with your permission, it will be your father."
"And his lady," Lorana added.
"I'd hardly think that Kelsa would accept being anyone's lady,"
Kindan said with a laugh. "Yet you claim me," Lorana retorted in a low voice. Kindan looked surprised and groped for words, saying,
I only thought—"
"You didn't think, I'd say," Fiona cut him off. She waved a hand toward Zarenth. "You'd best go." "Sort it out later." Fiona wasn't sure if that was Talent, Lorana agreeing with her, or her own voice talking to Lorana. From the surprised look on Lorana's face, it was clear that the older woman was just as unsure.
"Later,"
Kindan agreed, turning with alacrity toward the bronze dragon's lair. Lorana spared a smile for Fiona before joining him. "Now," Fiona said to herself, "what other trouble can I get into today?"
"Trouble comes without asking for it,"
a sour voice spoke up beside her. Fiona spun and saw Norik. The older man grinned a strained smile. Fiona fought down the sudden tension in her gut. "It's true," Fiona agreed. "But I've often found that diving right into it puts it off guard."
"Indeed?"
"It at least has the virtue of being novel," Fiona told him.
And what trouble were you bringing me today? She glanced around. I thought you were instructing the youngsters in their singing.
I was,
Norik said.
I took a break when I learned you were here.
Fiona gave him an attentive look.
I don't know, with all that has transpired, if you remember my request for a new assignment.
No, Fiona assured him with a relieved smile. I haven't forgotten. In fact, I thought that you would be able to appeal directly to Master Zist when he arrives. Norik pursed his lips and nodded.
So I'd hoped.
Fiona nodded, waiting attentively to see if their conversation was over. It was not.
I think, if I might, I'd like to be posted to Bendenweir.
Yes, you'd mentioned that. But I have to ask, why another Weyr? Fiona said, surprised. And why, from what she'd heard, would anyone choose to be posted into the care of the prickly weyrwoman Talia? Of course, given Norik's taciturn nature, perhaps the two would be a good match, Fiona thought impishly to herself.
I've not heard of any open holds,
Norik said. He met her eyes squarely as he added,
and, truth be told, I like the freedom of the Weyrs.
As a former holder lass, I can't argue with you.
I appreciate that.